Like what was the big secret that like they wanted to silence him on, dude? What was the big like government secret that he had access to? Was it some crypto shit? Probably, right? Is the cryptocurrency stuff? Is that what it was? My man is literally known for making an antivirus that's like impossible to delete from your computer. Okay, that's it. He got a bag, and then he lived his best libertarian life. I love him for that reason. He is like an honest libertarian, okay? He loved getting shit on, literally. I don't mean literally in like the Zoomer sense. I mean like quite literally. He loved getting poop in his mouth. And if he were still around today, he'd say he loves the top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad breaks. Yeah. He loved unavoidable ads. But you might not be able to delete Norton antivirus, but you can avoid the ad breaks at the top of the hour. Now, how can you do that, Hasan? Well, you can do that by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Is it Norton antivirus? McAfee antivirus. Sorry. Fuck, I said Norton. Oh, damn. The disrespect. Yeah, you can by using a VPN or by using an ad blocker or by just subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime. You can avoid the ad breaks way better than you can avoid the McAfee antivirus software. Here's the ad now.
He's one of the most notorious cybersecurity entrepreneurs in the world, who made millions off of his antivirus software. In 2012, amid allegations of murder, he fled his then home of Belize to Guatemala, where he faked a heart attack to avoid deportation. He eventually made his way back into the U.S. and rose to prominence once again as a 2016 Libertarian presidential candidate. To this day, he remains a controversial figure, and he's here with me now. John McAfee?
McAfee, but that doesn't matter.
For people watching at home in their mother's basements, they don't necessarily see that you have, can I reveal that you have security guards?
Of course, absolutely.
So you have
Everybody knows
one, two, three gentlemen.
Actually, 4 if Jimmy's here.
Do you fear death?
No, not at all.
Despite the military presence around you?
That doesn't mean I fear it. That simply means I choose not to voluntarily wander into it.
Let's talk about McAfee 2.0.
What's that?
You now.
I would call it 400.0 or something. I mean, I have reinvented myself, but you call it 2, that's fine. That would be the newsman's perspective.
Newsperson.
Newsperson. What does that mean?
Women also work in the news, so newsman is kind of reductive.
I know, but listen, you need to cut me just a little slack because number one, I am 72.
You don't look it. You look like you're in your mid-40s.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, gosh, in that case, well, I'm going to call it news lady.
Well, that's also condescending.
But newsperson, you're right. You know why? It's an extra syllable.
Too much effort to make 52% of the population see themselves in an aspirational way.
Please, I apologize. You're putting me down tremendously well, and I admire your intelligence and drive.
You recently announced that you were running for
so
president in 2020. Why?
I ran in 2016. I didn't succeed to the level that I desired.
For those who don't know, what is a libertarian other than
For the record, like, this is the real life Tony Stark. The real life Tony Stark is not fucking Elon Musk. The reason why I love this man, or loved this man, is because this is what libertarians are like in the wild. Okay? This is a libertarian who stayed true to his degenerate opinions and stayed true to his beliefs. Okay?
white guy too cheap to pay for birth control?
libertarian. You are a free individual, free to do and think and believe as you choose.
In 2016, you lost to Gary Johnson.
Yes.
How did that feel to lose the unpopular vote?
It didn't feel like anything. I had a good 9 months of national attention because really, that's all that matters to me.
Did you think Trump was going to be president?
Yes, I hoped he was actually because the alternative was not very palatable to me.
Did you think
I will not tell you why because it will implicate me in horrific
Sounds like you're
situations.
asking me to inquire, but I'm not going to.
I am actually because I'm not sure I'm going to say it or not.
Well, it
Do you
sounds like
understand?
you're egging me on to ask
I
you.
am.
I want to respect your privacy.
I am actually because I'm not sure I will say it. I've never said it ever.
Well, if you
Not
want
in,
me
not
to...
in 6 f***ing years since I left police have I ever stated why.
Do you want to?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, you're welcome.
Okay, so when I went on the run in police,
This is so good. She's doing a bit. He's not. Okay? He is like this. Like, this is how he is, dude. It's great. Please inquire about what I cannot say, the unspeakable truths that I'm literally dying to say. This man is fucking insane. Oh, dude, no. Some would have you believe he was the most sane, dude.
I had friends in the U.S. Embassy and police. I knew what was coming down. I'm not stupid. I had arranged with the head of security. I was going to come in. He said, "Sir, we have it from the highest authority. We are not to allow you entry into the U.S. Embassy." Understand me. Who was the highest authority of the State Department? Hillary Clinton. I'm an American citizen with a f***ing American passport. I'm sorry. I'm not wanted in America. I've got no crimes in America. Is it not a reason to say, I don't think I'm going to vote for you?
And yet you're here now.
For a month and a half, I was on the run. The reason
Wow, dude. It's crazy.
the government wanted to collect me was that after they had raided my property in 2012 in the jungle, shot my dog, abused me, destroyed $500,000 worth of my property over a bogus charge, I was pissed off. And so I donated to many secretaries within the government laptop computers, really nice ones that were preloaded with viral spyware. Within a week, the entire government computer system was under my control. I was watching, monitoring, listening. I was looking for information that they had set me up for that raid. I didn't find that. I did find out that the Minister of National Defense was the largest drug trafficker in all of Central America. And the Minister of Immigration, the largest human trafficker.
Well, we don't want to get killed by them either, so we're probably not.
Okay, first of all, this is the beauty of John McAfee. Okay, first of all, most sane libertarian. Okay, most sane libertarian. Now, what I find incredible about what he's saying is that, like, first of all, I do literally believe that the American cybersecurity protocols are so devastatingly poor that I unironically do believe that someone could literally do this, like what he's talking about. Okay, like a fishing expedition with just donated computers. Like, that would not surprise me in the least bit. He's talking about the Belize government. Oh, never mind. Oh, then I totally do. I totally see whether that happened or not. I misunderstood. I think it could definitely happen in the American government as well. But having said that, I don't understand. Is he saying that, like, that the Department of Immigration in Belize is the largest human trafficker? Is that what he's saying? Or he's saying that America, he found out from the Belize government that
over a bogus charge, I was pissed.
You're here now.
Is it not a reason to say, I don't think I'm...
why would like the government of Belize have this information? No, he's saying it was America.
I'm going to vote for you.
And yet you're here now.
For a month and a half, I was on the run. The reason that the government wanted to collect me was that after they had raided my property in 2012 in the jungle, shot my dog, abused me, destroyed $500,000 worth of my property over a bogus charge, I was pissed off. And so I donated to many secretaries within the government laptop computers, really nice ones, that were preloaded with viral spyware. Within a week, the entire government computer system was under my control. I was watching, monitoring, listening. I was looking for information that they had set me up for that raid. I didn't find that. I did find out that the Minister of National Defense was the largest drug trafficker in all of Central America. And the Minister of Immigration, the largest human trafficker.
We don't want to get killed by them either, so we're probably not going to
That's fine, that's fine.
It was getting a little hot in John McAfee's compound, so we decided to step outside. Cheers.
To you.
To you. Let's get into Bitcoin.
Okay.
Explain Bitcoin to me in terms you would use if it were real.
It is real.
You tweeted that if the price of Bitcoin doesn't go to $1 million by 2020,
I will eat my member, yes.
you will eat your own.
Eat my dick. Now, I may choose the mode if I choose to get a Bangkok prostitute and ask her, would you please eat my dick over the next 5 years? That's fine.
That's different than eating your own.
Is it now?
Because if a Bangkok prostitute ate your dick, you wouldn't be eating your own.
Do I not have the privilege of subordinating my task to a subordinate?
To someone who doesn't know a lot about Bitcoin.
Dude, I love libertarians. Oh, come on, dude. I'm giving a subordinate the privilege. Like, yeah, when I said I'll eat my own dick, what I actually meant was I'll have my dick sucked by a prostitute from Bangkok.
Bitcoin.
Yes.
It sounds like you, John McAfee, want to eat your own.
Eating my dick is not something that is difficult. For me eating it, I have no interest in doing that.
So it isn't that you, John McAfee, want to eat your own dick. It's that you believe in the power of Bitcoin, so much so that you'll put your dick on the table, chop it up, put it in your mouth, swallow. If Bitcoin does not.
If it doesn't reach at least $1 million by the end of 2020.
What if, God forbid, you get prostate cancer, have to remove your dick anyway?
Well, then I won't be able to eat it, will I?
Well, you can have the surgeon put it aside and then you can eat it, but either
I
way.
don't think people would expect me to eat a 2-year-old dead dick. I'm sorry.
If John McAfee is to eat it, it's going to be the freshest dick.
And
right
eat it
away.
raw like I eat sushi.
Farm to table, to mouth.
Farm to table, to mouth.
If you could murder someone else, who would it be?
Wait, I wonder. Yeah, he killed himself to get out of the dick eating. There you go, boys. We solved the mystery.
Why?
It would be the entire leadership of the Sinaloa cartel.
Off the record, did you kill your neighbor in Belize?
I did not.
Why don't we take a bathroom break? Keep your mic on. Feel free to.
Like the HBO fucking miniseries.
Keep your mic on so that we can hear you while you're in the bathroom talking to your wife about murdering everybody, including all the people here on the set, right? No. That was funny. I'm sorry. That was a joke.
It's so funny if you
And
didn't
I
all
have done
have
this
guns.
so many times. Do you think that I would forget that I am wired and mic'd and I'm going to say something while I'm in the bathroom? Please, God. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Let's say I'm a female voter. I'm fed up with both the Democrats and the Republicans.
That was.
I don't know.
That's like, haha, it's funny. Except he did literally murder his neighbor. So. And also, she is under threat now.
No, you're wanted for murder in Belize. How do you win my vote?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you, I fled Belize because they were wanting to collect me for a person of interest. That's all.
A person of interest.
But I'm not a politician, and I don't have to be one. I'm just a human being running for president.
What are your thoughts on the Me Too movement?
The Me Too movement.
Do you
Actually, this chatter is correct. He did not murder his neighbor. He let a subordinate handle it. That is true.
Believe that alleged victims of assault should be believed?
I got to
Tell
pee
you
so
about
bad. Okay, I'll be back in a second.
I have been assaulted more than any man on this planet that's still alive. Do I complain? No.
So that's a no? You share many qualities with President Trump. You're both iconic American brands. You both have been accused of sexual assault. And you both have been rumored to engage in sex play with bodily waste. Why should Americans vote for you?
Well, obviously, forcibly forcing myself on someone, that would be an issue. But that's absolutely untrue. As to the rest, what I do sexually, please God, is that not my business?
Your body, your choice.
It's my body, my choice.
Why do you keep touching your gun?
No, I'm sorry, I always do that. Does that concern you?
Yeah.
Why?
No, please.
No, I'm sorry, because my hand goes there.
Everything okay? You guys are cool?
If these guys are not cool, we're all in trouble.
Okay, okay, hypothetically, please don't shoot. What would the hand signal be if you were in trouble?
It would be like...
No.
It's okay.
Okay.
All right, so... No, if we're in trouble, I'm part of them.
Okay.
I'm not letting these bastards take all the heat.
All right.
Why? I'm one additional
Do
gun.
you think... Now, please don't pull out your firearm again without telling
yes,
me.
I'm sorry.
Do you
Wait,
think
what did
that
he
you
do?
should have a firearm on you and while you're drinking?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Women get shit on a lot in our culture. You know what that's like.
I do.
I think you...
Wait, he pulled out his gun?
My business?
Your body, your choice.
It's my body, my choice.
Why do you keep touching your gun?
No, I'm sorry, I always do that. Does that concern you?
Yeah.
Why?
No, please.
No, I'm sorry, because my hand goes there.
Everything okay? You guys are cool?
If these guys are not cool, we're all in trouble.
Okay. Okay, hypothetically, please don't shoot. What would the hand signal be if you were in trouble?
It would be like...
No.
It's okay.
Okay.
All right, so... No, if we're in trouble, I'm part of them.
Okay.
Oh my God, he can't even fucking reholster it, dude. What the fuck?
I'm not letting these...
Bro, he's literally too drunk to reholster it. Oh, fucking Christ, dude. Yo, sane is libertarian once again, boys.
bastards take all the heat.
All right.
Why? I'm one additional gun.
Do you think... Now, please don't pull out your firearm again without telling me.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Do you think that you should have a firearm on you and while you're drinking?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Women get shit on a lot in our culture. You know what that's like.
I do.
I think you would make a better president than Donald Trump.
John McAfee is a Washington outsider who's tired of politics as usual. A tech entrepreneur, alleged murderer, and businessman who might not grab you by the pussy. If you're a woman thinking about voting for Donald Trump in 2020, think again.
Women get shit on a lot in our culture, and I know what that tastes like.
John,
Yes.
that was beautiful.
Yes.
I'd like it again a little softer, and I'd also like you to mention that you're pro-choice.
Right. This is actually going way better than I thought. I don't think these people are trying to f us. I don't. I think that they're truly going to do one of the greatest documentaries. Let me warm it.
Jenna Friedman said, I didn't really know him and don't want to say much considering allegations against him, but in my experience, he was funny and charismatic and the people in his life seemed happy to be there. I hope he's at peace now, or at least eating shit on some island off the grid. R.I.P. Hashtag McAfee. I mean, he's crazy. He is a truly fascinating person. A dying breed. Definitely. You know, like old school, like Archer kind of points to this a little bit. Like old school, like in the 60s, 70s, there was the type of guy who like went and fucking operated a brothel in Bangkok or Thailand or whatever. Like this is that kind of libertarian. And quite literally a dying breed. Too weird to live, too rare to die. He's gonna come back in 20 years with an alien baby.
This up. And this is Turner Broadcasting. I mean, this is huge. Hundreds of millions of viewers. Now, this isn't big shit here.
He's literally a pedo. Dude, we already know he's a libertarian. Like, you don't need to repeat it. Okay? What a redundancy. Like, I'm so confused by why you are adamant about repeating this redundancy for some reason. I mean, he is a right libertarian, bro. That's it. So there is a 4-part documentary on the life of John McAfee that is pretty good from what I understand. And I want to watch it. Now, I've watched many documentaries on John McAfee, so I already know that I don't even know if I can watch this. Now, the reason why I say this is because much like American imperialism and American imperialist history, everything that John McAfee has done is a violation of the terms of service on Twitch. Everything. Like, from hiring prostitutes to take fat shits in his mouth on a hammock, to murdering his neighbor, to just pretty much everything he did all the time. They are all violations of Twitch's terms of service. So I am a little worried about watching this, but I will. I will watch it regardless because I am brave. The last thing he posted was a Q, and he held metadata leading to vaccine 5G research. Yeah, his dead man switch or whatever the fuck was an Instagram post with Q and a bunch of like weird shit, I think, that they uncovered on 4chan, maybe? Wait, Jena talked to him while he was in prison? No way.
Election day is coming up, and I hope you are all planning on voting. I know a lot of nerds are probably already telling you to vote, and when I do it, I just sound like your mom telling you to make sure that you wash your hands after you go poo-poo. But that's because she was right, and none of us listened to her. And now we're all trapped in our homes, making low-budget web shows as we wait out a global pandemic. So just listen to Mom and or me, who's probably the same age as her, and vote, please. I'm not gonna tell you who to vote for.
Boring.
Potato might.
We both eat poop, McAfee 2020.
This next guest is in his 70s and thinks COVID is a hoax, so I'm really glad we got him on the show before it was too late. Cautionary tale and man responsible for fucking up your mom's desktop, John McAfee.
For those people who don't know you, which I assume is most people, what would you say is the secret to your success?
Success is being able to talk to people and not give a flying fuck what they think.
Are you pro-life besides the 2 men you killed?
No, I'm not pro-life. Absolutely not.
Do you have any advice for aspiring politicians who've also been accused of sexual assault?
Okay, this is over. I'm sorry.
What do you want to talk about, John?
Well, the most insightful thing, I think, is knitting. Can we talk about that first? I mean, I've taken more drugs than God. And grandmothers knit. Look at their lives. Can't walk anymore. Their knees are bad. They haven't had a dick in 25 fucking years. I mean, and yet.
Whose fault is that, John?
I'll fuck any grandmother that comes by.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how old are the women you fuck?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how
Oh my god. Bro, she's so funny. What the fuck?
old? I'm sorry, it's a bad scale. Repeat the question, Jenna.
What are your thoughts on the death penalty when someone hasn't killed your dog?
Oh, dude, this is very good. Like, this is very, very good. She's
The
fucking
death
hilarious.
penalty is a government mandated issue. And whatever that person is killed or done, I think there should be a death penalty, for example, for wearing masks. Because what signal are you sending to our children? That doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But yes, if I would put that as number one, wear a mask, socially distance yourself. Yes, there should be a death penalty for that.
There's currently a death penalty for not wearing your mask. It's only on other people.
Oh, I see. Well, you really are funny. It's just that you don't come across that way.
Stay safe, John McAfee. Please
Okay.
wear a mask. I care about your health. Potato. Why do you like McAfee? Just because you can sit at a bar and eat a piece of shit with him doesn't mean he's a good leader. Why does everyone have to be friends with their president?
Notice how different his demeanor is now? I mean, is it? Because, like, he's been deranged for a long-ass time. Get her on the show. Who is she? Jena what? Jena Friedman. She's pretty funny. I have never heard of her. All right, let's start.
OKBUDDY.
This is John McAfee, and he's lived one hell of a life. He's the creator of the McAfee antivirus software, but that's the least interesting thing about him. That's because in 2012, his Central American jungle compound was raided by Belize's gang suppression unit because they thought he was cooking up meth. Then 6 months later, he became an international fugitive after his neighbor was found dead and he was named as the lead suspect. Following a media shitstorm, he was arrested by Interpol in Guatemala for illegally entering the country.
Where are they taking you, John?
To jail.
With some quick thinking, he managed to escape being deported back to Belize by faking a heart attack. This gave his lawyer enough time to file an appeal so he can return to the United States instead. Now, if that sounds crazy, and it does, get this.
Bro, come on. Like, he's just... I mean, he's a monster as an individual, okay? But, like, also... I mean, he's just fucking... He's a deranged psycho who is... Like, how are you not going to watch what he does next? You know what I mean?
A couple of years later, he ran for president.
All right, so is it official? Are you running for president? Have you filed the papers to run for president?
I filed the papers on Tuesday. I'm officially running. Yes, ma'am.
People say libertarians are isolationists.
That intro barely scratches the surface of the absolute insanity that has been John McAfee's life. Okay, let me give you the who, what, where, when, and why in as little words as possible. So he was born in England on September 18th, 1945. A little while later, his family moved to Roanoke, Virginia. He did a degree in mathematics at Roanoke College. Then he started working for a string of tech companies and government agencies. NASA, Xerox, Booz Allen Hamilton, to name a few. He's constantly losing jobs during this time because of drugs and booze. For example, he was selling coke and snorting it while at Omex. He adds that he lost his job at Missouri Pacific Railroad after showing up to work after doing a whole bag of DMT. Oh yeah, there's this great clip of him talking about how he got his job at Lockheed Martin. I'm gonna play it for you.
That they gave you security clearance, I guess, because you had nothing to hide.
Right. Because I'd had a very checkered past prior to joining Lockheed Martin. I assumed that there would be no chance in hell I would ever get security clearance. They asked me very, revealing questions. Had I ever had sex with sheep or dogs? I mean, incredible things. Had I ever taken drugs? The answer was yes. What kind? Almost every kind. How much? A lot. Have you ever sold drugs? Yes. So I assumed I'd never get the clearance, but I did, and it came in very quickly.
During the mid-1980s, he read about the first known PC virus.
I don't... Did he actually work at Lockheed Martin? I mean, I guess you could... Because, like, to work as a defense contractor for the American government, he's not wrong. Like, they ask you insane questions. But I fucking doubt that he was able to get security clearance. Like, that's crazy. I guess they don't give a fuck when you're like literally, actually, unironically a genius. He's still white though? No, you guys are crazy, dude. They only care if you lie? No, part of the reason why they care about the security clearance is because they want you to make sure they want to make sure that you're not compromised, okay? Or that you could be compromised. And I guess the reason why they were like, yeah, we don't give a fuck is because like he admits to it. So he doesn't even need to he will never be compromised if he openly admits it. You know what I mean? Yeah. This chatter is correct. You get security clearance if you don't lie and can't be exploited. And I guess he can't be exploited because he's just like, yeah, fuck yeah, I sold drugs and I fucked the sheep or whatever the fuck. But also, most importantly, someone with that level, like someone with that kind of a background is not getting a security clearance if, unless they are like legitimately like unique. Like they are going to bring a tremendous amount of value by working there.
Virus called the Pakistani Brain. Then he hired a few programmers and they put together an antivirus software for him. He called it Virus Scan. At the time, he was running an online BBS called Homebase, and he gave Virus Scan away for free to Homebase users. For free, you say? How did he make money? Well, he's a crafty dude, so he added fine print stipulating that corporations had to pay for a licensing fee. He had a hunch that people would install his software onto their computers at work, and he was right. Soon he was getting more checks from companies than he had time to cash out. His next step was to establish McAfee Associates. To market his business, he appeared on news programs talking about the dangers viruses pose to the financial stake of the nation's largest companies. Lots of doomsday stuff. His big break came in 1991, and it was thanks to the Michelangelo virus.
When you're looking for a biological virus, you use a microscope or some other laboratory device to try and identify the virus. But when you're looking for a computer...
Didn't he literally make some viruses as well? I mean...
virus, it's even more difficult because you can't see it at all.
Computer users won't be joining in all the celebrations for Michelangelo's birthday this Friday because on that day, a new and deadly virus is scheduled to strike computers around the world.
So how does the virus infect your computer? Well, it hitches a ride on a floppy disk. What you're about to see is Michelangelo destroying 80 megabytes of data, 80 million bits of information. This American student, Robert Morris, is one of the few virus authors who've been caught and convicted.
Typically, these are antisocial people with a severe emotional problem, and their
I mean, hey, he ain't wrong about that.
creations are getting more difficult to detect and more destructive all the time.
So what's going to happen tomorrow? Nobody knows.
Well, what do you do if you think this might happen to your computer?
The Michelangelo virus was discovered in Australia. It was a boot sector virus that operated at the BIOS level of DOS system.
Oh my god, this dude is the most Canadian dude I have ever seen, dude. My man literally said a boot. Like he's... Wow. That is the most Canadian person on the planet. Wait, oh, he said the boot sector? Did I misunderstand what he was saying?
The virus was discovered in Australia. It was a boot sector virus that operated...
Oh my god, I gotta take a break from streaming. I swear to God, my processes is not functioning anymore. My brain literally has stopped functioning in this past week. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I cannot fucking hear things. No, I will not apologize to Canada. A boot is something that Canadians say, but he said a boot sector virus. It's over. It's over for me. I think my brain no longer works.
at the BIOS level of DOS systems. It was designed to lay dormant until it would strike on the 6th of March, on the same day as the famous artist's birthday. McAfee prophesied that the virus could destroy as many as 5 million computers around the world. But once March 6th arrived, only 10 to 20,000 computers were reported as infected. As a result, McAfee was taken to task by the press and by his colleagues. Although he cried wolf, it paid off. 6 months later, his revenues increased tenfold, and he controlled 67% of the antivirus market. However, the investors wanted him out. The thing is, the guy was a great marketer, but dog shit as a CEO. At McAfee Associates, sex contests, sword fights, and Wiccan ceremonies were the norm, and the company's spirit was a reflection of John's. Anyway, by 1992, the investors wanted to take the company to the next level, so they replaced him as CEO. Later, he cashed out for $100 million. By the way, if he just waited, he could have made quadruple that. That's because McAfee Associates eventually sold for $7 billion. Other than creating a before-its-time chat program called Powwow, the rest of the 90s were a relatively quiet period for John McAfee. Okay, so, by the 2000s, his life starts to get progressively more weird. All of a sudden, he decided to become a yoga guru. He opened a yoga and meditation retreat in his 10,000 square foot, $25 million Colorado's Rocky Mansion. There he housed 200 loyal disciples completely for free.
There's a really good documentary that covers all of this stuff that we just saw extensively, by the way. Like all of this. It is really, even this part that he's like breezing through are very interesting.
And based off what I've read about it, the whole thing screams cult-like to me.
Need. And jealousy is all about the fear of losing all of these pleasant things which you have obtained.
He wrote 4 books during this time, although he later denounced all of them as trash. By 2003, he became bored of the life of a spirituality guru, so he decided to invent a sport.
Are these your very favorite toys?
I would say so.
In McAfee's case, that meant millions he spent promoting the sport of aerotrekking, tiny motorized kites that enthusiasts fly to explore the remotest corners of the country. For them, McAfee built this playground in the desert.
Within 4 years, he spent more than $11 million building a massive aerotrekking wonderland. There he built 4 airplane hangars, 2 airstrips, a 5-bedroom villa, a cafe, internet lounge, greenhouse, and an organic goods store. Additionally, the village was home to his collection of vintage cars worth an estimated $400,000. On top of all of that, he built a network of 8 airports connecting remote areas of New Mexico to Arizona. He also established a flight school, which was at the center of a wrongful death lawsuit that caused the whole thing to come crashing down. This happened after his 22-year-old nephew, Joel Gordon Patow, flew into a canyon wall with a 61-year-old student named Robert Gilson. Gilson's family later sued McAfee for $5 million in a wrongful death lawsuit. They argued that McAfee was liable because he made Patow an instructor, even though he didn't have a pilot's license and only had about 65 hours of flight training.
Okay, listen. This is literally at the heart of libertarianism. Like, he literally thinks like these sorts of regulatory burdens are just over encroachments from the nanny state, okay? This is what I mean when I say, here is a man who lived by libertarian principles all the fucking way. This is your brain on libertarianism.
Training. After another lawsuit from a man who tripped on his property, McAfee devised a plan to escape from his legal troubles. So in 2008, he announced to the media that he was broke.
John McAfee, like many people in the country, got hooked on flipping properties for profit. With a fortune reported to be in excess of $100 million, he got sucked into the greatest real estate bubble the United States has ever seen.
I bought some properties in Utah and,
brilliant, by the way.
Doubled and tripled my money in a matter of months. And I go, well, sure, you can make money at this.
His passion for real estate became all-consuming as McAfee amassed a trove of high-end properties across the U.S.
You were doing what everybody else was doing, only on a larger dollar scale.
Yes, spent an enormous amount of money building things which really had no utility other than possibly as art. So it's house as art, which in a booming economy you might actually be able to sell and make some money. But in a recession,
he sold everything he owned on his massive aerotrekking complex in a series of highly publicized, single-day absolute auctions. Then he announced that he was moving to Belize. This was all for show. As Joshua Davis puts it, he figured that if he were out of the country, he'd be less of a target. And he knew that, should he lose a case, it would be harder to collect money if he lived overseas. So that's it for part 1. Join me for part 2 when that comes out, and potentially for part 3 and...
Okay, so to the people who are saying like, well, I like John McAfee except for the murder. One does not simply like John McAfee without the murder. You can't. It's an integral part of his personality. Okay? This is it. Like, it's literally the whole, like, his entire identity revolves around doing shit like this. Okay?
デジタルパワーが生み出すネットワークネットワーク一等賢い沖のビジネス法
Last video, we left off with McAfee's decision to move to Belize. Like I said in that video, it was most likely in order to escape his legal troubles. Before arriving in Belize, he bought a beachfront property on Ambergris Key. After a couple of years, he had already established a number of businesses in the country. But his most ambitious project was called Quorum X. Quorum X began after he met a 31-year-old ethno...
So this is the shady shit. Didn't he sexually assault her, right? Wasn't that
botanist named Allison Adonisio. They
or
struck
am
up
I
a conversation,
misremembering?
and she told him about her doctorate research into anti-quorum sensing. Quorum sensing is a process used by infectious bacteria to communicate through pheromone signals in order to synchronize a pathogenic attack. However, with plants that possess anti-quorum sensing compounds, it's possible to block communication between bacteria, thus preventing an infection. Plants with anti-quorum sensing compounds could likely be found spread along the shores of the New River, and were said to have been used by Belizean medicine men for generations. McAfee was sold. He offered to bankroll her research with the intention of eventually using her findings to develop a commercial product. She happily accepted. Prior to this, in February of 2010, he purchased 100 acres of marshland about 10 miles upriver from Lamini. Over the next several months, he spent millions filling in the land and building several thatched-roof bungalows. This is where he set up Quorum X's lab. He also built a main house for himself and invited Adonisio to stay in it.
Bro, people, you know, see this in video games. Like, he unironically lived life like a fucking video game character, dude. I mean, this is like straight up fucking Far Cry villain shit.
McAfee, a man who always travels with an entourage, also brought along his posse, which included his longtime girlfriend, Jennifer Irwin. But soon, Quorum X went south. Something changed in McAfee's personality once he settled in Belize's jungle. Prior to that, he presented himself as a clean-cut, freewheeling adventurer. Then he suddenly rebranded himself into a Colonel Kurtz-esque figure who surrounded himself with a retinue of prostitutes and local gangsters. I emailed John McAfee himself to find out more, but he brushed me off. So instead, I emailed Jeff Wise, a journalist who has covered John McAfee for over a dozen years.
And I kept on, you know, he thinks I'm obsessed with him. he thinks I'm like, he's my white whale. He described me as his arch enemy, I think, at one point. First met him, he had started promoting this kind of dangerous low-level ultralight flying. After he moved down to Belize, he got into the bath salts. So he was getting into drugs, and he quickly alienated people.
MDPV. On December 12th, 2010, at 11...
Beware of the whale fucking photo of him. That's the same video that Will watched months ago. Where is the whale fucking photo? My man, whale fucking photo, dude. Play the video. No, I'm not gonna fucking keep playing the video if there is like...
At 7:47 p.m., he started a thread on a popular drug forum called bluelight.ru under the pseudonym Stuffmonger. There he evangelized about NDPV's hypersexuality-inducing effects, calling it super perv powder. He said it made him so horny that, quote, A 100 milligram dose will merely guarantee fatigue and sore genitals from the non-stop sex and keep you up for 24 hours. He also wrote that he liked to put the stuff up his butt. Quote, measure your dose, apply a small amount of saliva, just to the tip of your middle finger, press it against the dose, insert. You will be well rewarded.
Yes, I've taken bath salts, every fucking one of them. Things like MDPV. Fuck yes, I took them. I'm a goddamn psychonaut.
I have had a number of acquaintances, both male and female, who have rubbed their genitals way past the point of bleeding and still couldn't stop. A user on a large dose, if alone and presented with food, will figure out a way to fuck it, or shove it up the rectum. This is not a joke. Everything on the tan becomes a sex partner or sex aid. I will not, anymore, let anyone on tan be alone with my dogs. Twice in the past year, tan users, one man, one woman, both after major doses to be fair, attempted to have sex with one of my dogs. Okay, that's enough of that. Just check the thread out if you want to. It honestly is such a fun read. By the way, when he says tan, he's referring to the tan variant of MDPV, as opposed to the white version. Anyway, he also wrote that he was manufacturing MDPV himself. Specifically, that he was attempting to extract tan MDPV from white hydrochloride. He took pictures of the process and shared it onto the site. He wrote that his experiments resulted in a number of side effects, especially paranoia. Quote, I am my only test subject. I temporarily blinded myself for 3 hours. I had visual and auditory hallucinations and the worst paranoia of my life. I did not sleep for 4 days. So what I'm getting at is MDPV made McAfee two things: wildly paranoid and insatiably horny. Therefore, after building a compound in the middle of the jungle, he started to surround himself with prostitutes and local gangsters. And this is no joke. The dude had a harem of women living with him. Now this sounds like every man's fantasy, but in reality, it's messy. He wrote on his blog that discord was common, and said that each woman tried to kill him more than once. For example, Betsy, a young woman he met after one of his dogs ate her chicken, threatened to slash his throat many times. Another girl, who he called Amber 1, since there were two Ambers, pulled a knife on Betsy and, quote, alternated between love and hate for Tiffany. Another girl named Marley burst into his room with a gun while he was sleeping with Anna, and had slapped Jane's face more times than he could count.
Yeah, they would try to fight one another too.
The youngest
I think
girl
one of the main ladies tried to murder another one of the ladies.
A 17-year-old named Amy Emschwiller. She tried to shoot him while he was asleep, but missed, resulting in her bursting his eardrum. Still, he spent most of his time having a whole lot of sex.
His sex has to last long. I mean, you can't give him 1 or 2 hours. He wants like morning to day. I mean, like, you have to be in that bed from morning till the next day, and if you can continue till 7 days.
I don't know why Hasan said this dude was crazy. Yeah, no, totally normal libertarian behavior, by the way. Least pedophilic libertarian, yeah.
That's sex for him.
And he needed to because of the MDPV. And I guess the stuff also made certain fetishes more appealing.
Because he wanted to have, like...
Oh, this is from that documentary that I was talking about.
Sex. He used to make you shit in his mouth.
So what about the paranoia?
Okay, how are you gonna just skip that? Okay, this is crazy. He's just like jumping on. He's like, he literally just skipped one of the most important parts of John McAfee's life and sexual behavior. John McAfee would hire prostitutes who then he would subsequently date for extended periods of time. And he had what is known as a shit hammock. So what he would do is he would let ladies that you just saw lay on top of this hammock that he had that had a hole in the middle of it, which these ladies would lay on and then shit through. And he would stand underneath that hole with his mouth open. Yeah. How the fuck do you figure out you have that fetish? Be libertarian.
Inducing effects of MDPV. Well, Amy Emschweiler convinced him that the nearby town of Carmelita was full of gang members bent on robbing and killing him. She also told him that it was a hub of crime and narco-trafficking, so he decided to clean it up. There was no police station, so he built one. He put members of the local police force onto his payroll and had them patrol Carmelita. They collected information for him and made arrests based off of his orders. He also took the law into his own hands. One time, he pulled over a vehicle himself, only to uncover a car full of seniors and children. The village leaders were perplexed. They told Joshua Davis, quote, "He just showed up and started telling us what to do. I thought he would come by, introduce himself, and explain what he was doing here. But he never did." They wondered how and why McAfee came to the conclusion that Carmelita was, as he insisted, the most corrupt village on the planet.
You guys understand what I mean when I say this is literally like a libertarian dream, right? Like, having your own micro-colonial project is like, I can't even think of a more libertarian thing to do than just like straight up just overtaking a small village in a developing nation, or like a fucking colony or whatever, wherever he was at this point. It's like, it is literally just like, it is Ancapistan. He built his own private colonial force.
He said he didn't talk to any of the village leaders because Emschwiller had told him that they were all criminals. He added that she secretly recorded them, thinking up a way to kill him with a grenade. Even though he said that, at the same time he was adding local gangsters into his inner circle. He claimed that there were 11 attempts on his life during the previous year, so he decided to hire protection. But in the process, McAfee became something akin to a gang leader. Former members of his inner circle told press that McAfee was trying to take over Carmelita and even the Belize government. Soon, he had created a network of gangsters and cops that were on his payroll. His head of security was a former corrupt cop who was caught trying to sell police weapons to drug dealers. He also hired a man named Austin Tino Allen, who had been put away a total of 28 times. McAfee dressed his guards in military fatigues and had them patrol Carmelita on the back of trucks. He also set an 8 o'clock curfew and told the villagers that if they break it, he would kill them.
For me, it's like this guy's dangerous. Now, even before he started killing people, I thought this is a guy who's wreaking havoc on people's lives.
After an elaborate game of cat and mouse, he squashed beef with a notorious Belizean gangster named Eddie Mac-10 McCoy and hired him. During the process of making this video, someone claiming to be Eddie Mac-10 McCoy contacted me on Instagram. At first I thought it was a troll, but then I noticed that the pictures on his page were photographs that weren't available anywhere online, and that piqued my interest. After he emailed me more photos, I started to believe that it was actually him. Once I confirmed it, I agreed to talk to him on Skype the following morning.
That interview is also from that documentary I was talking about. What is the name of that documentary? Is it Gringo?
Okay, why don't we go back and let's start with my first question. How did you meet John McAfee?
Well, I met him. You remember how? So it was a long. Well, it's a long story, you know.
So it doesn't have anything to do with David Middleton?
Well, it had something to do with that, yes.
McAfee had allegedly paid some local hitmen to beat and publicly execute a man named David Middleton after he had robbed one of McAfee's properties. They beat him in the bush and attacked him with knives and tasers. Then they ran over his head with a truck in front of a crowd in Carmelita. After slipping into a coma, he died in hospital later that night.
Middleton told police that he had been abducted, beaten, and stabbed by 2 men who came to...
At this point, it's like the second kill that he has under his belt that we know of. If you were to consider the paragliding incident, or whatever that little like baby plane is called, to be another death under his belt.
...to his house in Orange Walk. He says he did not know either of the men who drove a white pickup truck. He died on Friday at the KHMH, and it is now a murder investigation.
Since Mac-10 and Middleton were friends, McAfee assumed Mac-10 wanted revenge. Meanwhile, Mac-10 heard McAfee was out to get him, so he went into hiding. McAfee had his men looking for Mac-10 until he got a hold of him on the phone, and they agreed to meet. Mac-10 showed up with an AK-47, uncharacteristically, while McAfee's guards were all armed with shotguns.
Uncharacteristically.
Their 12-gauge shotguns were no match for the firepower of MAC-10's AK, so McAfee decided to relocate the meeting to a San Pedro cafe, and that's where they settled their differences. When George Lavelle, the country's Minister of National Security, caught wind of what McAfee was up to, he spearheaded an investigation. He couldn't figure out what McAfee would be doing, associating with notorious criminals like MAC-10, unless he was involved in the drug trade himself. When McAfee met MAC-10 at the cafe, he arrived guarded by a member of the police force, as well as 2 known gang members. To Marco Vidal, head of the gang suppression unit, it seemed like, quote, McAfee's intention was to make it categorically clear to MAC-10 that he controlled both legitimate and illegitimate armed forces. Then the authorities received information that McAfee might be distributing and manufacturing meth, and it made sense. As New York Times reporter David Segal put it, a rich guy in the middle of the jungle with a lab surrounded by a lot of men with weapons and links to area bad guys. It looked highly suspicious to the gang suppression unit. Plus, there were all those blue light posts of McAfee basically incriminating himself, so they raided his compound. The search uncovered weapons scattered throughout the property. What they found was 7 12-gauge pump-action shotguns, 2 9mm pistols, and 5 air rifles. They also found $19,650 in cash stashed away in McAfee's bedroom.
So this is the most important part of the story, is that John McAfee hyped himself up as this, like, dangerous criminal in a, it just routinely, consistently, but like the drugs that he was trying to develop were not real and did not fucking work. Like, and he himself was like, you know, I mean, he operated this way in Belize, like, where the dollar goes a very long way. You know what I mean? Like he was like a budget fucking, he was a budget gangster. Like, he wasn't really a you know, serious gangster, I guess.
And bricks of an unknown substance which McAfee seemed to be manufacturing. The stuff tested similarly to methamphetamine, but it was not an illegal substance. However, it was most likely MDPV. McAfee spent most of the night in jail until the U.S. Embassy intervened and he was let go.
The last day of April of this year, I woke up at 6 in the morning to 42 armed soldiers in full riot gear carrying automatic weapons storming my property in Orange Walk on the River. I was held in handcuffs behind my back in the sun for 14 hours without food or water. At one point, by the way, I asked a guard for food and water, not just for me, but for everyone else. The guard's response was, "Do I look like a chef to you?" Now, indeed, he did not look like a chef, so it was my mistake, but it was not a pleasant day. From that moment on, I've had nothing but problems with the Belizean government.
McAfee said publicly that he believed that the GSU raid was a direct result of refusing to donate $2 million to an Orange Walk politician's campaign. Then he said it was because of his refusal to assist the Prime Minister's son, Shine, who's a rapper by the way, to gain an early release from an American prison in 2009. The GSU put out the following statement. The GSU makes no apology for deeming a person in control of a laboratory with no approval for manufacturing any substance, having gang connections and heavily armed security guards, as a person of interest. In late May of 2012, McAfee wrote that he was on the run from the GSU onto a private message board. He wrote, "I am hiding in an undisclosed location. I have 21% charge remaining. The GSU have issued additional charges. My lawyers tell me there is absolutely nothing to worry."
The buzzing is in the background. I'm not buzzing. It's in the background. God damn, dude. Zoomers have like the most fragile fucking hearing. They get so annoying when they hear anything that's like a little... When they hear anything that's like a little out of the norm, they're like, dude, this is literally the biggest inconvenience I've ever seen or heard in my entire life. Not as big as an inconvenience as running a top of the hour ad, though. However, top of the hour, every hour, there's a 6-second ad break. But, having said that, there is a way to avoid said ads. You can't avoid the buzzing in the video, so shut the fuck up. But you can avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. How can you do that? Well, by subscribing with either an Amazon Prime account or with an Amazon Prime. You can subscribe for free, or with a $5 subscription, you can subscribe for $5. Or you can use an ad blocker or VPN. Here's the ad break now. Let's go. Rice got more respected with all these noises. Oh, I forgot to mention. I'll talk about that later. But yeah, Rice Gummin and I are setting up a basketball situation right now. Yeah.
Worry about, so that makes me very worried. I'm down to 12% charge. I will leave you. A few days after his dramatic post, he was seen riding around in Ambergris Key in a golf cart accompanied by his 17-year-old girlfriend. Sometime later, journalist Joshua Davis woke up to a call from McAfee. It was 3 a.m. and McAfee sounded frantic and scared. Davis wrote that he spoke in a breathless, spooked tone and sounded genuinely unhinged. He told Davis that while walking on the beach at dusk, the GSU followed him on golf carts.
I was walking down south on the beach, and suddenly I hear and see the GSU vehicle.
McAfee says he ran towards a nearby hotel's porch and found shelter behind some bushes.
I got on the porch with some bushes around it on one of the Captain Morgan's buildings. As soon as I did that, I heard someone clear their throat up above me. Like this. Mm-hmm. Then one of the other guys came running over, didn't say a word. No one said a fucking word to me at all.
Then he said he was holed up there all night as they silently converged around him while cloaked in the darkness.
No one talked to me. No one said a word. You'd have no idea how scary it is to be surrounded by men with armed, with in their big uniforms with these big fucking guns, and no one is saying a word. They just surround you and stand still. Think about it. Freaky shit, sir. Freaky shit.
He remains completely still, in fear that if he moved even an inch, the GSU would surely kill him.
And did you, were you talking to them?
No, I didn't say a word. I didn't open my mouth. I didn't budge for the entire time. I was afraid that if I moved at all, someone would shoot me for...
Were you standing, or were you sitting, or...?
I was sitting down.
He says after hours of waiting, they finally retreated.
GSU is the gang unit in Belize that was tracking his movements.
Did quietly and disappeared.
No one said anything to me. It was freaky. It was freaky. It was freaky.
To me, it sounds like he's talking about shadow people. Quote, shadow people are often accompanied by other coinciding effects such as delirium, paranoia, anxiety, and feelings of impending doom. This tends to be a symptom of overusing stimulants such as...
Your title should be 40-year-old sexually deprived degenerate man viciously tries to act smart in front of thousands of brain-dead children. Damn, bro. Yo, you fired that off, dude. That was a fucking good one, brother. Here's that attention that you wanted desperately, my friend. I read it too. Pretty good. Oh, this is another repressed, horny fucking weirdo who went from... Bro, stop bitching about pronouns. Just talk important stuff. Give me that sexy ass. Why is it that these people always start off being like incredibly horny? They come in here super horny, and then I guess when I don't give them the attention, they just get really mad. There you go, man. I gave you the attention, and now I will never even think about you for the rest of my life.
MDPV.
He would talk.
If you died tomorrow, I would not even know, and my life would not even change remotely. Insignificant.
About his hitmen. He would talk about how he could have people hurt or killed, and honestly, I was scared.
Although McAfee was initially interested in bankrolling the development of a topical antiseptic, he decided to switch the company's focus towards manufacturing a drug that could stimulate the female libido. Alice.
That's mean. I'm sorry. Dumbass trolls are incredibly insignificant in my life. Sorry. It's just the fucking truth.
And Adonisio went along with this, but she quickly became uncomfortable being around McAfee. She told press that McAfee would try to coax her into joining his sex parties. and would show her kinky pornographic websites. She said that he was incredibly open about his sexual exploits, to the point that he'd bring prostitutes off of the street. And one day, she, quote, literally came upon a garbage bag full of Viagra. Eventually, she had enough and started planning her escape. But before she could get away, McAfee did the unspeakable. The following clip is from the documentary Gringo.
I only have sort of flashes of recollection.
Trigger warning. Sexual assault, drugging, you know, all sorts of stuff.
He was standing over me, naked. And I woke up the next morning, and I was sick.
Once she told him that she wanted out, he lunged at her, causing her to seek cover behind a locked lab door. She then called a friend to escort her off of the property. The next day, she boarded a flight back home to Pennsylvania. Quote,
Wait.
As soon as I started questioning his motives, he turned on me and became a horrible, horrible person, controlling, manipulative, and dangerous. I'm thankful that I got out with my life. McAfee's response was, Allison is an unhappy person who is unhappy to the core. Whatever's on the table, she'll turn it this way, that way, and make something out of it, to be the cause of her unhappiness. Anyway, that's it for part 2. Join me for part 3.
Why do his videos start like this? By the way, when I watch these people, like, I gotta stop fucking shitting on the content creator, because, like, I keep seeing all the like crime channels that I've been watching. I mean, I respect what they do, okay? But I keep seeing, like, the content creators that I've been watching follow me on Twitter and stuff, and I get scared because I'm like, fuck. What if I said something? What if I said something where I just, like, roasted them? You know what I mean? I love all of the content creators that make all of these videos. Otherwise, I would just literally talk about politics all day, and it would be kind of boring after a while. I do shit on everybody. Yeah.
After the GSU raided John McAfee's Orange Walk compound, he decided to move back to his villa on Ambergris Key. Unlike his secluded compound, his beachfront property was situated in a residential community. Most of his neighbors were retired expats, so when McAfee returned with his guns, guards, dogs, and
Do you seriously admire this guy for sticking to his beliefs, even with his violence? Or is the admiration kind of a joke? You did it. You arrived at something that's a joke without me literally telling you that it's a joke. I'm proud of you. This is progress, okay? This is actually progress. That's very cool. I'm unironically proud of you. Leftists are capable of growth in the realm of humor. It's good. No, I'm not joking when I say I'm proud of you.
prostitutes. He came in like a bulldozer and pissed everyone off. His armed guards and dogs roamed the public beach, which freaked people out. There was a petition filed against McAfee by the residents and visitors of the Mata Grande subdivision. The complaint read, "These problems are all at the residence of John McAfee. Security guards on McAfee's property walk around with shotguns at night and up and down the beach. They have been known to shine spotlights right into people's eyes at night and act aggressively with their guns, chambering a bullet and nonsense such as this."
Hasan, why are you shitting on McAfee? This video is literally slander. First and foremost, if I was shitting on John McAfee, I would have to charge him because that's what he's into. And secondly, this video is not slanderous in any capacity. It's literally 100% true. Like, I've yet to see, as a matter of fact, I think he skips a lot of the more horrible things that he's done and just like talks about them briefly. So I would go so far as to say the video is like actually doing John McAfee's actually doing John McAfee like not only justice but like maybe even doing right by him to a degree that he doesn't deserve.
People are scared to walk down the beach at night as a result. The tourists are terrified. Vicious dogs on his property are running amok. These animals get loose and run as a pack. 3 residents have been bitten, and 3 tourists have been attacked. McAfee's most vocal critic was a man named Greg Fall. Greg Fall was a retired contractor and former Marine from Miami, Florida, who was living in his dream home. He purchased the property after it had been leveled by a hurricane and was left standing with only 2 walls and a floor. It took him 7 years to rebuild it, yet he persisted in order to ensure that he can spend his remaining years relaxing in sunny beliefs. Then McAfee showed up and started fucking everything up. There was a lounge on the beach that Greg liked to visit, but to get there, he had to pass McAfee's property. After many run-ins with the dogs and guards, Fall became fed up. When Fall confronted McAfee, McAfee pointed a shotgun at him and cycled it. Then he said, "Get off my property, or I'll shoot your ass." On November 8th, Fall filed a formal complaint to the mayor's office. When nothing came from that, Fall told people that he would deal with McAfee's dogs himself. On Friday, November 9th, 2012, Joshua Davis received an email from McAfee that at 10:30 p.m., he saw a contingent of black-suited thugs step onto the dock next to his villa and disperse onto the beach. 30 minutes later, his dogs were poisoned. McAfee wrote, "Mello, Lucky, Dipsy, and Guerrero have already died."
This is the only part of the Gringo documentary where, like, McAfee kind of comes off, I think, in, like, a favorable light, where they cover it as, like, you know, this dude was, like, really fucking angry at him and, like, actually murdered his dogs. So he just went and murdered him straight up.
I had to call Amy to tell her about Mello. She is hysterical. On November 10th, 2012, McAfee called Davis to tell him that his dogs were vomiting blood and convulsing on the ground. He had to shoot them to put them out of their misery. That same day, McAfee told people that he would get his revenge. On Sunday, November 11th, 2012, at 7:20 a.m., Greg Fall was found dead by his housekeeper inside of his living room. The medical examiner said that the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the back of his head. He was found lying in a pool of his own blood in front of his television, with the back of his shirt pulled over his head and taser marks all over his back. There were no visible signs of forced entry. A 9mm Luger casing was found on the exterior steps of his home, and his laptop and iPhone were discovered missing. McAfee quickly became a person of interest in the case, so the police...
It doesn't matter. It's like not fucking... They're not showing anything, but still, I'm like, you know, being
visited his house to question him. But McAfee wasn't there. On his blog, McAfee claimed that he watched them arrive from the beach, so he quickly dug a hole in the sand and buried himself with a cardboard box over his head so he...
That's Kajimbo, by the way.
...can breathe. He said he stayed like that for hours until the authorities left. He claimed at the time he had no idea that Greg Fall was dead, and that he didn't know until he returned home and was told by his groundskeeper. McAfee claimed that his initial reaction was shock. He thought that the GSU must have been trying to kill him, but mistook Greg Fall for him instead. He also said that he thought the GSU poisoned his dogs in order to attempt to get him to leave the country. Marco Vidal of the GSU denied his claim. Quote, "This guy amazes me every day. We don't have anything personal against Mr. McAfee. There is no need for us to poison his dogs." When asked if he killed Greg Fall because of the poisoned dogs, McAfee responded with,
"The idea that my neighbors may have done it did in fact occur to me. One of them, and the first one was the doctor next door because he lives closest to me. Greg lives way down the beach, and I was even surprised he could even hear my dogs. But both Greg and the doctor have dogs, love dogs. A dog owner, a dog lover, is not going to poison anybody's dog under any circumstances. Now, maybe they'd poison me, but not my dogs."
Regardless of his proclaimed innocence, McAfee decided to go into hiding, even though he was only wanted for questioning, and there was no warrant for his arrest. In the documentary Gringo, the filmmakers suggested that Eddie McTed McCoy killed Greg Fall on McAfee's behalf. After speaking to McAfee's former caretaker, Cashin Chavarera, they learned that McAfee had Cashin deposit $5,000 into Eddie McTed McCoy's account on the morning after McAfee's dogs were poisoned. On the night of Greg Fall's murder, Cashin allegedly picked McCoy up near Fall's house and then drove him back to McAfee's place. Due to these circumstances, Cashin posited that McAfee had paid McCoy to kill Greg Fall. Then Nanette Bernstein, the documentary's director, questioned McTed, who denied everything, and said that he was at his sister's wedding that night. Nanette Bernstein said that although she wanted to check out his alibi, it felt way too dangerous. Later, Amy Emschwiller was detained in connection to the murder of Greg Fall and stated that one of McAfee's girlfriends lured Greg Fall into his house and did a striptease to distract him while McTed approached from behind and shot him in the back of the head. In the documentary, they noted that police did not have DNA testing back in 2012, so although a fingernail was found in Greg Fall's scalp, they had no way to see if it matched Eddie McCoy's. However, McTed told me that after the documentary aired, he was arrested.
I was arrested for the murder, but like I said, I got acquitted. none of the evidence didn't match.
How could the evidence match if there's no way to fucking process DNA, dude? That's crazy. Oh man, yeah, none of the, there was no evidence, dude.
Prosecution branch, they dropped it before it even got bigger, you know, because they didn't have any evidence that's strong enough to go to court. So they dropped it right away. And found out it wasn't true, or it was a bunch of crap. So why would you go to court looking stupid with a bunch of crap, or take a bunch of crap to court? Or it's just because someone's saying it in a documentary, and when they looked up trying to get any evidence concerning it or from the documentary, nothing matched what the guy said wasn't true, right? Because first of all, if you wired $5,000 to someone's account, they should have record of that money. They went to check, there was no record. Then my alibi was I was at the wedding. There was several people that know me. Everyone there, well, little neighbors, friends, you know, family, and everyone did came out and speak that I was there. So, you know, that's how overwhelming among people talking on my behalf. I was at the wedding because it was my sister's. So why would they lie, right? And you know, they did our investigation and found out that I wasn't there, so they couldn't go ahead and charge me and pin it on me, so they had to release me.
By then, it was a few years after their initial investigation, and the Belizean authorities now had a way to test his DNA. He told me that the results came back as negative, and also that his alibi checked out. Moreover, the $5,000 was never documented as being wired to his account. He said that he's currently involved in a civil suit against the documentary filmmakers. I emailed the Belizean Police Department to confirm Mac 10's statements, but I'm still waiting for their response. If they get back to me, I'll stick you an update in the comments below. Do you think that McAfee killed Greg Fall?
I'm not. McAfee is... I'm not sure. Me personally, I don't think he can kill anyone personally. He just carry guns, but I don't think he even know to use his. So I'm not sure about that.
Do you think he hired some people to beat and publicly execute David Middleton?
Well, that's the next thing. I heard about it, but it's hard to say. There was a lot of story about it, but no one knows the truth. But could be. Could be.
CBS 5 reporter Joe Vasquez in the newsroom with a strange tale of the software multimillionaire who may be in trouble with the law. Joe?
Yeah, and this is such a bizarre situation. In fact, several reporters who've interviewed him in recent days describe him as erratic and eccentric, and he's recently been keeping company with gangsters. Now, John McAfee is on the run, refusing to talk to the police about the murder of his neighbor.
There are two versions of the story pertaining to McAfee's time on the run. One is the factual version of events, and the other is a highly exaggerated, fantastical bit of fiction written by McAfee himself. First, I'm going to share McAfee's because it is fucking hilarious. By disguising himself, he claimed that he was able to spy on police officers and reporters. He dyed his beard light gray, covered his skin with dark shoe polish, and stuffed his cheeks with bubblegum to fatten his face. He made his nose appear awkward and lopsided by shoving a shaved tampon into his right nostril.
Okay, dude, what the fuck? Oh, holy shit. That was...
He wore ragged clothes and draped a serape over his shoulders. He walked with a limp and hunched over to appear 6 inches shorter. Posing as a peddler of Guatemalan woven goods, he watched his home while pushing a fixed-gear bicycle up and down the beach. One day, he'd look like a tamale and burrito salesman.
Cancel the dead man? No, we're talking about the YouTuber using blackface. I think he's black, though. The YouTuber is.
The next day, he'd pretend to be a drunk German tourist with a partially bandaged face and an oversized Hawaiian shirt over Speedos. From the beach, he watched police raid his home several times. He watched them dig up his dead dogs and cut their heads off. Weirdly enough, that actually happened. The police were looking to see if the bullets he used to put down his dogs matched the one used to kill Greg Fall. After his reconnaissance from the beach, McAfee claimed that he spent weeks hiding out with Samantha in the jungle. He said that they moved every 4 hours to throw off their pursuers. He hid by laying on the floors of taxis and sleeping on mattresses infested with lice. McAfee wrote that he had been preparing for his escape since the GSU raided his compound in April of that year. He claimed that he began a 6-month surveillance operation with the help of a network of people who could not be followed. He said that he gained access to secret government information by donating 75 cheap laptops to government officials that were installed with keystroke logging software. He said that he hired the mistresses of government officials to bug their homes and offices. He also claimed that he had access to the donated laptop's webcams and microphones. By doing all of this, he claimed that he was able to stay one step ahead of his pursuers at all times. Additionally, he said that he uncovered a massive human trafficking conspiracy between the Belizean government, Hezbollah, and the Los Zeta cartel. Apparently, the Belizean...
Okay, so he was talking about the Belizean government. Okay, so here's the funny thing about this, okay? Why is it that it's always fucking libertarians who are like literally in the process of like sex trafficking minors, which is what he's doing very openly and very well in a very well documented capacity. Why is it always those people who are like the government are doing sex trafficking? It's so strange, dude. Like, when he says he wants to kill the Sinaloa cartel, I feel as though that is coming from a place of jealousy. You know what I mean? Like, he's just jealous that, like, the Sinaloa cartel has been significantly more effective as, like, a business entity than he ever could have imagined. Whether it be making drugs or doing a bunch of crimes, or even taking over an entire region and controlling it, like as a form of government. Like, he tried to do it in fucking Belize and failed, basically. So he was just like upset that's why when they asked him, hey, who would you kill if you had the opportunity? He's like, the Sinaloa cartel. It's because he was jealous.
Government was issuing passports to Hezbollah terrorists in order to infiltrate the United States with individuals having links to terrorist organizations. While, quote, Hezbollah is using the Zeta drug transportation network to transport something similar in weight and size to the drugs that the Zetas know so well how to slip into the States. In return, Hezbollah is providing know-how to the Zetas in advanced weaponry. I'm not making any of this up. By late November of 2012, he was off to Guatemala with 2 Vice magazine journalists, Amy Emschwiller, Samantha, a guy named Keith, and his driver, Tom Mangard. McAfee wrote that he used subterfuge to thwart the Belizean government's effort to capture him. He said that he had advanced teams driving ahead of him and reporting activity at checkpoints. He claimed that one of the advanced team drivers was a man who legally changed his name to John McAfee 30 years prior and had been acting as his double ever since. His other plan to pass checkpoints involved the rain.
Brilliant.
McAfee had a hunch that the Belizean authorities never did anything whatsoever while it was raining. He wrote that because of the rain, they passed all checkpoints without being stopped. He also posted a photo of an officer leaning on the hood of a car with others huddled inside. I can't comment on the veracity of the Belizean authorities' supposed allergy to rain, but there is one thing that I can confirm that McAfee actually did do. While driving towards the southern border, he did trick the press into believing that he was arrested in Mexico, and there's footage of him doing this.
He was arrested with a fake ID, and so you cannot give them the name of that ID.
He got arrested with a fake ID, so they don't know that it's him that they have.
Okay, so that was something, right? Needless to say, it's mostly bullshit. So now it's time to go over the real story. After Greg Fall was found dead, McAfee did go into hiding, but definitely not in the dense jungles of Belize. Instead, he sat cozy in a motel for the next 3 weeks, rather than keeping a...
Damn, dude. Just absolute madness that he was able to evade the authorities by driving around and staying at a hotel. Remarkable, really.
Low profile, McAfee did everything in his power to acquire as much attention as possible.
And to see how McAfee, who is Well, listen, let's go back to 2012. He's a hardcore drug addict at this point. He's just effed up out of his mind. And he's on the run. He's like, holed up in some cheap motel on the outskirts of Belize City. And most people would be absolutely losing their marbles. And here's a guy who's like, okay, Tom, go get me a whole bunch of burner phones. I'm going to start calling international journalists and turning this into a sensation, which he did. Yeah, his escape. When he wasn't even, I mean, think about it. There wasn't even an arrest warrant out for him. And he's like, I'm on the lam, and he's spinning this whole narrative about this, which is ridiculous. But how many journalists have any knowledge of like how Belize, where even Belize is, let alone how the government works? And this idea that like Belize is like this super efficient police state with like SWAT teams poised on the top of every coconut tree. I mean, the whole thing was just so ludicrous, but it was such an education in how to hack the media.
He was on the phone non-stop with Joshua Davis, who live tweeted every development. Then he made a blog and a Twitter. On November 17th, he wrote a total of 5 essay-length entries onto his blog. The first one was an introduction, but instead of writing about his time on the run, he chose to accuse Jeff Wise of cheating on his wife with a young woman who was part of McAfee's inner circle back when Wise was covering McAfee's aerotrekking days.
Oh, yeah. I think he might have done that more than once. He did that while he was on the run.
Yeah.
He did something like, oh, yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I know why he attacked me in the first place. I mean, that was pretty, understandable. Why he retracted it, I don't know. I mean, he certainly isn't worried about liability or anything. I mean, I should say it's not true, but I don't know. That was a weird thing.
9 days later, McAfee posted a submission with a headline reading, "An apology to Jeff Wise," which was followed up by, "I have erroneously accused Jeff Wise of improper behavior on a reporting trip that he did to my flying ranch in New Mexico. His online presence confused those following..."
Wait. I gotta read the rest of it. What is he saying?
...ranch in New Mexico.
Shit. I finally received the photos from that trip, and I was going to publish them. And when I looked at them, to my horror, it was a different reporter, whose name I will obviously not release, from a different magazine on a different trip. I wish I could excuse myself due to the fact that I did dozens of interviews and appeared in dozens of magazines during my flying times in New Mexico, and could be expected to be confused, but that is no excuse. Jeff's trip did not even include a campfire session. I was wrong. I apologize. I know that does not help, but I am truly sorry. I find this so odd, dude. He's like, what an honorable person, dude.
...proper behavior on a reporting trip that he did to my flying ranch in New Mexico. His online presence confused those following the story, who wondered whether McAfee might unintentionally expose his location due to his overwhelming online presence. He responded with, "I founded one of the largest computer security firms in the world. Of course I won't let my IP address be known." After countless Twitter and blog posts, McAfee embarked on a press junket. He spoke to Alex Jones.
And he is on with us today. Sir, thank you for reaching out to us.
Joe Rogan.
Hello?
Hello?
Mr. McAfee.
Yes.
It's Joe Rogan. How are you, sir?
CNN.
Did you kill Greg Fall? I barely knew the man, and why would I kill him? He was a neighbor that lived 200 yards down the beach.
Do you really believe that this is a vendetta by the government of Belize to take you down and kill you?
Absolutely, sir.
My man never says no, by the way. It's kind of funny.
He also appeared on NBC and offered a reward of $25,000 to whoever finds the killer of Greg Fall.
This morning, we told you how McAfee had announced a $25,000 Belizean reward for the arrest of the real killer. That's about $12,500 US.
By November 31st, he hooked up with a Vice journalist and videographer who covered his journey into Guatemala. Once in Punta Gorda, they arranged for a boat to take them into Livingston. Looks like a good time. Ooh, dolphins. Then they traveled into Fronteras, and finally into Guatemala City. Once in Guatemala City, the guys from Vice, editor-in-chief Rocco Castoro, and videographer Robert King put together an article with a headline that read, "We are with John McAfee right now, suckers." They also posed for a picture together, which turned out to be a huge mistake. Someone noticed that the photograph still contained GPS location data embedded by the phone that took it. That person then tweeted, "Check the metadata in the photo." Oops. Soon the world knew.
Dude, that's so funny, dude. Hey, you want to know the inherent irony? The weakest point of any fucking cybersecurity system is humans. That is the most exploitable point. And there you go. John McAfee should have fucking known that inviting other humans into your fucking house and like running from the goddamn law while doing that was a mistake. Especially if you were going to post photos from that experience without deleting the fucking exfil or whatever the fuck it's called, the metadata. Exfil, whatever. The metadata. Even I know that. And I don't even know what it's fucking called.
John McAfee's exact location, which was poolside at the hotel and marina, Nanawana, in Isabel, Guatemala. In response, McAfee tried to bluff his way out of it. He claimed that he knowingly disclosed his location in order to throw his pursuers off of his tail. After Robert King from Vice went online to echo his assertion, Matt Honan of Wired.com wrote that he followed an egregiously stupid action with a far worse one. By lying for John McAfee, King, a photojournalist, was intentionally aiding and abetting a fugitive. Vice later put out a statement saying that it wouldn't comment about its reporting of the McAfee case.
By the way, this is such fucking 2012 Vice, dude. They used to do shit like this all the fucking time, dude. Great. Back when Vice was kind of cool, even though they were like... Then they got acquired by Murdoch. Or Murdoch bought a piece of them, and then all hell broke loose since then. They've just been dog shit.
After having
even back then, they were annoying.
His location exposed, McAfee relocated to another hotel. There he met with Samantha's uncle.
How else would I have learned about Crocodile and so many other things if... I mean, they still make, like, good content. Don't get me wrong. From time to time, which we watch all the time. But, like... How else would I have known about Crocodile as a child? Okay? Not as a child, but, like, as a young adult, I guess. Yeah, don't they do content on dumb Twitch streamers? Yeah, exactly. North Korea. They did so many cool videos. They were terrible.
Lawyer and the former Attorney General of Guatemala, Telesforo Guerrera, who he hired.
The cannibal warlords in Liberia.
While enjoying a delicious-looking breakfast, McAfee had some kind words to say about Samantha.
She is a remarkable young woman.
Or not the cannibal warlords in Liberia. Where were the cannibal warlords in? Were they in Liberia? Oh, it was. Okay, good. Yeah, General Butt Naked.
And we are getting married. So,
good one on Colombia drug. Yeah, I remember that one too. The Colombian drug that makes people act normal but then forget everything that happened the next day. Dude.
Fortunately, you will have a potential criminal in the family now.
Then he went for a haircut and had his gray roots touched up. After all, he had a press meeting to attend, so he had to look presentable. He told press that he planned to seek asylum in Guatemala and to share documentation proving the intense corruption at all levels of the Belizean government. On December 6th of 2012, McAfee was arrested outside of his hotel by Interpol for entering the country illegally. He was then taken to a detention center. Although he had been arrested, he seemed upbeat, writing on his blog, quote, "I'm in jail in Guatemala, vastly superior to Belize jails. I asked for a computer, and one magically appeared. The coffee is also excellent." Guatemalan authorities kept him there while they waited for the foreign ministry to give word of what to do with him. Both the Guatemalan and Belizean authorities were left scratching their heads. The Belizean police put out a statement saying that there was no warrant for McAfee's arrest, and Guatemala's foreign minister said that although his government was unaware of any arrest warrant, he would study McAfee's asylum request once presented. According to an unnamed source in the Guatemalan government, there was no reason to detain Mr. McAfee because there was no legal case against him pending in the country. It was unclear why McAfee even sought asylum in Guatemala, since there were no restrictions on his travels, so he didn't even need special status to stay in the country. The Prime Minister of Belize, Dean Barrows, summed it up succinctly.
I don't want to be unkind, but it strikes me that he's extremely paranoid. In fact, I would go so far as to say bonkers.
Still, McAfee did enter Guatemala illegally, and even though there was no extradition treaties between the countries, Guatemala intended to honor Belize's request to send him back. In response, McAfee took to his blog with a plea. Please email the president of Guatemala and beg him to allow the court system to proceed to determine my status in Guatemala. Later that day, McAfee suddenly collapsed in the detention center and was rushed to hospital. Then he was carried out of the detention center on a stretcher and taken to the hospital with a gaggle of press in tow. Watching the footage, it's immediately obvious that he didn't have a heart attack at all. Regardless, it was reported that his lawyer said he suffered from 2 mild heart attacks. His hospital stay was brief. The doctor who examined him said he was fine. His heart rhythm and blood pressure were normal, and he appeared to only be suffering from high stress. A few hours later, he was taken back to the detention center. McAfee later clarified the situation, stating that it was all a ruse in order to take advantage of a window of time which would allow an appeal to go through before he was deported back to Belize. Within a few days, it was announced that he would be placed on board an American Airlines flight to Miami. After being escorted to the airport by Guatemalan officials, McAfee told the press this.
I've been running through jungles and rivers and oceans, and I think I need to rest for a while.
That's all you need to know now.
Okay,
Hello and welcome to the final part of the John McAfee series. Now let me catch you up to date on what McAfee's been up to since 2012. After being deported from Guatemala, McAfee landed in Miami and checked into a South Beach hotel. The next day, he hired a prostitute named Janice at a beachside Miami cafe. The two fell in love, but threatening the relationship was a violent pimp named Suave, who McAfee claimed he had to rescue her from. After his heroics, the two moved to Portland, where they married in 2013. As we all know by now, McAfee loves to spin a self-mythologizing yarn to just about anyone who will listen.
Oh yeah.
So it's no wonder that he spent the better half of 2013 occupied with the development of...
For as wild as his life was, he surely did embellish a lot, especially stories that made him look horrible, like a horrible monster, even though he was a horrible monster in many ways. But he absolutely fucking... Bro, you're obsessed with this guy? I have no response to this, dude. Like, no, he wasn't. Why? Did you guys forget that he literally fucking held a woman against her will and drugged her? And had sex with 17-year-old prostitutes who he sex trafficked? Hired a hitman to murder his neighbor? Did a truck execution on someone else? Like, what the fuck? He was not a good guy.
Books, movies, graphic novels, and documentaries being made about his highly colored life.
This is Clark's treatment.
So this is the tagline, James Bond meets Scarface.
With a little Indiana Jones. Right. So it's all three, kind of.
In May of 2013, he told USA Today that he had spent the previous months eluding assassins sent from Belize and being shot at. He said he was constantly on the move, from town to town, and hotel to hotel. As a warning to his supposed pursuers, he announced that he's always armed and has won numerous shooting contests. Further adding to his paranoia, a bushfire burnt down his compound in Belize 4 days after he spoke to USA Today. When asked about it, McAfee said, "I believe that there are a select few with great power in Belize that will go to great lengths to harm me. This fire was not just a strange coincidence. It was around this time that McAfee began to embrace his public persona as an eccentric and self-destructive millionaire. Prior to that, he presented himself as a strict teetotaler, one who took out newspaper ads to expose drug houses in his neighborhood. As Mac 10 told me, he banned the use of any substance on his property.
No one couldn't take alcohol or no one couldn't drink. It was an alcohol-free zone, and so it was a drug-free zone. You know, so not sure where that came from, but I didn't see him drinking, and nowhere on his compound had alcohol.
But somehow, within a few years, he went from this.
By the way, I stopped using all drugs, selling drugs, or accessing drugs a little over 30 years ago, so this is not a recent part of my history.
To this.
Would you mind if I shoot up heroin on camera?
I would advise you against that.
Okay, dude.
I'm not shooting it up. I'm just getting ready for it. I will see you guys later, okay? I gotta start my tune, right?
It was great talking to you, man. You take care.
Bye-bye.
With his brash and irreverent video titled How to Uninstall McAfee.
Was this TOS? I remember wanting to watch this, but I was like worried.
He solidified his gonzo image in the minds of its millions of viewers.
You know, something went wrong. 15 years ago, I had some beautiful software and they took it over. I don't know what they did. It was like the time I hired that Bangkok prostitute to do my taxes while I fucked my accountant.
In late 2013, while living in Montreal, Canada, he was evicted from his Portland apartment, seemingly due to a lack of payments. There was a stalking complaint filed against McAfee after the building's property manager received emails from him that mentioned threatening associates from a motorcycle club and his arsenal of weapons. A judge granted a temporary protective order against McAfee and scheduled a January 3rd hearing, which McAfee didn't attend. He told Men's Journal that he spent the year fleeing from the Sinaloa cartel. In actuality, he worked as a consultant in Montreal before moving to a small town in Kentucky called Lexington. By 2015, he went into business with a tech incubator called Roundhouse. Then he started a company called Future 10th Central, which acquired cybersecurity products. One such product was called Divasive, which protected users from malicious apps attempting to gain access to their phone's features that are sensitive to infiltration, such as its camera and Wi-Fi. Divasive ended up being a commercial failure. He became the chairman and CEO of MGT Capital Investments.
His music is murdering my brain.
After meeting its former head, Robert Ladd, who asked him to come on board. At the time, MGT was ostensibly focused on acquiring, developing, and monetizing intellectual property assets. But in reality, it functioned as a penny stock pump and dump that would go on to be investigated by the SEC and face a class action lawsuit. MGT wanted McAfee to be the face of their company, since he was sure to create a buzz. And that he did. MGT became the second most traded stock in the United States within a week, and saw a 1,000% stock jump after McAfee was named CEO. But the effects were temporary. There was the matter of some infighting between McAfee and investor Barry Honig, but that's not the reason that MGT sunk into obscurity. The reason was because it was all a scam. Quote, MGT has been run like nothing but a pump and dump since May. MGT hired John McAfee to pump the stock price, which he did very well on Twitter. MGT hired paid promoters like StockBeast.com to pump the stock price. MGT used misleading forward-looking statements and forward-looking promises in all of their press releases to help pump the stock price. MGT was all about promotion and nothing about current business operations. Soon, MGT was removed from the New York Stock Exchange. And in 2018, MGT was hit with a class action lawsuit over...
Yeah, this guy, would it surprise all of you that, you know, he was a big crypto buff as well? I mean, you know this already, but... Shocked.
For allegations that its former CEO participated in a pump and dump scheme to manipulate the price of company shares. Surprisingly, McAfee managed to get out relatively unscathed. He left the company in August 2017 and set his sights onto the cryptocurrency craze. With his tech background and wild man image, McAfee was well suited to become a major figure in the 21st century gold rush that is the cryptocurrency world.
I got an arsenal, a bunch of big guns, drugs, and some cars to pull. Cars holes with the crypto paid in full. A bunch of hating motherfuckers writing articles about McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, don't fuck with my dogs.
He broke onto the scene in a big way.
Okay, we gotta watch that in its entirety. Please go ahead. Someone please send that to me. That's oh my god. Don't fuck with my dogs. Like, you know what that is. Have you ever been contacted by RTTV? Yes. Numerous times.
He famously declared that if one Bitcoin was not worth $1 million by December 31st, 2020, he would eat his dick on national television. Someone made a website to track his promise. On it, you can see that Bitcoin is currently sitting at around $5,000, which is...
Will McAfee eat his own dick? Yes. 89% below McAfee's bets price target. The coin bros, dude.
Genius. Yeah, coin bros. Let your gang. Hey, yo, John, how the hell I get this damn antivirus off my PC, dog? Woo! What you know about the streets? What you know about Belize? What you know about faking your own heart attack just to ditch the police? Cardiac. What you know about privacy? I got a bad bitch on side of me. Janice. I got the FBI I see. All of these hackers are trying me. Trying to get them a peek. Trying to get all on my Twitter for that coin of the week. I got China trying to ban every time that I speak. And now we got Trump. Bet you wish you voted for me. I got an arsenal, a bunch of big guns, drugs, and some cars to pull. Cars holes with the crypto paid in full. A bunch of hating motherfuckers writing articles about McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, don't fuck with my dogs. Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, don't fuck with my dogs. Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. Woo! Some people think I'm psychotic. I'm riding something exotic. I got no need for a...
Wait, what is he riding that's something exotic?
I got no need for a rubber. I'm whipping up antibiotics.
Bro, this is like dark alternate dimension Noel Miller, dude. My man's literally in a Camaro. What the fuck? This is so good.
I only fuck with the crypto. I got no need for a pocket. Bitcoin 2020, a million. I hope that you bought it. Sitting in the tub, got my girl pouring bath salt. Picking ICOs, it's a motherfucking cash vault. Riding in the Bentley, burning asphalt. Hating on my Twitter, get a motherfucking blackball. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, don't fuck with my dogs. Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs, don't fuck with my dogs. Woo! Crypto flipping, woo! In the lab just mixing, woo! You gon' see my vision, got hoes shooting at me and they just keep missing. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. McAfee, John. Don't fuck with my dogs.
Dude, just every libertarian has a security unit of like, why does this guy just look like John Stossel? Like, how? Like, why does every libertarian have one guy that looks like John Stossel in the fucking team? So that is John Stossel. Oh my God. This is awesome, dude. This is awesome. He's just like, he's just living a Midwestern king life, dude. He's just living like he's just living an upper middle class Midwestern lifestyle, and they made a rap music video out of it.
Don't fuck with my dogs. Crypto flipping. In the lab just mixing.
They're not in Belize. This is in Lexington, Kentucky, boys. That's not.
McAfee. Don't fuck with my dogs. Don't fuck with my dogs.
Dude, this is my favorite. Like, just like the hoorah, military vet looking guy. And this tactical, kitted out pistol, dude. It's great. Look at this, look at this gun, bro. This is the lamest excuse for a drug lord mansion. It just looks like a rich grandma house, because it is. Sorry, son, I'm no longer a socialist. John McAfee as Libertarian pilled me goodbye. Nipples protruding, very disrespectful. Okay, let's keep going.
This is 89.22% below his prediction. With 643 days remaining, it's unlikely that his prophecy will come true. It's also unlikely that he'd ever make good on his promise. Something similar happened when McAfee announced that he'd give $250,000 to anyone who could hack his unhackable Bitcoin wallet called BitFi. It was hacked. A teenage hacker even figured out how to play Doom on it. But McAfee refused to pay up. Even still, his ability to move cryptocurrency markets with a single tweet is undeniable. Whenever he promotes a coin, it surges in value. But he does have...
Wow, that's so strange that, like, this guy who was a charlatan for so fucking long, like, who was a designated charlatan, was still able to move cryptocurrency. That's so weird. It's almost like a lot of these crypto bros just, you know, are no different than the Midwestern moms that got sucked into fucking multi-level marketing schemes, dude. Just younger.
His fair share of critics. Some say that he uses his influence to run pump and dump schemes. The theory goes that he buys obscure altcoins, tweets out his approval for them, and then takes advantage of the temporary price momentum by selling off his previously purchased coins. Currently, McAfee says he's on the run from the IRS.
I have not paid taxes for 8 years. I've made no secret of it. I have not filed returns.
Oops.
Every year I tell the IRS I'm not filing a return. I have no intention of doing so. Come and find me. Not illegal? Today, January 22nd, the IRS has convened a grand jury in the state of Tennessee to charge myself, my wife, Mrs. McAfee, 4 of my campaign workers with unspecified IRS crimes of a felonious nature.
Thing is, there's no proof that the IRS has any plans to indict him at all. Presently, McAfee is situated somewhere in the Bahamas. Those following his Twitter are treated to daily updates of his shenanigans from the Freedom Boat, a yacht lent to him by a fan. You should follow him though. Sometimes he tweets about fucking whales.
Wait, is there like a photo here of him whale fucking or anything like that?
He's also running his 2020 campaign from the aforementioned yacht. He announced plans to recruit 20,000 clones who will wear John McAfee masks and act as his surrogates on the campaign trail. They're set to appear in areas where McAfee wants to speak and broadcast a live feed of his voice through loudspeakers. I left out a lot of things for brevity's sake, but here's a quick rundown of some trademark batshit insanity from John McAfee since 2012. In 2017, he went on a naked shooting spree in his Tennessee home after thinking that he heard an intruder. The FBI investigated it. They found nothing. McAfee told Newsweek that his house is a fortress. Quote, I eat, sleep, and shower with a pistol in my hand. When I enter the main house from my bedroom, secured with a 10-gauge...
This is unironically the future, past, and present libertarians want. He was just living it. This is what I'm saying. Like... So... I will conclude in a second, once this video is done, what I think about McAfee's death.
Solid steel door. My 2 German shepherds and 1 pit bull precede me. Moments before I emerge, I call my head of security and request that my detail all be sitting in reclining chairs with their feet up, a vulnerable position since I am standing and armed. This is not a fun situation. He also once said that he was poisoned in a tweet which read, I apologize for my 3-day absence, but I was unconscious for 2 days at the Vidant Medical Center in North Carolina and just woke up. My enemies managed to spike something that I ingested. However, I am more difficult to kill than anyone can possibly imagine. I am back. And for those who did this, you will soon understand the true meaning of wrath. I know exactly who you are. You had better be gone. So it's time to bring this series to an end. To me, John McAfee represents the worst and the best that humanity has to offer. On one hand, he's probably a psychopath, but on the other hand, his life story also inspires awe. I genuinely look forward to whatever the hell it is that he does next. And you know, if what's next is a prison sentence, well, I'd probably shrug and think that he had it coming. Thanks to everyone who's been watching, and a thanks to future viewers as well. That's it for now. Until then, stay tuned for more weird stories.
What happened next was murder. I mean, not murder. Why did I say that? Oh my God, John McAfee made me say that. Okay, so do I think that John McAfee killed himself? Or was he actually murdered? Because he did get a tattoo of himself promoting an altcoin called Whacked in honor of the government pursuing him. Absolutely not. You're a fucking idiot if you think he got murdered. This was a great refresher on the trials and just the life of John McAfee. Here's a guy who greatly exaggerated his impact and is a fascinating character to watch for how interesting he was naturally. But I absolutely believe that once he was caught by the government and was slated to be extradited to the United States of America, I don't even think he was depressed. I think that he just wanted to kill himself in one final big hurrah, I guess. To basically just say like, oh yeah, no, I got murdered. Or he didn't actually die. I don't know how you could fake your own death though, because this heart attack thing you could get away with in Guatemala maybe, but to be fair, after Epstein, it's really hard to think he killed himself. No, it's not, dude. Unless you're a fucking dumbass, okay? And let me tell you why. Because it's the top of the hour, and you're not even aware that the 60-second ad break is coming. But worry not, because you can avoid those ads by subscribing. Either with a Twitch Prime for free or with a $5 subscription. Or with a VPN or ad block. Okay? But the ad break comes for all. That was a great transition again. Fuck, I'm so good at these segues. Anyway, look. Jeffrey Epstein was involved with like every fucking world leader and billionaire even after he got a slap on the wrist sentence for sex trafficking on American soil. Okay? The guy who gave him that sweetheart deal then went on to work in the Trump administration. If you think that Jeffrey Epstein was not or did not have like incredibly compromising information on top level U.S. officials, members of the fucking royal family, and like the likelihood that he could have been fucking murdered, especially considering the incredibly suspicious circumstances of his death, you're ridiculous. If you think that McAfee had anything, like John McAfee had anything remotely close to what Jeffrey Epstein had as far as like literal personal information. You are out of your fucking mind, dude. John McAfee was a delusional libertarian degenerate who loved to troll and loved the memes, and he's a fascinating character to watch. But if you think that he was like in any way a serious person in the same way that Jeffrey Epstein was, you are out of your fucking mind. You've been lost in the goddamn sauce. Okay? You've been lost in the fucking sauce, and you think like anytime someone dies in prison, you're like, oh, that's a murder. Like, there has to be a reason. And a guy who was like caught for openly tax evading in America, when you can just literally be rich enough to avoid taxes and offshore your earnings, like, which is super dumb, and an extent that like libertarians will go to for some weird reason. Like, if you think that happened, if you think that was like, why would they fucking murder? Who would murder John McAfee, and for what reason? Like, you're delusional, and probably a crypto bro. Let's be real. It's not hard to believe that he had access to a lot of incriminating information given his skills and connections in the InfoSec community. No, you're trying to do that so you can spin a narrative in your head that sounds cooler than like he just killed himself for fucking one last big troll. He just wanted to be remembered in like this crazy way. Instead of going away and rotting for the rest of his life in prison, because he was going to probably go to jail for 30 years. And he definitely would have died in prison at that point. If he didn't die, he would have been out in 30. He's already like 70 years old, or however the fuck old he is. Like, he was like, this is a much more poetic way to go out. Sorry. He was 76 years old? Yeah, it's crazy. You just want to think he got whacked. And if we're, entertaining fun conspiracies, that's one thing. If we're just like memeing, that's one thing. But if you genuinely think he was fucking whacked, you're delusional. I'm sorry. Okay? He wasn't in the sex trafficking business. He was just a pedo-sex tourist. Yeah. He wasn't sex trafficking beyond like his own wife / 17-year-old girlfriend. Anyway, the Belizean government finally got to him. Yeah. Guys, like literally everything, like every part of his life points to him just being like, points to him trying to make himself out to be significantly more serious than he actually was. I don't know how you can't see this.
Saying,
this is part 4 of the Britney saga, the Free Britney saga. But from what I understand, this is just about Stan content, isn't it? McAfee's last interview talks about who was trying to kill him. Tinfoil Hat podcast. Okay, dude. First of all, I'm not going to listen to Tinfoil Hat podcast. And secondly, yeah, he was fucking delusional. He thought everyone was out to get him. Did you not see how many times he like made it seem as though people were like trying to murder him. How many Latin American government officials do you want to hear from that is like, we don't have anything on this guy. I don't know why he thinks like we're, you know, I don't know why he's like evading authorities. He literally sought asylum when there was no warrant for his arrest. Like, if that doesn't fucking, if it's 55 minutes of album talk, I'm telling you, yeah, we are not watching that then. Can your mind handle a whole video of Britney Stan content? No, I can't do that. New Mad Orchard and Second Thought instead of Britney. There was a the video that I wanted to actually watch. Hold on, let me just look. What do you think of Snowden's take? I think Snowden is like, I don't know, he's getting a little weird lately. He had some takes that, yeah, I will get to the LSF drama that I will get to the LSF drama in a little bit, okay? I will. Chill. Jesus Christ. Have you seen Glenn Greenwald recently? The man's insane. No. I don't think Edward Snowden is going the way of Glenn Greenwald. But he, like, the stuff that he said about McAfee is just, like, surprising. Like, usually he vets the shit that he says, you know what I mean, before he says it. Oh, Paul Bernardo. I've actually heard about Paul Bernardo from a Canadian person. This was one of the most high-profile cases in Canada of all time, right? Him and his wife. And his wife actually got away. Kind of. The Invasion of the Normans, a Twitch story with 4,000 views, dude. Why are you fucking promoting your own video? I think Snowden is just really sensitive to the extradition topic given his circumstances. I have to pee so bad again. Holy shit, I've been drinking a lot. A lot. Yeah, Paul Bernardo's wife is actually out of prison now. The Tony Robbins video seems kind of good.
Clearly, there's no desire.
Hi guys, and welcome to a brand new video. Now I feel like getting all hyped up for this one. So what better way to get inspired as to achieve your...
I don't know. God damn it, I can't remember what the fuck. Lol at Hasan, believing the media narrative? Yeah, dude. The media narrative is always wrong. You're correct. Some people are so fucking stupid. I'm sorry, dude. Like, I have to pee so bad, but I'm not gonna do that before I finish. Before I find what I wanted to watch. Stop linking me the interview with the cannibal. I'm not gonna do that. There are people in this chat that have like their favorite videos, and if I don't watch their favorite videos, they will die. They will literally die. Like, I have to watch their favorite videos. So they will absolutely fucking keep spamming them until I inevitably watch their favorite video. And every time I'm like, I'm looking for a specific video, and they're like, oh, it's time to fucking link that same exact video, dude. You know? I mean, I want to watch the new Jubilee, who is not bisexual.
Like hear that you're bi as a girl.
Yes.
And then, of course, it's like
the bi visibility content. That video is not safe for stream, by the way. Oh, thank you. Trump and Rubin interview? No, I'm not going to do that. Producer Michael and Nile Niami.
Ring the bell.
Oh my God, they went together to another. Oh my God, new Nile Niami content.
We are back at the one, and today it's not to see the house, although I'm sure we'll see pieces of it.
It is to see the one, and I am right here.
So, as I was saying, we're at the one, we're here with Nile, and today we're going to meet with Avi from Avi & Co. in New York City, who's flown in to show both Nile and myself.
This is the one. I'll figure out exactly what I wanted to watch in a little bit. Hold on.
Some amazing watches. If I'm not mistaken, about $20 million worth of watches. There's the man. Good to see you, man.
How you doing, man?
All good. Avi, meet Nile.
Pleasure, man.
Hey, Joe. How are you? So where's the bag of watches?
They're actually on the way. Should be here any second.
How's it coming? Helicopter?
I brought too much merchandise. I had the armored car to come pick it up.
Oh, cool.
You said come heavy. I came heavy, Mike.
Well, we can't wait to see what you've got. Do you want to see a bit of the biggest house in the world while
Of
we're waiting?
course.
So, Avi, you got a gorgeous box there.
You like it?
I love it.
It's pretty heavy.
It's absolutely spectacular. But I have a feeling I'm going to like the content more than the box.
Nile, you ready or what?
I am ready.
Oh my goodness me. That's the sickest collection of Richard Milles I've ever seen.
Wow.
Nile, you like rose gold? You like red? You like
gold.
white?
I don't know. I want to see all of them. Is there something more special?
There is something wrong with rich people, dude. I mean, seriously. And the greatest evidence is that their watches always look like dog shit. I wish I wasn't peeing while before this fucking box popped off, because you would have told me I was pre-watching this. Because I know for a fucking fact that, like, just all of these, like, top watches are so fucking ugly, dude. The uglier they are, the more expensive they are. And it is mind-boggling, okay? It's so strange.
Underneath?
Oh, yeah. How did you know?
Well,
oh, those are blingy.
Bling blow.
I could spend the next 6 hours just going through
Michael,
these watches.
did you see this one?
That
The
is
new 5990? I'm sure you didn't see it.
I've never seen one in person.
It just came
pictures.
out.
Adam, look at this watch.
I like the top ones because these are like...
So this watch here is selling for about 3 times its list, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
About 4.
4. So how much is this watch?
400.
400,000.
Can
so
you
that
imagine?
costs 100,000
in
when
the
you
store.
bought it.
You can walk, and you can walk to the store. They're probably not going to give it to you, but that's 100,000 in the store.
That would look good on your wrist.
It's too small.
Put it on. No, it's not small.
I like these.
This is the beast. Just try this on. This is like
these,
an elegant watch.
This motherfucker can't buy any watches, producer Michael. What are you doing? He literally can't buy any of these watches. He is in a tremendous amount of debt. How is he going to buy shit? He's broke, bro. He's sitting on a fucking depreciating asset that absolutely zero people want, that he paid way too much fucking money for. He's on the verge of, like, full-blown bankruptcy. Why would he be buying watches? How would he be buying watches? Crazy.
You go into a meeting.
Wurzburg had another Islamist terror attack today. Can you react to it? What the fuck happened? Yeah, dude, let me react to a terror attack that's like breaking news. Sounds good. Sounds like a good idea. That never goes wrong. Let's do that.
So here's a question for you, Avi.
Yeah.
Since you sell so many of these super high-end watches, when people buy them, do they buy them mainly to be seen wearing them?
People that buy them, they actually like wearing them.
I mean, why does somebody pay 3 or 4 times the retail price?
Because he can't
for
get
one
it.
of these?
If you like this watch, for example, and you have money, and you go to different Richard Mille stores, they say, hey, I like this red 1103. Can I buy it? Sorry, we have a waiting list. We have a waiting list.
I mean, he's not wrong, kind of. Like, he's kind of not wrong. It's a pretty pathetic reason to want to get it. But this is rich person stan content. Absolutely zero people will be standing these people here, and will openly look at how ugly these fucking things are and make fun of rich people for having way too much money and purchasing dumb shit like this.
But you have money to pay for it. You get tired of waiting. At the same time, you know the value is there. If you pay $400,000, you know you come back later, it's still 400 or more.
You see that, Adam?
You know I love this watch.
Okay, so here's a question. Which one do you like better? With the diamonds on the band or without the diamonds? It's the identical watch.
I think if you're going to have the diamond
you
bezel...
might as well do it, right?
Okay, so this is the RM11 FM. This is the smaller one.
Okay. Don't bang them together.
Is there? You have to worry about that? That costs so much? I don't think so. Which one?
Buy one, get one free.
Okay, all right. Oh, wait, what about this one? Really? Because that's what they gave me at the Grand Bazaar. Or this? No. This is a bigger face.
Yeah, but look, you see, that's a, yeah. Go ahead.
What?
This is a two-tone. It's rose and titanium. I think, Michael, you have one of these also, right?
I do, yeah.
And this is
exactly the same with the yellow band on it.
Oh, now I can't get it. What the hell?
So I've never seen that strap.
It's
I've
a new
only
Velcro.
seen
This is the new Velcro.
Yeah, mine's got a rubber yellow strap on it.
So the fun part about these watches, they come with different color straps. They don't come with them, but you can get different color straps. Every time you change the strap, it's a whole new watch. Before we go for this one, I want to show you, this is the same watch, right?
Yeah.
It looks the same.
Yeah.
But it's not the same. You see the difference?
Mm-hmm.
One is full gold.
Yeah.
And one is rose and titanium. Now,
that's much heavier.
the difference in the price is about 100,000 between them, 120,000.
Those two little tiny bits of side gold, right?
Full gold and titanium, yep.
And you're going to tell us what the retail is, right?
I'll tell you what I'm asking.
Do we get it for retail or no?
No, not you get it for my retail.
Oh, okay, for sure.
I make my own retail.
I like that.
I sell market price. I go by the market.
Come on, but you can sell to everybody else.
Whatever I give you, I promise you're gonna get the best deal.
Okay, good. We'll talk about that off camera.
We can talk on camera too, but yeah. So this watch right here is 1103 rose titanium. That means you have rose gold on top and titanium on the side.
Yep.
A watch like this is 380,000.
Okay.
This full gold, 500,000. Now retail on these, 500,000. How much did you pay for this?
135,000.
He paid 135,000 in the store.
Can you go to the store and get it or no? You
I wish I could. I'd buy everyone. Every time I've been
exclusive.
offered a Richard Mille from the authorized dealer, I've always bought it, even if I didn't love the watch. I bought it because it would be crazy not to. It's like buying a Ferrari sticker.
Anything you buy from me goes above retail.
So if you go to a Richard Mille store, you can't even buy a watch?
You can buy a watch that's $1 million, $1.5 million, a tourbillon. There is a resale value, but very low. You will lose a lot of money. Try the full gold, see if you like the weight.
I'm sure I like the weight more, but
you see, Richard Milles became more of a statement watch.
Yeah.
It's amazing the difference in the weight, Adam, between the gold and titanium on the side. It's that little tiny piece, but it's nearly double the weight.
Really?
Who makes up the prices of what the upcharges are on watches?
Unfortunately, there's a market. There's a lot of dealers that basically they make the market. It's what we pay. It's what I pay and what I put on top.
Right.
Understand? If I'm asking 380,000, I pay very close to them.
Really?
Oh, very close. It's not like I make 200,000.
You can't go to Richard Mille like have a deal?
Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they don't want to sell me even
They
straps.
probably hate you, right?
No, they shouldn't hate me. Look what we're doing here.
Because they're like,
what are we doing here?
Promoting Richard Mille.
Yeah, but you're getting more money than they're getting, so you're making more profit there, and you're not running the company.
No, that's not true. If I make $15,000, $20,000 on a watch, they make 40%.
So yeah, whoever you're buying it from is making the profit.
So let me say something.
Like a guy like him, he paid 135,000, right? He's gonna come to me. He knows I'm asking 380. He's gonna say, "You want it for 350? Who makes the money? I'll sell it from 350 to 380." He paid 135.
And Richard Mille probably made that for 20 grand.
Probably, maybe.
Or less.
I don't know, maybe. I don't know, but listen, they have the best marketing.
Amazing marketing.
They did a supply and demand. They don't have so much supply. The demand is crazy. Every ball player, every artist, they want Richard Mille. Rich people. Rolexes, what's the most expensive Rolex you can wear?
200,000,
400,000, 500,000, you get a rainbow Daytona. You're like, that's it.
How much?
You tapped out.
That's the ladies. These are ladies.
Like this, I bought back from my customer. I sold it to him 2 years ago for 95,000. You know how much this watch today? 180.
Really?
180,000.
And do you think it'll continue to go up?
If it's gonna go into, if everything stays the same, yes.
So you're not really losing money by buying one, even though you're paying more for it.
How do you know somebody else will pay that much if you ever want to sell?
That's the going rate.
There's a lot of people like me that would pay for him.
Really?
Yeah, a lot. You have a resale value. So I see you don't like any small watches.
No, I don't like small
They're not
watches.
small. What about these AP tourbillons?
Yeah, try that. That's a new concept.
These are incredible watches.
This is the new concept.
Let you show it to the camera.
So this is the tourbillon concept. Just came
What,
out.
what kind of concept?
AP concept.
What does that mean, concept?
That's the name of the watch.
Oh.
That's the
like
name.
a concept.
You got it?
Yeah.
They call it the concept, yeah.
That's also very, very nice. How much is one of those?
That's 260.
So how much were these?
Retail?
Yeah.
It's about 180.
How much is this one retail?
Now it's about 180, I think 175. It used to be 135.
I don't even know anymore.
It's about 180.
The full gold one, are they?
So what they do is they make you buy $1 million tourbillon if you want to get this. And for example, you buy it, a year later, there's going to call you and going to say, hey, send us some pictures of the watch on your wrist if you want to buy another watch.
Oh.
Just to make sure you don't sell it and sell it to the gray market. How does this feel to you?
No. I don't.
I don't know, but just I want you to feel it.
Yeah, way too light.
How much do you think that watch is now?
Yeah, that's my question.
I don't know, but it's too tiny.
300,000.
No.
300,000.
On an elastic
Let me
band,
see
it
that,
feels
Abby.
like a 10-cent watch.
I love how you're just holding it with 2 fingers.
It weighs what, 20 grams?
No, not even 10, I think. No, it weighs
What's
about
in
maybe
this
15
box? I
grams.
can't see in this one.
Here
yet.
you go. Here,
Let's
have
see.
a look in here.
Ooh.
Let's talk. I can't believe this, Adam. Look
Avi, how, like, you're the man. For real?
How much money are we looking at here, Avi?
Here, probably like 15.
15,000.
Wow. I think that's
15 million.
15 million.
But here we have a couple of more.
Oh, those
I'm gonna
are the
leave
big
this for the
boys,
last.
right?
Let's see them.
You want to see him now or later?
Right now.
I want to see what he chooses.
I'm showing you until I'm going to tell you. Okay. So let me see.
You ready for
Yeah,
this?
I'm ready.
You ready for this?
I'm ready,
Are you taking all three of these?
Wait.
Adam, you ready for this?
I'm ready, I'm coming.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh wow. Are they the skull tourbillons?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Skull and the mask.
How much are these?
2.2.
Suck it.
2.2
For one watch.
for one watch.
Yeah. Tell me this isn't fucking insanity, dude. They're so ugly. Also, he basically admits to scam, which is even funnier. He's just like, doesn't give a fuck. He's like, yeah, these guys are very good at marketing and they just have very limited supply. So everybody fucking like, it's basically Supreme. It's literally the Supreme drop model. I don't understand why people can't recognize that like artificial scarcity and like a fake boost in demand is like the business model for so many of these like high fashion consumerist brands. It's literally it. It's so fucking dumb, dude.
But you said I could go in and buy a watch that's $1 million tourbillon and then...
This motherfucker needs to stop looking at watches and try to find someone who will buy his goddamn house, okay? People are making these fucking watches for like $10 in China and then selling it for $1 million, dude. Okay, not that much, but still, it's like, I mean, there's a lot of slave trade that goes on, slave labor that goes on into like finding the diamonds and shit. Ultimately, it's like literally a maximum 10K fucking thing that they're reselling, which he kind of alluded to, but didn't want to full blown say because he realized in the middle of like him saying, oh, you know, how much is the fucking cost to produce one of these? Like, oh, 20K probably. Like, he knows it's not. He fucking knows it's not, but he knew that if he was like literally like, oh, I don't fucking know, it's cheap as fuck. He was like, oh, well, I am selling it for $380,000.
So this is 2.2.
You're not gonna get that one. You're
How
gonna
much?
get
How much is this new?
So dumb.
retail, $1 million, about $1 million.
Come on. How could it be? What's the difference?
Difference with what? There's
Like,
18
with
pieces.
this?
This is 18 pieces in the world. That's it. You only have 18 of them.
Do you have any with just one piece?
One piece? It's piece unique. Yeah. 5 million, 6 million.
Okay, so I like this one.
I knew you were gonna like that one.
Okay, this is what I want to do. Okay, this is what we'll do. This is what we should do. What about you?
Oh, I like this package, Michael.
No, wait. But it's not
Business is booming.
Glad you came.
It's not happening now. Okay, so.
I can give you a rough number.
I don't want rough. How about this?
I want to know. Wait. I want to know. I want to hear that rough number.
Okay, no, this is what I want to do. I'm going to turn it on you, okay? You already were honest enough to tell me that they're way, way, way marked up. I want you to give me one price, and you know in your heart that is the best price where you're going to make some money and you're going to give it to me for a fair price, and that's the price we are sticking with.
I'm ready. Can I have a calculator? Michael, you have a number there?
Do I have a number?
Yeah.
What I think it should be?
Yeah.
No, don't cake his number.
No, I'm going to punch my numbers. My numbers are set already.
I'll show you my number.
What do you think, Michael?
That's my question. My number is set.
Okay, so I am going to say, this is because it's all of them, so I'm going to reduce them to what I think it normally would be.
Yes.
I'm putting this one down at $350.
Okay.
But you buy it for 100, no? 150?
You can't even take that into consideration because if you bought that today for $350, you could go make a profit on it tomorrow. So I'm trying to do fair numbers here.
Did I get the Ferrari one?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
This, I would say, is probably in the 500-ish range.
Mm-hmm.
So between, am I close so far?
We got it, yeah, 850.
This I'm going to say is probably 270-ish.
So 850, 270, what that makes?
Who's the mathematician?
112.
112. And this beast is, $2 million.
Can I see that up close, Michael?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
We had 312.
312.
That would be what I think would be a very fair price.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Honest.
Drop the bump?
Honest, where you know.
I like this guy. I'm gonna
where
take
you
down.
know there's no negotiating. Listen, this is important for you to change your life.
I just stooped down.
I am going to take whatever number you give me.
I just stooped down.
Make sure it's the number.
75,000 I deducted.
I don't care. How much? Okay. 3,275,000.
That's very close to what I said.
Yes.
Very close to what I said.
So let me just say one more thing.
I did well. I think
that's pretty good going.
Okay, so
that's a fair deal.
That's a deal. Not today, but
next week.
When the God Fund first money arrives. So, Johan, if you're watching this, you better make that wire. Okay. So that's the first one. I need all the boxes for them. Okay.
I have everything,
but I'm not done. I'm not done. One more thing. Call your guy.
How is this guy buying anything? There's no shot. He's broke, dude.
That has the Ferrari for 80,000 over. If he still has it, I want to get that price, right? And I'm going to add that to the amount of money I'm going to give to other people on the show at the same day.
Michael, I think it's time for you to playing games. This is right here.
You see, here's my problem with this. I don't understand where these numbers come from on this.
Neither do
right?
I don't understand any of these numbers.
As beautiful as you.
Wait, what the fuck? He literally said he sets the price. He literally said he sets the price, and now he's like, oh, I don't understand these numbers either. What the fuck?
No, I have a nice clip.
Bro, okay, is this ethical scamming? Because every single person that he's scamming is like so fucking rich, dude. Because you can't buy this if you're not like stupid rich. I kind of feel like he's like an ethical scammer in a weird way.
Of Richard Mills.
Yes.
Right? So I've been very fortunate. I was able to buy them at retail. So for me to buy one of these...
That you can't buy at retail. That's the problem.
You can't?
You can't. They're limited. They're all sold out.
What's this made of?
Black ceramic, I believe.
It's beautiful, but I'm going to give you that back. I'm going to give you all of these back as much as it hurts, and I'm going to look in this box.
Okay.
Will you swap this for this box?
That's how much the value of that earring?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. You know what you paid for that.
I know what I paid for it.
Which earring are you wearing? Let me see.
The pink.
Pink.
Is it intense?
Oh, okay.
Fancy intense, yeah.
How big?
361.
Okay.
Internally flawless.
How much a carat you paid?
A lot.
200?
Oh, way more.
300?
Way more.
500? More?
Yeah.
I'm done.
You're done? Okay, so you're at 500. So that's 1.4 your money.
No, more. 1.8.
Yes, 1.8.
Right.
So Will you give me 1.8 at your cost out of here for this?
I think just this watch right here, 4, 650.
This is a fun one.
$1 million.
But who wants one earring? What are you gonna do? Make a
He'll sell it.
diamond
He'll
ring?
sell it for double the money.
You know what? I don't like selling diamonds.
Really? Why?
He wears them.
I like selling them. I like wearing them. I just feel like they're not the best investments.
Colored diamonds are rare colors.
The problem is you need rare people who wants it.
Oh. You need rare people who wants one of these.
No, not for this. Everybody wants this. That's what supply and demand. This you have to wait for a buyer that wants a 3-carat, fancy intense. And the problem is when you have a 3-carat, you have 20 more than 310, 315, 330. He has so many options. They're all unique. Everyone is unique.
That's true.
So you got to be like the lucky guy to sell that one.
If I gave you my 5980 in exchange for this, what's the difference?
200.
What?
I'm giving you 200,000 for your watch. How much you want for it?
Well,
you never got 200,000 before. A
Never.
5980. Tell them what's a 5980.
It cost me 95 grand.
Dude, this guy is literally like, you know what this guy is? This is the lucky guy that had a good spawn point, okay? I see these dudes at the Turkish bazaar. Like, there is a million of these dudes just in Istanbul alone, okay? But he happened to be at the right place at the right fucking time, and now he's this guy. There are so many of this guy that just try to shark you and sell you fucking fake Louis Vuitton. Abla, Louis Vuitton. You know what I mean? Like, fake Louis Vuitton bags, like, everywhere, all around the world. He's just, like, lucky that he gets to do this to rich people in America.
He's getting 200.
What's this one?
So that's the white ceramic
White
AP
ceramic.
I've never seen a white
calendar,
ceramic.
right?
Try that on. You got to try this on. Don't say it's small. You have to try it on.
Too tiny.
Hold on, I'll turn around so you can see. That's a pretty watch.
Yeah,
right?
they're cool. I've never seen one of those before. Petrol calendar.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Expensive.
Yeah.
How much is it, Avi?
$275.
Wow.
And that's a price for you, Michael. I'm asking more.
What's the list on this?
Probably 100 plus minus.
It's that much money? Yeah. Can't get it off.
It's yours now.
Oh, there we go. It's a beautiful piece.
That's lovely. Do they do these petrol calendars in the regular, like the gold and stainless?
They do it in stainless and gold, yeah.
Right.
So this is exactly the same as mine, but in yellow, right?
Yes. This is very rare because you see the blue and the white.
How much is this, Avi?
175,000.
Wow.
And how much is mine?
Yours is going for around 120.
So why is this one so much more? It's the same watch.
It's rare. Usually they come black and white, they come red and blue. This is blue and white.
It's very pretty.
Very rare.
Which do you like better? You like this one?
I do, yeah.
Do you want to write down what you've bought?
No, I trust him because I have a picture. And even if I didn't, I would still trust him.
Thank you for the trust.
Oh, you got it.
He's a great guy.
Michael, like I said before, thank you for choosing me out of everybody you know. He knows so many dealers. He's been in every store, every dealer he knows. And he called me and he said, I want you to introduce you to my friend Nile.
Oh, great.
I didn't know you
And
were going to go.
and you
I didn't know you were going to go as
price,
this,
right?
but
You got a very good price. You got a very good price.
I
you spent a
guarantee
lot of
my
money.
prices.
You spent a lot of money.
Because money won't mean
You
anything.
bought good investments, Nile.
but
You bought good investments.
in today's world, Nile, in today's marketplace, that's a great buy.
So,
value-wise. What that'll be tomorrow or what it was yesterday is irrelevant. Breaks me down every time he does this.
All right,
So guys, firstly, huge thanks to Avi. All his information is going to be in the description. He flew here from New York with what, $20 million worth of watches. That's a big feat. And bought all these security guys and delivered by Brinks. I mean, amazing. Thank you so much for doing this. Not often do you get to see a selection like this. Nile, once again, thank you for allowing us in this magnificent house and showing Avi around and bringing these. And congratulations to you. These are fabulous. Good selection.
Don't say congratulations yet, but soon.
You said you're going to build the most expensive house. You did it.
Dude.
You're saying you're going to buy the watches. I'm sure you're going to do it.
He calls me last week. Last week he calls me and he says, Michael, I want a white Phantom. I said, okay, I'm not a car dealer. He says, but who can afford? Try Rolls Royce. I came up to see him the next day. He said, oh, look what I bought.
But not at Rolls Royce.
Well, wherever you bought it, he bought the White Phantom. That's the point of
Well, you don't know if I bought it or if White Rabbit bought it.
Somebody bought a White Phantom.
Somebody gave you a fact.
Can't win.
Who cares?
You know, listen, I just want to say to
I don't care what you say. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the bell.
Wait, they're
We're
asking
in it
something
to say
else.
goodbye.
Wait, no, one more thing. One more thing. Listen, because I thought this would be a good idea. I have the biggest, most expensive house.
So why did he just like scam him on camera? Like, that's kind of crazy. Why? This is literally like we just watched Michael fuck this guy, if he even has that kind of money or anything for that matter. This is the most confusing video that we've seen, dude. Oh, this guy, thank you for coming in from New York. Yeah, this guy's like, yeah, of course I'll come from New York, dude.
House in the urban world, right? It's going to make history, and we are going to have the kind of events that I told you about. We're going to have you know how big it's going to be.
I do.
Okay, so what I want to do is
Michael's like, I just made look at his face, by the way. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. This guy's going to realize that, like, it's not fucking, you're not going to be able to buy anything. But if he did, he would be making like a fat commission off this probably.
Watch manufacturer who's really good. You tell me they're really good. What I want to offer them is they make 2 of the 1 watches. One for me, they give to me, and the other one, we auction it off at the first event.
He can customize it for you.
No, I don't want to customize. I want somebody to create a one-off watch that only I wear and one other person in the...
Why the fuck would anyone? I mean, anyone want to fucking share a watch with this guy, dude?
You're the right guy. I got you.
In the world, where's it? And you know what? But there's a caveat.
This guy literally is like, dude, I put up with so much shit. He's like, I put up with so much shit from motherfuckers, but like, this is too much.
It's up to you. You have to decide how much of the profit you're going to give to some charity from that watch auction.
How about this? Whatever profit, all the profit, every penny of the profit, I'll give it all to charity that you choose.
All right, okay, baby. All right.
You choose, all right?
All right.
He's like, it's not gonna happen, so I can say whatever the fuck I want.
All right.
All right, that's...
Now can I say goodbye?
Okay, say goodbye. Ring the bell.
Ring the bell. Hit the like button.
Hit that like button.
Avi, tell them goodbye.
Thank you guys again, Avi and Co. Thank you for trusting us. Michael, thank you for trusting us. Nile, I appreciate the time
Just
you
call
gave
me
me
the
to come
one,
here.
baby.
The one and only,
Right.
Nile.
No,
Thank
not
you.
the one and only, because that's a hotel chain. Just the one is good.
Help me.
I mean, come on, dude.
Ever done the pick and mix at your local cinema? You're presented with row after row of chewy, crunchy, chocolatey, gummy treats. Strawberry, raspberry, aniseed,
Why does
bubblegum.
watch cost
Whatever your heart
$330,000?
desires. You cram as much as possible into the little bag, hoping the whole gummy stodge doesn't explode, eager to get your hands sticky and your belly full of gummy deliciousness.
Will you stop saying gummy so much?
If our Lungensonne is 8-year-old you and complications are the sweets, well, then I'll be darned if that doesn't end up in the limited edition Datagraph Perpetual Tourbillon. With thanks to our Lungensonne for the loan of this exceptional piece, here are 5...
Dude, I have no idea what Kendall Ray is, but this one person is literally fucking losing his mind. Are you Kendall Ray's like sock account, dude? Since 5, he's just been like spamming, dude, you have to watch Kendall Ray. You have to watch it. It's so good. It's so good. Son, watch Kendall Ray, please. She's so good. Right, guy. Fucking watch Kendall Ray. Chill out, HasanAbi. How fucking... What time is it wherever if in Australia that you're going wild, like hog wild? No, Jinsui, I'm not going to watch the Jeffree Star video. Oh, there is a Paul Bernardo one. I'm a little worried that this is going to have blood in it, though. This is literally the most... It's like the biggest, highest profile fucking murder mystery.
Reasons why it's going to give you the sugar rush of a lifetime. Watchfinder, the pre-owned watch specialist. Now available in France, Germany, Switzerland.
What the fuck is this? Was this an ad?
This isn't the first time Erlangen have made a Datagraph Perpetual tourbillon. The first was in 2016 to mark the...
Dude, I want to die. Like, how do you make something so interesting so fucking boring, dude? Oh, God. It's like, dude, I want to know who's getting scammed, how they're getting scammed. I just want to understand who's getting fucked and who's doing the fucking. What is this?
I've never been horny enough to go, you got mommy milkers on Maine. Okay? Listen,
this is the clip that you wanted me to see. This is the fucking, okay. Yeah. Oh.
Actually Hasan's Alpha Kenny 1 LOL is Hasan's alt. Okay? This is actually Hasan's alt.
Oh my God. Literal babies, dude. I remember that I do have a community of actual babies whenever you do stuff like this. And then you go, oh my God, exposed. Caught in 4K. Why? Because the fucking, it said mommy milkers. Is that why? Okay, good. Got it. Okay, we got 6 bisexuals, and then we got Paul, Kenneth, Bernardo, which I kind of want to watch, but I am literally worried that it's gonna be fucking gory as shit. Don't watch It's Fucked. Dude, don't watch It's Fucked. Saying It's Fucked is only going to make me want to watch it more. I've watched so many fucked ones, and this one is like literally king fucked. We're watching the fuck out of it.
Canadian couple Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka appeared to be love's young dream.
It was like, you know, the Barbie and Ken couple. They seemed like the ideal relationship.
But they were far from a match made in heaven.
The level of evilness with both these people is so extreme. These people were animals.
Were Bernardo and Homolka born to kill?
They were serial murderer rapists as a couple. Like, one of the most famous, apparently. I was talking to a Canadian about this, and I was like, oh yeah, apparently, like, I was making my jokes that I fucking tweet out. Jokes like, you know, Ontario is the murder capital of the world, don't you know? And she was like, actually, have you done Paul Kenneth Bernardo? And I was like, no, tell me more. And she proceeded to tell me the story. And this is actually very interesting overall. I like so much so that I'm going to tweet out that I'm doing it. Finally tackling the Paul Bernardo case. Do you feel like watching content like this is getting dangerously close to what? Glorifying murderers? Yeah, dude. I have a, don't worry though. I have a strict don't murder policy, so. So you watch Disney Plus Opinions on Loki? It's very good. And yes, I watched The Jinx. The Jinx was incredible.
On the 29th of June, 1991, a discovery at Lake Gibson in Ontario would horrify the nation. It would be a sickening chapter in a story that had begun 2 weeks earlier with the disappearance of a 14-year-old schoolgirl.
Leslie McAfee was a typical teenage girl, you know, beautiful girl in every respect. Went to school, you know, came from a good family, had good values, and was sweet and kind and generous. A really, you know, great kid who had her whole life in front of her.
On the 15th of June, Leslie had gone out with friends.
She was living at home with her mother and stepfather in Burlington, in a very nice middle-class neighborhood, and had been told that if you're out with your friends and you miss your curfew, you'll be locked out of the house. A little bit of tough love going on.
Leslie McAfee, a friend had died, and all the very popular friend at the school, and so everybody was sort of mourning the death, and she got home a little late.
The door was locked. She realized that she had forgotten her key. On all other occasions where she has forgotten her key, fortunately rare, she would ring the doorbell, knock on the door. Mom and Dad would answer the door, and she'd have to account for, you know, missing her curfew. For reasons that are rather inexplicable, she chose not to do that. Shortly thereafter, it became very clear that something was terribly wrong.
A search began for the missing schoolgirl, but her disappearance baffled detectives.
When Leslie McAfee disappeared from her home in Burlington, the news absolutely shocked. Not just, obviously, those living in the neighborhood, but Canadians in general.
14 days later, a canoeist on nearby Lake Gibson would discover the appalling answer to Leslie's whereabouts. But for one young couple, the 29th of June would be a far different experience. That very day, Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka were having a fairy tale wedding.
Karla Homolka had always thought of herself as a princess. She loved Disney characters, and she wanted to be a Disney princess, and she planned a wedding that certainly on its surface looked like something you could witness in Disneyland.
21-year-old Karla's Prince Charming was Paul Bernardo. 5 years her senior, but equally eager for a fantasy wedding.
There was a rented coach, the old-fashioned coach. There was pheasant under glass. There was a ball gown of a wedding dress that had the puffy princess sleeves.
To onlookers, it was the dream marriage of a
most well-adjusted Disney adult
dream couple.
You know, it was like, you know, the Barbie and Ken couple. They were, seemed like the ideal relationship.
But the true story of Paul...
These are the people who were losing their shit about my opinion on Mandalorian earlier this morning. Those are those people.
Bernardo and Karla Homolka was no fairy tale. Both harbored deep, dark secrets that once revealed would send shockwaves through civilized society.
Karla Homolka's childhood has always been presented to us as more than average, average plus. She grew up in a small town. She had a mother and father whose marriage stayed intact.
Dad made a living primarily going to flea markets and selling lamps. Mom was some sort of administrative assistant at the hospital in St. Catharines. They had 3 daughters.
They were well liked in the community. The Homolka family, it was like they had a swimming pool, so it was a gathering place for everybody. So she wasn't like, you know, an only child or someone who didn't have a family. So she had a solid background.
She was the oldest girl, blonde, blue-eyed, pretty, vivacious. Spent a lot of time as a child playing Barbie dolls, but wasn't at all shy or weak.
She was naturally bright, but not diligent when it came to her studies. It's just she was very typical of young girls from small towns.
But it appears pretty young Karla may not have been all sweetness and light.
As Karla grew up, and I guess became the rambunctious teenager that many of us did, she went from being the very popular, blonde, always had a date, or at least a couple of guys who wished they had a date with her, to a darker phase.
At times, Karla's behavior struck friends as odd.
Some of her friends called her bizarre because she was into the Ouija stuff and a little bit of the occult, and she seemed fascinated with death.
She wore black. She began to play in the area of...
The fuck? Okay, it's not a phase, Mom. What is this? Like, she also did murder. How is being goth related to doing murders, dude? See, the problem is I feel like boomers, when they cover this stuff, they cover it from like a boomer POV.
You know, the psychicness, the seances, the dark side, the almost, I think, magical side.
One of her friends said that her pet had died, and Karla was determined to go to the backyard and dig up this body of this animal that they buried in the backyard. She just had to see it. And finally they did it. Her friend didn't want to do it, but finally they did it. She just had this fascination with a dead pet.
The teenaged Homolka would go on to work at a local vet's.
Okay, that's weird.
And it was whilst at a hotel, attending a pet store conference in Toronto, that she met the man of her dreams.
That's weird, but now it's also witch talk shit. You know what I mean?
When she met Paul, it was like lust at first sight.
Taking coffee in the hotel lounge, 17-year-old Karla was approached by 23-year-old trainee accountant Paul Bernardo. There would be an instant and ultimately fatal attraction.
It was a chance meeting, but to a certain extent, it was precisely what Karla Homolka wanted. She was part of a high school club that prized the idea of getting married to someone wealthy, someone slightly older, and getting a big diamond engagement ring. So this was already her mindset.
She could have had other guys, so...
Bro, every time I cover murder in Canada, it literally feels like Canada is comprised of 11 people. There is like 50 different people that have said so far, oh, my mom actually went to high school with her. Oh, I go to that pet store. Like, what the fuck, dude? What is it? Is everyone in Canada living in the same zip code? Like, what the fuck's happening, dude? It's wild. Every time we talk about murder, there's like at least 50 to 100 chatters who are connected to the murder in one way. Sometimes in very meaningful ways. Like, I remember the fucking Air Force guy when we were talking about his murder, like the murders that he committed. Someone was like, oh yeah, my girlfriend's stepfather was like brought in for questioning. I'm like, what the fuck? Everyone in Canada lives in the same fucking neighborhood, dude. Like, every time we talk about Canada, there are so many chatters who are like, oh, dude, yeah, like, my mom almost got murdered by this person, you know?
She wasn't desperate, but she wanted him for some reason. I think something in the two of them just felt right. It resonated.
She was only 17. She was rather young. And Bernardo provided something for her that she was lacking. He came across as a strong individual, in control, and she became obsessed with him.
But there was far more to the ambitious young accountant than met the eye. And together, Paul...
This map explains why that's a thing. Each colored area is approximately a quarter of Canada's population. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Okay, well, that does make sense. All you motherfuckers live on the border, bro. What the fuck? It actually feels like you were just trying to be as close as possible to America. It's so funny. It literally feels like an entire country was just like, oh, let's get as close. Let's get, let's huddle up next to the fire, don't you know? That's what it feels like. It actually feels like you guys were just like huddling up next to the fireplace. People live by the border to keep America out. We want to make sure America's not coming here. We want to keep America out. A lot of Northern Canada is just forest. I feel like that's such a better place to do murders. It's just all fucking wood. I mean, I guess like there are probably murders happening in that area. We just don't know about it because you know, they just never get caught. Because they got Mounties. Up there, it's just Mounties and forests. You know? Stop talking like that. Like what? No one's up there though. Who would you murder? There's no one here to kill. That's where they murder indigenous people? Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's where they do that. Forgot. All right, let's keep going.
Bernardo and Karla Homolka would become a deadly combination. In June 1991, while police searched for missing 14-year-old schoolgirl Leslie McAfee, Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka were enjoying a lavish, picture-perfect wedding. The seemingly dream couple had met 4 years earlier in the Toronto district of Scarborough. The year they met, the city would be rocked by an unprecedented series of violent rapes.
The sexual assaults were the most brutal that I'd ever seen in my career at that time, and I served for 31 years on the Toronto Police Service.
The mystery attacker would become known as the Scarborough Rapist.
There never was before and never was since such a string of attacks like that.
People were scared stiff for
Like, how the fuck did they not figure it out immediately? Because it's like, there is 11 people in Canada. So if they're murdering like 3 of the people, boom, that's 3 people knocked out from who could be the potential killer. And then the one guy who's like never around. So you just gotta be like, oh, that's the guy, don't you know? It's gotta be that guy. He's never around.
a very long time.
The terror would begin in 1987.
It was in the late spring, and we had 2 sexual assaults very close to one another. Both victims were attacked on their own property.
He attacked the women from behind, and they never really got a look at him at all.
He threatened the victims that he would do harm to them if they made any noise.
He scared them, like they were, literally afraid for their lives. If they screamed, he would kill them.
It's just funny, like all the Canadians are like, wait, why don't you stop? We don't sound like that. Come on, it's not funny. Stop mucking about. Except like the moment I flip on fucking, Quebecer accent, they're all gonna be like laughing their asses off like, yeah, that's exactly how they sound like. You're so funny.
So although they're attacked on their own property with family inside, they weren't able to call for help.
The 2 assaults that spring were just the beginning. Over the next 3 years, the Scarborough Rapist would strike again and again, targeting lone women and teenagers and paralyzing the community.
Several women were taking buses home at, late at night, and if you were a car following, it was easy to spot if there was a lone woman on the bus.
Police flooded the area and created a dedicated task force, but the elusive rapist continued to strike.
They couldn't figure out where he was going to attack next. Everybody was on guard, and yet the rapes continued.
May to December 1987, 6 attacks.
Some of the police officers, when their shifts were over, they were still cruising the area trying to find this guy, and they just couldn't get him.
April and May 1988, 3 attacks.
As he continued, he escalated in his violence. And some of the violence towards these victims was unspeakable.
October to December 1988, 4 attacks.
He would do awful things like gather up stones and sticks and insert them into the woman who had just been raped.
June 89 to May 1990, 5 more attacks.
He took some of their belongings with them, which left them feeling more unsafe than they were in the first place.
In a couple of cases, the women were just getting the courage to get up. He would reemerge, throw them to the ground, and attack them all over again.
The damage that it did to those victims was unreal.
Okay, this is completely psychotic.
Law enforcement knew it was only a matter of time before the unthinkable happened.
When the FBI profilers actually were called in, they did say, if you don't get this guy, you can see from the way he's escalating.
Wait, did they just say FBI? Is this like a collaboration, dude? It's a collab episode? What's happening?
He will turn to murder. So there's no doubt that the fact that he wasn't getting arrested made him bolder.
All the while, the Scarborough rapist was terrorizing the city. Karla Homolka was being wooed and captivated by her new beau, Paul Bernardo, a seemingly impressive and charming young man.
Actually, what is the Canadian like Federal Bureau of Investigations? Like in Turkey, it's MIT, Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı. What is it? CSIS? No, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police is like separate. They're like, it's Mounties, right? CSIS is our CIA. Wait, really? Mounties are like the feds? It's not meat in Turkey? Why, did that change too while I was gone from fucking Turkey? Literally, Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı used to be our like internal affairs agency. It means National Intelligence Organization. In Turkish, what I'm talking about. RCMP is the federal. Yes, they're the feds, but the bureau is called CSIS. Oh. I thought RCMP was like our state police. Motherfucker, you're Canadian. You don't know? This guy is literally from Canada and doesn't know what the RCMP does. How do you not know? You're from Canada. What the fuck? Holy shit. At least you know the top of the hour is here, so an ad break is coming, don't you know? Learn about your own federal authorities. Also learn how you can avoid the ads by subscribing either with a $5 a month subscription or with a free one with Twitch Prime. Türkiye federal olmadığı için benzeri galiba MIT, CIA gibi daha çok. All right. RCMP is federal. CSIS is our CIA. Okay, got it. Okay, here's the ad break now.
With good prospects.
He finished high school and went to university and eventually found his way into the Chartered Accountants program and worked for an accounting firm.
You look at him and you think that this guy is a professional, very, very confident, outgoing fellow who was very self-assured, didn't have any kind of doubts about his own ability.
Paul Bernardo was everything Karla Homolka had ever dreamed of, both as a child and as a teenager. He was older, tall, blonde. He was handsome. She called him her prince. And he had a car and he had a job. He ticked all her boxes.
But Homolka's Mr. Perfect was not all he seemed. Paul Bernardo was born in 1964, a Scarborough native.
He was troubled, it seems, from the very beginning.
His father's a voyeur, he was a peeping Tom. He seemed to be sexually inappropriate in a lot of ways.
His parents were sleeping in separate rooms, and it was just a very unsettled life that he had at home.
Despite the family turmoil, on the surface, the young Bernardo seemed well adjusted, joining the Boy Scouts and later becoming a summer camp counselor.
He was fairly athletic. He was a lifeguard when he was younger. He also took karate lessons. And, you know, very good looking, and he could get any girl he wanted, and he wasn't shy on ego at all.
When Bernardo was 16 years old, his mother...
How are YouTube channels unironically doing a better job of like crime analysis than like a professional media operation? Like these guys literally are like, well, one of them was goth and the other had parents that were living in separate beds. Real murderer stuff. Very gruesome. Stop saying reusing jokes, you fucking idiot. There's a fucking difference between like me doing an accent and making a separate joke while doing an accent. Okay? God damn, bro. I'm sorry you're so triggered because you sound like this. All right?
Dropped a bombshell. The man he believed to be his biological father was not. Paul Bernardo had been the result of an extramarital affair.
When Bernardo found out that he was a result of an extramarital relationship, he became rather angry, became angry at his mother.
She had referred to him as a bastard child. And I know that they had screaming matches, there's no question about that at all.
Damn, look, he sounds so different than the way I talk about that.
It wasn't a great family relationship.
I don't think he identified with his stepfather very much. I think he really hated him.
But there was one unhealthy interest the young Paul Bernardo had in common with his stepfather.
He was caught several times as a peeping Tom, trying to peer into the neighbors' windows. Parents often forbid their children from playing with him.
As he grew older, Bernardo's sexual needs became increasingly sordid. He began to humiliate and beat girlfriends and engage in sadistic sex. Most rejected him. That is, until he met Carla.
Carla's family life was pretty normal. There wasn't that much to say about it, but when she did meet Paul, she pretty quickly got into some of the deviance that he, the sexual deviance. She would write letters to him, saying, do what you want to me, I'll do anything and everything. So she resonated to his deviance very fast, which has to tell you this wasn't just, suddenly she changed. I'd have to say that there was already something there in her that he saw and triggered that she was quite ready for somebody like him.
In 1990, after 3 years of terror for the city of Toronto, police got a break.
I low-key feel like, because I know some of the details of this case, I don't know if I'm wrong or not, but I low-key feel like this documentary is setting it up in a way where they're like absolving Carla a little bit. And I don't like that.
In their search for the Scarborough rapist. For each of his 17 known assaults, he'd been careful to make sure his victims were unable to describe him. But in May, the elusive rapist let his guard down.
He was brazen enough at that particular point to attack the female from the front. This was the first glimpse that we had, which helped us create a composite drawing to help us identify this particular individual.
After the composite picture was distributed, police received a tip-off that the image bore a striking resemblance to a 25-year-old local accountant, Paul Bernardo. Detective John Munro called Bernardo to the police station.
Okay, bro, that looks nothing like him. What the fuck? What, do they not have like a good sketch artist in Canada? What the fuck? They literally was just like, all right, throwing a dart at the wall.
Questioning.
I'll never forget this as long as I live. He'd come into our office late in the afternoon. He was neat, clean. He wore a shirt and a tie. His hair was cut. He was very calm, cool, and collected. He looked like the all-Canadian boy. And I talked to him about different things, about any problems he'd had with women. He said he never had any. Did he have a girlfriend now? And he said, I do, my girlfriend's Karla Homolka. Of course, in November of 1990, the name Karla Homolka didn't mean anything to us.
Because he had this sweet boy look, this cherubic look to him, and charm, gregariousness.
They just let him go? Dude, Canadian authorities, dude. Oh, well, you're pretty white. I think we're gonna let you go now.
He was able, as any good psychopath can, to cover and charm people and make them believe that he's innocent.
Bernardo was one of 700 persons of interest that the task force were looking into. They'd already collected DNA samples from over 100 suspects.
I asked Bernardo to provide samples of his hair and saliva and blood, gave them up right away. By doing this is my opinion, he was trying to deflect any suspicion on himself by being so cooperative.
I mean, we know this from JCS. Many suspects will try to throw the scent off themselves by cooperating early and often.
Testing of the samples would eventually prove Bernardo was indeed the Scarborough rapist. But tragically, not soon enough.
Now, at that time, the DNA was in its infant stages in terms of being a forensic investigative tool. So the police took the sample and it sat for 2 years on a shelf.
By 1990, Bernardo was spending lots of time with the Homolka family. But although he was now engaged to his willing girlfriend, Karla, Bernardo was not satisfied.
Paul had this thing for virgins, and Karla had boyfriends before Paul, and he liked women who had, never had sex. They were virgins, and he was kind of annoyed.
For him, Karla's 15-year-old sister would provide the answer.
Karla and Tammy looked like twins, except for the age difference.
To Tammy, he was like, the big boyfriend. She sort of looked up to him, sort of idolized him, I guess. And with him, of course, all his thoughts were, sex. I want to have sex with her.
Paul Bernardo began pressuring Karla into arranging for him to take the virginity of her baby sister. And the most bizarre thing, and still impossible to comprehend, is that Karla did that.
6 months before their planned wedding, Karla Homolka decided to gift her younger sister's virginity to her boyfriend for Christmas.
Yes, he was a libertarian, chat.
The problem was that Karla was afraid that Tammy would tell.
Karla stole anesthetic from the vet's clinic where she worked.
And the idea was to put Tammy under and then have sexually assault her. And that way they could have their threesome.
On the 29th of December, 1990, with Karla's parents still in the house, they put their plan into action.
The family was all gathered and everybody went to bed except the three of them. They had Tammy drinking.
I'm gonna let you guys know the details here are fucking gruesome, okay? Like, it's gonna get worse.
Got her drunk, and as she passed out, they basically raped her in every possible way.
The unconscious 15-year-old began to turn blue.
Tammy vomited and suffocated.
They turned her upside down because Homolka knew that from when she worked in the veterinary's office, but she actually died.
They quickly thought of a cover story, they called emergency, thought of a cover story, and that was accepted.
It was all passed off as an accidental you know, accidental death.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
it wasn't, of course. Tammy was a gift that, like, to this day, to even talk about it is painful, because how do you...
Yeah, they just said that I think they said that she OD'd or something. No investigation, by the way.
You know, I'm a parent. It's, sorry. How could somebody set up her own sister? Like, how does somebody do that?
Tammy Homolka's unexpected
Wikipedia, Andy?
death
No, I'm telling you, like, this girl fucking told me all the details about it. That's why I'm
would
looking
not
at
signal
it
the
now.
end of Paul and Carla's deviant games. It would merely be the beginning of a sickening new chapter.
This is like an incredibly well-known, if not the most famous, like, recent murder case in Canada and murder rape, because these guys were like serial murder rapists. Even with an autopsy, the drugs and an overdose could still get away to this day. No, actually, I know a little bit more details than that, so I will just say that, like, they originally got away with it because there was no autopsy done.
For Christmas of 1990, Carla Homolka had promised to gift her sister's virginity to her fiancé, Paul Bernardo. But as they drugged and raped 15-year-old Tammy, she choked to death. And while the Homolka family grieved the loss of the young schoolgirl, Carla and Paul continued preparations for their dream June wedding.
They feigned a lot of remorse. Both Paul and Carla wept, Paul especially, about Tammy's death. But within a very short period of time, Carla was pressuring her parents to go ahead with the wedding. And she wrote to a friend how angry she was that her parents were taking so long, months, to get over Tammy's death because she wanted all of the attention back on her for her wedding.
That's a self-report.
Bernardo and Homolka's lavish wedding day went ahead as planned on the 29th of June 1991. But unbeknown to onlookers, as the happy couple smiled and posed for photographers, they were hiding another dark secret. They held the answer to the riddle of missing teenager Leslie McAfee. 14-year-old Leslie had mysteriously disappeared from outside her home 2 weeks earlier. On nearby Lake Gibson, a canoeist was about to discover her whereabouts. What he found would stun the nation.
It wasn't just a question of shock, you know, it was a question of horror.
The water level was dropping down in Gibson Lake.
A fisherman found one, and then a passerby found another one.
Encased in cement, Leslie McAfee's dismembered body parts.
Some of the concrete wasn't solidified, it wasn't hardened, and it came apart, and one of the body parts drifted to the surface. And then they just dredged the lake, and you know, they found out the rest of her remains.
Leslie's remains were found sawn up and encased in 8 concrete blocks. The people of Ontario now realized they had a maniac in their midst.
We're now dealing with someone who is demented in the extreme.
Chad, stop spoiling. I know what happened, but other people don't.
A psychopath. A serial killer.
And considering that, like, half of the Canadians in the chat didn't even know what their, like, federal agency was or what the RCMP was, they probably don't know the details about this as well, so let's not spoil it for them.
Because the Scarborough rapes had been going on, it just seemed like some new horror, that the crime was escalating in this small, quiet, perfect little town.
Leslie's fate had been sealed 2 weeks earlier. Before their wedding, Carla and Paul had moved into a rented house in St. Catharines.
Look, I'm sorry. I love making fun of Canada because I'm just jealous, okay? You already know this. So just let me fucking have this, okay? Just let me fucking have this. You already have healthcare. What the fuck else do you want? You have healthcare, affordable education. Like, just let me make fun of you from down here, okay? Selfish ass Canadians be like, oh, we don't have dental care, so it's not all right. It's like, dude, it's literally like, it's basically illegal here to have health care, okay? If you're poor. So shut the fuck up about your dental, don't you know?
St. Catharines is just, you know, small, you know, kind of Ontario community, which is accepted as being a very safe community. And obviously it wasn't.
Paul Bernardo's twisted urges for young girls had not abated.
He talked to Carla about it'd be nice to bring somebody home and just, I could have them at my leisure, for lack of a better expression. He just...
Bro, this guy literally wrote a book on murder and he can't even talk about it without crying. Like, I'm sorry. Dog, you wrote a book. Like, what do you... This is what you do, dude. What the fuck's going on?
He wanted to be able to have somebody where he, you know, he wasn't attacking them outside and running. He wanted to have them as a slave in his house.
And it would
Very
be
strange take. I don't know. I feel like you become professional after a while. You know what I mean? Like, you just... I would have expected him to be like precise. Not that he's a man, chat. It's that he's on camera and he's having like he's like giving his like professional analysis as a guy who writes like books about serial killers.
14-year-old Leslie McAfee, who paid the price for Bernardo's sick fantasies.
Thank you, the chatter who said it's like a surgeon who can't operate without gagging. It doesn't make sense.
On the night of the 15th of June, the schoolgirl had returned home late without her door key.
Unbeknownst to her, Paul Bernardo was on the prowl. He was seemed like a normal person. Like all psychopaths, they have a charm to them, and they're remarkably successful in their manipulation. And he started up a conversation with her, and that resulted in her abduction and taken to the home in St. Catharines.
When he brought Leslie home, it was weird. Carla was sleeping at the time, and she got up, and he said, or here's this woman I found. I think he'd put a hood over her head or something.
Carla Homolka became enraged, apparently not because there was a young woman that he planned to rape in the house, but because Paul had shared their wedding glasses, the crystal flutes that you drink champagne out of, it, and was sharing.
Okay, chat, maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was crying while he wrote the entire book, okay? I was wrong. He probably cried the entire time that he was writing the book.
with Leslie McAfee.
Over the next 36 hours, Paul Bernardo assaulted his victim repeatedly, constantly instructing her to say specific degrading phrases.
Bernardo engaged in scripting of his victims. He told his victims what to say. Tell me how great I am. Tell me I'm the king, and so on. He is sexually aroused by degrading and humiliating his victims in a very extreme way.
Apparently he had a difficult time, even with the rapes, keeping an erection. And the scripting helped because it was about humiliating these girls, saying things like, you know, your boyfriend's not as good as I am, and
Here's another episode of Chat Will Literally Say Anything. I'm not even here. And there's this motherfucker who said, shut up and just play the video. Like, I'm not even here and I saw it. I saw it from the other side of the room. Like, the video is very clearly still playing. Unless he's like literally a mobile Andy. He's a mobile Andy that's just like, that thinks the video is still paused.
Much more vulgar things, which I won't repeat, but he wanted to degrade them as much as he possibly could and also elevate himself, make them say to him, you know, what an amazing person he was.
After he'd had his way with her, Leslie's young life was taken.
He strangled her and then took the body in the basement, and Carla's parents came over for a Sunday dinner, and there's the body in the basement there.
This, to me, is one of the coldest things. She's going up and down into this cellar area getting food with the body lying right there.
The next day, Bernardo set up a plastic tent in the basement and plugged in a power saw.
He went and, hacked up the body, and he bought lots of bags of concrete from one of the local stores there and encased each body part in concrete and just threw them into the, driving over a little bridge and just threw them in.
Despite public horror and a high-profile police investigation, Bernardo and Homolka didn't stop.
After Leslie was held, tortured, killed, and then decapitated.
Okay, now I feel like he's too into it when he's talking about the gruesome details. And it's kind of making me feel like the previous crying thing was an act. I mean, okay, 32:18, let's not forget. I'm just going to go back. Look at his face while he's talking about.
He said, or here's this woman I found. I think he put a hood over her head or something.
He's like smiling, dude.
Carla Homolka became enraged, apparently not because there was. They went looking for another young victim.
And this time, the husband and wife would go hunting together.
Kristen French was a remarkable, beautiful young girl. Comes from a great family. Was involved in school sports. Had a tremendous sense of humor. She had her whole life in front of her.
She was a very careful young woman.
Dude, I am vibe checking him so hard right now, dude.
After Leslie's death, she was always telling other students, like, don't talk to strangers if you see a stranger, blah, blah, blah. Don't stay away. She was always very careful.
On the 16th of April, 1992, Bernardo and Homolka would commit their most brazen crime yet.
Kristen is walking back from school in the afternoon, broad daylight.
She was walking home down a very quiet residential street. She was in front of a church.
This time, the married couple would operate in tandem.
All of a sudden, a car comes up, and you see Carla Homolka, who was an attractive young woman.
Carla was out with a map, pretending she was lost.
That was the trap.
And Kristen, who was very careful, sees this young woman seemingly need help, so she went over to help her.
As Kristen leaned over the map, Carla grabbed her. Paul came from around, grabbed her, pushed her into the car, bent to the back seat, and they zoomed off to that same death house.
They kept her for 3 days, approximately, and videotaped it.
What? Dude, these fucking psychos, they always get more bold. Not to do like the FBI psychoanalysis, but psychopath analysis, but they literally always get more and more bold.
Just the brutality of it was gruesome. can I say?
The fact that they videotaped the sadistic conduct is actually quite common. That's what sexual sadists do, and they do it because they want to manufacture their own pornography, where he's really the star actor.
During her ordeal, Kristen's...
Dude, I mean, okay, maybe there's a carve out, like a volcano exception for this, I think. I mean, I don't know. I just like, I feel like if they videotaped it, then like, then you can maybe throw them in the volcano. I feel like this is one of those instances where like, it's like, how many times are you going to have it on tape? You know what I mean? So you can't open it up for abuse. You know what I mean?
saw an opportunity to escape her tormentor.
Paul went out for food during the 3 days of captivity. He went out for food, and Kristen was quite bright. She said she wanted food from the farthest outlet in St. Catherine, so she knew Paul would be gone for a half hour. So basically, Carla was alone with Kristen French for like a half hour, and Kristen was pleading with her, and Carla wouldn't let her go. She knew that they had to kill her, and she knew that this poor girl was going to be dead in a matter of days or whatever. And she had just picked up the phone and dialed 911. It would have saved her life. She didn't do it.
After 3 days of degrading and brutal sexual assault, Bernardo strangled Kristen. Together, he and Carla bathed and scrubbed the body, cut off all her hair, and dumped her beside a country lane.
By the time Kristen French's naked, shorn body was discovered in a ditch in Burlington, everybody was on high alert.
But all was no longer well for the once happily married couple. After the murder of Kristen French, Paul and Carla's relationship would begin to break down.
He started going downhill. He started living in his delusional world, and he started getting abusive with Carla. And he beat her up, and she basically left him.
The assault would spell the beginning of the end for the killers.
It wasn't until Karla Homolka went screaming to police about the fact that she'd been beaten up by Paul Bernardo that the case began to crack.
While Homolka pressed charges against her husband for assault, the DNA samples that the Scarborough Rape Task Force had taken more than 2 years before finally surfaced.
The long-awaited DNA results came back from the Scarborough rapes, and Bernardo was a match, and so they went to Carla, and she said, yeah, he confessed to me about the Scarborough rapes, and he was arrested after that.
When the officers went to speak with him, he was no longer the quiet, unnervous sort of individual. He just said, I'm not telling you guys jack.
Oh, there is fat interrogation content coming up.
Homolka, however, did talk. She admitted involvement in Bernardo's killings of Leslie McAfee and Kristen French and the death of her sister Tammy, but claimed that she'd been a battered wife and an unwilling accomplice.
Dude, this is incel fodder, by the way. Like, this case will literally... I need you, if you're in the margins, and if you feel like you could potentially become an incel again or some shit, don't watch this case. Because it will literally turn you into an incel.
With little evidence against Bernardo for the murders, prosecutors felt they needed a witness to convict him.
The only way to put Paul Bernardo in prison was to believe Karla Homolka's story.
Homolka was offered a deal: testify against her husband and receive a total of just 12 years in prison. But before the trial began, a discovery was made that would show the self-proclaimed battered wife in a whole new light and horrify an entire nation. In 1993, Karla Homolka had admitted involvement in the killings of schoolgirls Leslie McAfee, Kristen French, and her own sister Tammy. She'd claimed to be a battered wife and the unwilling accomplice of her husband Paul Bernardo. But before the trial of Bernardo began, a discovery was made that showed Karla in a whole new light. Hidden in the bathroom ceiling of the couple's St. Catherine's home was a collection of shocking home video cassettes.
How is it insult fodder? Okay, I don't want to spoil it, but that's why.
The mini cassette tapes actually had writing on them in Karla's hand. Things like Kristen, Leslie, Paul, and me, with hearts and flowers on it, like little stickers.
What we all discovered is that there was Karla Homolka raping, torturing these young girls right alongside her husband, Paul, and she seemed to be enjoying it.
Attorney for the victims' families, Tim Danson, would be required to view the grim home movies.
Jesus Christ,
It was
dude.
a pretty awful thing to be part of, in the sense to see that level of pain and anguish. And
I don't know if they're gonna show like actual shit from the home videos. It's YouTube.
despair
They won't.
at
No, but like
unspeakable
certain
levels.
parts of it.
It is not something that that any human being should ever endure, and I'm talking about Kristen French and Leslie McAfee. I mean, it's that it's that disturbing.
No, like, no, they're not gonna show the fucking. They're not gonna show the stuff, but they could at least show like a bloodied victim or something. You know what I mean? Sometimes they show like crime scene photos and stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I mean.
The collection also included footage of Bernardo and Homolka raping Karla's unconscious younger sister, as well as a sex tape recorded shortly after her sister's death, with Karla mimicking Tammy.
Within 3 weeks, we have Karla dressing in Tammy's clothing, trying to entice Paul without any remorse at all.
Victim, by the
The
way.
public would speculate that Bernardo, as the Scarborough rapist, had not killed before he met Homolka, and question if she had been the motivating force for murder. What was certain, however, was that together Bernardo and Homolka were a deadly duo. But were they born killers? Or had their upbringings made them monsters?
Nature versus nurture is a puzzling question in the case of Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka. Karla Homolka apparently had a really nice suburban childhood. Oldest of 3 children, pretty popular, had a little bit of the dark teenage years, but nothing unusual. And then becomes, if not the driving force behind sexual torture and murder, certainly a partner in crime, to despicable crimes, planned crimes. Paul Bernardo, on the other hand, has been described as probably mentally unwell from his early childhood. Now, of course, psychopathy can develop from a bad childhood, and we know that Bernardo was not treated well, that he was told at a very susceptible period that he was illegitimate.
I very strongly believe it's upbringing, that you have a troubled home life, and then it leads to certain feelings, and then he happened to meet somebody who facilitated those feelings. If he had met a woman who was horrified, you want to rape my sister, like, if and by just some fluke he happened to meet this woman who just facilitated everything. She just went along with his twisted sexual fantasies.
He used Homolka for his own needs, and Homolka fed off Bernardo to satisfy her own needs. It was a symbiotic relationship. How these things developed is probably a combination of internal and environmental factors. But in my judgment, and the judgment of most people who have studied this in a serious way, that there's a significant neurobiological component to this, whether it's hormonal, genetic, electrical, chemical, exacerbated by a head injury, and plus psychosocial factors. There's a lot of things have to go wrong, which makes these crimes extraordinary.
So even if Bernardo and Homolka had never met, might each of them have been destined to become murderers?
There were people who said, well, if Carla had never met Paul, she would have never been a killer. I'm not sure that that's true. She probably wouldn't have been a killer, but she would have been a calculating, manipulative person. There's no doubt about that. Very narcissistic, very self-centered. So certainly, had another killer crossed her path, she wouldn't have hesitated to do whatever it took to be part of that person's life. Paul, I think, would have become a killer no matter what. The fact that
this is a wild fucking take, dude. It is a wild take. Considering that, like, she fucking absolutely participated in all of this. Okay? Like, she facilitated and she also did it herself. It's an insane take, dude. Especially considering that she literally, one, gave up her own sister and then participated in the raping of her own sister and the murder of her own sister. Like, anyway, I just want to point this out before we move further. I'm sure that they're going to tell you the what happens in the end of this case, which is why I think it's ridiculous that she's saying that. Paul got a 35 out of 40 on the psychopath checklist. The checklist is a little outdated, but he was definitely a psychopath. Carla got a 5 out of 4. So I guess they assume she couldn't be complicit. It's nuts. Like, the fact that she's still saying that is fucking crazy. Knowing what they know.
he had a wife who
5 out of
allowed him
40.
to bring the
5 out of
victims
4,
home.
sorry.
You know, just made it easier. But if he hadn't,
And yes, you can absolutely psychopath your way out of those tests, which is why those tests aren't great.
Still would have killed.
Ultimately, the deal Carla made with the prosecution would stand. She would serve just 12 years for her part in the crimes, whilst Paul Bernardo will spend the rest of his life behind bars.
There it is.
That person's life. Paul
will spend the rest of his life behind her part in the crimes. While
that's what's fucking insane about this. So there you go. Now that this has been revealed, she got 12 years. And she's already out. I think she got out on good behavior. Yeah. Yeah. She's been out and about. Recently was allowed to work in an elementary school. Now, I am an advocate for rehabilitative justice all the way. But the fact that, like, they literally gave this guy 40 years, but then she got off in 12. And by the fucking way, at this point, I'm pretty sure they didn't know about the sister. I think they find out later. They, like, uncover the sister's body. And then they find it, right? Then they find out her involvement. Please say psych, bro. When I talk about the exception to prison abolition and, like, why you can't fully abolish prisons, this case and people like this, which are edge cases, by the way, okay, cases like this, in this case in particular, is exactly why I say you can never fully abolish like prisons or a concept that like absolutely cannot take certain individuals out of civilized society for the betterment of the public. Okay? You're falling for propaganda? No, I'm not. I have literally always talked about how antisocial personality disorders, psychopathy, and sociopathy are, with respect to our current medical profession and how much technology is available, are unfortunately unsolvable. Okay? So for the time being, there's not really anything you can do to rehabilitate psychopathic serial rapists and murderers. Yeah, here it is. Convicted teen killer Karla Homolka is volunteering at a Montreal elementary school. Apparently, she moved to Montreal because people don't have access to the fucking news there. Okay? So they just didn't know. Yeah. Yeah, they just don't speak English there, so. You know, they were just like, wow, what are you, man? Where? I do not understand you. Oui. Sacre blanc. She should come work in our elementary schools. Hon. That's what they said. They're like, please, come over, Karla Homolka. It will do very good here. This is very much like France. We love being French here. All right, let's keep going.
Paul Bernardo will spend the rest of his life behind bars. One half of this deadly duo now walks the streets free.
Yup.
One thing that was clear when you look at these videotapes is that the level of evilness and the level of psychopathy with both these people is so extreme that there is no ounce of being human. These people were animals.
Okay, tape's on. My name is Detective Brad Hoover. My badge number is 6188. I'm with the Toronto Police Service Sex Crimes Unit. The time now is 2:05.
Like I said, I'm all in favor of rehabilitation, but someone who raped and murdered their own sister probably should not be able to work at a fucking elementary school. I don't know if that's a crazy take from me. You might call me reactionary for that. But someone who raped and murdered her own sister should never be able to work at an elementary school. I mean, look, you might rehabilitate at a certain point. Okay? But that's fucking insane, dude. That's insane. Why? Like, what are there not enough school workers, dude? Like, there's not enough people to work at schools that you were like, no, we have to have the rapist murderer who raped and murdered his sister on camera. We have to have that person at our school. She has to work here.
p.m. We're presently at the Kingston Penitentiary in Kingston, Ontario.
Sorry, they said it like this. Oh no, we have to have this person. There's no one else in French Canada to work an honest job. Sacre bleu.
In a boardroom, and I think is the main building you'd call it. Present in the room here, if I could just have each of you identify yourself for the purposes of the videotape that's being made. Seated to my left off camera and now sitting at the table is your counsel. Just please identify yourself.
Yes, certainly. It's Anthony Bryant.
And straight across the table from me, if you could identify yourself.
Constable Darlene Coulis, C-O-U-L-I-S, badge number 6483 from Toronto Police Service.
And seated to my right, if you could just identify yourself.
Paul Jason Teal, a.k.a. Paul Bernardo.
And again, my name is Brad Hoover, and today is June the 7th, 2007. Mr. Teal, the reason that we're here today is to speak to you in regards to a couple of matters. First of all, before we start, I just want you to make sure that you're aware that what we say is being videotaped here.
Yeah.
I'm just going to start this audio tape. I forgot to do that. I just started this audio tape here. We started the interview at 2:05 p.m. My name is Detective Brad Hoover. Paul, you're not presently being given a caution or anything, and I want you to understand that what you're saying to us today is voluntary. It means if you don't want to talk to us, you don't have to. Your counsel is present, and if you need to speak to him, you certainly can. But I just want to make sure that you understand that what you're saying here is voluntary, and that we're interviewing you as a potential witness. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of background about the first time we met.
Yes, chat, he does look like Ludwig, okay? But it's only because the quality is really low. Please stop.
Back last year in April of 2006. That was in regards to a letter that you had sent through the Attorney General's office. It filtered down to my office in regards to some admissions that you made.
I was just doing muggle moves.
I'm here to tell you that I have concluded that investigation, and that there have been 2 offenses that I have been able to identify, and with the information that you provided to me at that time, was able to conclude those matters as having been committed by yourself. So for that, I thank you for that information. And
sorry, you've identified
the offense. No. I've identified the offense that you were talking about, and based on that information, I was able to conclude those cases that actually provided enough information that I was satisfied that you were the person that committed those offenses.
Okay, now what about, and that makes sense, what about ones that you thought that I came forward with and maybe thought that I didn't do it? Was there any of those?
There was none that I thought that you didn't do. There was some that I didn't have enough information to either identify the offense because you were unable to provide enough details at that time, or they may not have ever been reported to the police. As you said when we spoke, some of them were, I won't call them minor type offenses, but offenses that may not have been reported to the police.
Okay, problem. I turned on the TV, I waited for Peel Regional to come by. September rolls around, they make a public announcement. It's written on my file here that I lied to police and I did not commit the crimes that I said I committed on the offenses in Peel Region.
Okay.
Big problem.
I have spoken to Peel Region, and they have told me that they don't have enough information at this point to identify anything that you've, the letter that was sent to the police, or through to the police, wasn't specific enough to identify any offenses. Now that's something that we can talk about sort of following this interview, and if you want to get into that, we can talk about that.
Well, I've been sitting with this for years, and it's written on my file, and it makes me seem like, oh, he's just this crazy. You guys love doing that. I'm this crazy psychopath or liar. Why was that statement issued? Why didn't they come in and talk to me if they didn't have enough information?
What the fuck are they getting out of this? Like, how is he sitting here offended at being called like a psychopathic liar? You have the tapes to prove it, motherfucker. What do you mean? Like, it doesn't. Why are the cops letting him lead the meeting as well? Like the interrogation.
We were waiting on that tape. You can play that tape back. I asked you guys, is Peel Regional going to come in? I sat there month after month after month. No one came. I turned on the TV in September. Peel, declared that Paul Bernardo was, this crazy liar to police. What's the fundamental problem here?
Well,
I know. I mean, truth, justice, the Canadian way, and no one comes in. And now you guys are saying that you didn't have enough information.
Well, I can't answer for them specifically as to what they did or didn't do. I can tell you that because they're a separate police department, I don't have any control over what investigation that they did do. I can tell you that I have spoken with an investigator in Peel region, and they have told me that at this point they don't have enough information to move forward. They haven't been able to identify any offense that was specifically talked about.
That statement you're giving me is much different from the public statement they said, which said I was a liar.
Okay, well, I don't.
There's night and day, and they didn't come in. If they didn't have enough information, why don't you come in and get the information? Absolutely. I mean, either I'm lying or I'm not lying. And this goes to the crux of this argument. Either I'm a liar to you, I'm going to lie to you right now about everything, like I did to Peel Regional, according to their story, or I'm not. And, I'm not going to sit here and come voluntarily and have people come. You guys ban me from the press. You roll your stories over. And you constantly say that I'm a liar, I'm a liar. I made mistakes 17 years ago. Okay, fine, I did. But now we're talking about today, and you're not going to roll forward that I'm some psychopathic liar sitting in jail.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Where is this? Like, what is this timeline? They really just dropped the interrogation on us out of nowhere, and I'm so confused as to, like, what the fuck is going on? It's like he's saying, I'm a rapist, not a liar, sir. What the fuck? He's like more offended that they're calling him a liar than like a rapist child murderer. He's admitting to more crimes. Okay. I mean, it's been a while, so, like, this is 2007, so they just, like, brought him in for, what, additional... He's angry that past crimes he admitted to aren't accepted as him doing it?
Claiming other people's responsibilities for other crimes. This is a total cross-examination point. You want to start this thing? Locklear's going to grab a hold of it and say, well, he lied about other crimes. He's a crazy liar. Why didn't you guys resolve this?
And again, I can't answer for...
It's very common for these people to worry about their image and public perception than anything else. He's 42 here. It's 2007. He got remarried in 2007. Okay. Wait, someone said read my message here, but I can't find it. Oh, here. They are saying he's lying about other murders he's trying to confess to. It's the other way around, so he's mad.
What Peel Region did or didn't do.
Jurisdictionally, we're kind of bound as to what takes place.
But still, the good guys, the bad guys. You know what I mean? You're on the same team.
Yes, we are, but as far as us investigating matters that take place outside of the actual Toronto proper, that's why Peel Regional has their police service, and like Detective Hoover said, we can't answer.
Bro, how the fuck? I mean, I'm not saying that it's a good thing that, like, pedophiles get murdered in prison, but how didn't they murder him in prison? Like, does that not happen in Canadian prison? Like, it doesn't make sense. Protective custody? I mean, regardless, dude, like, that's wild.
As to what they did with their investigations or the issues that they were looking at that transpired out in their area, and we really can't speak to that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether that's something you wish to have your counsel deal with them on, and that's something else. But unfortunately, there wasn't a lot that Detective Hoover and I could do in regards to those things.
Well,
That's how it leaves you
who's
at a
ever
bit of a
watching
loss
this
right
thing, they should subpoena these guys to Peel Regional. They can bring in all the facts to show just where I lied then, if I'm a liar. That's what I say to do, because either I'm a liar or I'm not a liar, and I'm not a liar. But you guys are trying to paint me as one. The public, according to the public, they turned on the TV in September of last year, and I was this crazy liar. That's what the TV reported, and not only did they report it there, they wrote it on my file. I've got it right myself. Paul Bernardo, Peel Regional said Paul Bernardo lied to police about crimes he didn't commit. Said he did.
Okay.
I mean, that's just awful. I mean, come on. enough manipulation, you know what I mean? Either you tell the truth or don't, otherwise the whole purpose of any interview is just stupid. Because if I'm this crazy liar, I'll be just sitting here lying to you about everything, right? Right? I mean, why wouldn't I? I'm just as crazy.
This is so fucking crazy. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. This guy's like upset that they don't believe that he's like murdered more than he actually has. It literally, he's just like upset that they won't believe him. What the fuck?
Crazy liar.
And again, I don't know exactly what was said by Peel Region, and I'm not here to answer to what they said. And so either,
you know, it's one thing. You know, I'm a human being, and to say that I'm a dangerous offender, going to be raping and killing and all this stuff, it's fine. I mean, for publicity, you know, get that, you know, tough on crime, get that bad guy. But when you go to a certain point of line, it just, I mean, it affects me totally. You know, I made mistakes a long time ago. But don't say that today about me, because then we're lying, and then we got a big problem because...
Bro, mistakes is... What an understatement, dude. What a fucking understatement. I made mistakes? Bro, you literally... It's not fine. You didn't make a mistake. It's top of the hour, and there's a 60-second ad break coming right now, no matter what you say. Okay? But make no mistake, you can avoid those ads. You can avoid those ads with a $5 subscription or with a free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime. Okay? Or you can use an ad block or a VPN. But here's the ad break now. Fuck. Okay. But like for real, this is... Motherfucker said mistake, dude. Channel reported for terrorism. Your segues are becoming more and more jarring as the day progresses. That's the HasanAbi classic, baby. It's a guarantee. Hasan always looks so pleased with himself after. Oh, dude, that's why I pause. Once I hit the ad break, I pause and I look at the chat. It's like when, which I assume a comedian, when he's doing like a good stand-up bit and he has like a good punchline and he just like leans into it and just sits there and takes it all in. Like people are laughing and he's just sitting there and taking it in. That's how I feel when you throw tomatoes at me. I sit there and I look at the chat to see the reaction. I'm like, so good. So good. I just let it come in. Yeah, I'm eating all the tomatoes. I'm like, go ahead. Throw your tomatoes at me. I'll eat all of them. Do not come. I'm gonna come. Also, like, you know, we have fun while the ad break's happening, so the fucking poors, the unwashed masses, can also enjoy the video.
I'm looking at you and you're the bad guys. Because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm telling the truth, and you guys are walking around issuing statements that I lied here, I lied there. No?
Well, again, those are statements that were issued by Detective Hoover or myself, or
yeah, I know, but I mean, it's Attorney General who sent you guys down here. He's fighting the case. He's taking this ball bitch back, right? So it's really it's the same organization, isn't it, Attorney General? I see him on TV talking about it.
But this is a separate matter from what those issues were.
But it's still the Attorney General's office.
Yeah, it very may well be, but like I said, we can't speak to anything that Peel Regional does or statements that they release out to the media because they have things that they were looking at.
It's the same thing. If I'm a liar, take the facts that they have. They can come down and talk to me. Any cross-examine, any defense lawyer can call them up and show me where I'm lying because you're not going to find it. Maybe.
Okay, this is not that interesting. Am I crazy? Like, I feel like, I mean, it's weird, but he's already in, like, he's already in jail. It's not like they're, you know, there's no, like, JCS analysis. It's just like, I don't know. I think it's time for some drama. We're going to spice it up. Clint Stevens' take on the gambling meta. So I see that LSF Andes have decided that hot tub streams are no longer the worst thing that's happening on Twitch. And considering the fact that we've already like gotten reactions, where is the origination of this? Like, how did this start? Because I've already moved past, like, I'm too late. So what is the first video that I have to watch? So I watched this in order. XQC leaked train DMs. XQC, is this it? This is why XQC stopped gambling on stream? 12K upvotes. Wait, where? That's it? That's what they found it from? That's it. That's where, that's the, what the fuck happened? That's what they fucking, oh my God. Scroll up at the LSF is higher. XQC accidentally is how it starts. I clicked on it already. DM's leaked. God damn. That's what happens when there's 65,000 people in here, dude. The alt tab, the window preview was scammed by horny juicers. So, FYI, the worst thing in the transcripts of Bernardo Homolka videotapes. Comments, keep that low though. XQC leaks to the entire world. LMAO. Before Owl, he leaked a shit ton about teams and stuff. Back to the roots. He had DMs open. It didn't close it. It's not streaming 101. Close all DMs. Truly the Pepega King. He will leak anything somehow. Screenshot. Train. And if you end up doing another site, make sure you do your research. Most of shitty histories, and you don't want that coming back to you in a year. So just make sure you do your research for another site. XQC, can we play one more day? Train. Ask Eddie. Gambling website owner. If he says yes, you have to make a new account. He has to ban your other one. Why do they have to ban the other account? Then you have to play on full screen or block screen in between games. You cannot show your on stake at all. That's why Canada needs to happen ASAP. And you need to let me or Eddie know you're down. And when I'm gonna leave for Canada on Friday. Keep that on the low though. Don't want my stalker to fuck with me. Also, bro, don't let me know what you want to do. Eddie keeps bugging me about it. X is going to prison? No, he won't. But I'm sorry, okay? But what the fuck have I been saying, dude? Look, I love these guys, okay? But I've literally been saying this. No, nobody fucking listens to me. Nobody listens to me. If T. Martin didn't go to prison, there's no chance XQC would either. Defending big streamers again, Papela? Wait, what did you say? What do you mean, what did I say? I've literally been talking about how all this stuff is all it takes is literally for one fucking journalist to be like, what the fuck is going on here? And I talked about how, like, not only is it straight up, like, there's no shot that this is legal. Streamers themselves might not necessarily get in trouble, but platforms could, and the companies probably will. But even the streamers could open themselves up to legal liability. And that it would make the platform, it would put the platform in harm's way across the board. What do you mean? I know you're also booking a one-way ticket to Quebec, Canada. Yeah, to do my gambling streams, which I've been doing for the past couple months, right? You fucking moron. What exactly is illegal? So there's a couple different types of gambling that is like online gambling that is kind of legal, but it's not necessarily fully legal. And I'm fairly certain that the reason why this is like crypto is because it is not legal at all. A lot of these places operate from like some fucking Cayman Islands type, you know, area. And this is just, this is before we, Curacao. Okay, there it is. It's certainly not legal in Texas. Gambling not overseen by the government is highly illegal in Canada. I know for a fact that EU has more laws about this than the United States does, but even in the United States, they don't have this shit. But even before that, like, I think it's still not good. But the bag is too sweet at the same time, so I get it. Like, because Twitch is not a permanent thing. It is 100% legal to gamble online federally in the United States. It's only illegal to operate an online casino. I've done online gambling advocacy for the poker community for years. There's huge misinformation about the law. In certain states, they don't have any laws against gambling online. It isn't a federal law, so certain states you can gamble. The way Stake uses crypto makes it sketchy too. Hearing reports of 15-year-olds using Stake. There's a reason why they operate with crypto. Someone else mentioned usually the odds are rigged in the streamers' favors and the streamers are pretending that the money was real. No, the money, I'm pretty sure the money is real. They just like, I think like it only is real if you don't lose it. If you lose it, it's not real. If you don't lose it, it is real. Well, they pay you out. Like, they just cover your losses. And it's because it's their own money, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's going back into their pocket. With, I guess, a percentage fee. I think XQ's whole point of this dumb debacle is that he used his own funds, whereas others did not. They might just give the streamer X amount of money per hour to gamble. Everybody has like different. Blaming crypto on gambling is like blaming alcoholics for bathtub gin. Wait, what? No, I'm saying they use crypto. I'm not blaming crypto. I'm saying that they use crypto because it's easier to hide assets and not controlled by the government. You fucking weirdo. Isn't that literally the crypto nerds' like ultimate reason for loving crypto? It's decentralized currency. Look at Asmongold's take. Asmongold's opinion on the gambling streams. Twitch needs to ban gambling full. I mean, I saw this earlier today. Twitch needs to ban gambling streams full stop, or yesterday. The amount of bullshit and pitfalls it's going to create in the next 6 months will fuck the website in so many ways we don't even realize yet. Yeah, this is literally what I said as well, by the way. Just looking at EU gambling laws, anyone can see this will not end well. Legal U.S. online gambling guide. The states that offer legal online gambling. New Jersey. Most places will offer online poker, but and also online betting sports, but most places don't offer online slots and online casino stuff. New Jersey, on the other hand, offers everything. So does Pennsylvania because they're just goated on the stack, goated on the stakes. Texas doesn't seem like offers anything. Are casinos legal? Can you play slots online in Texas? Absolutely not. As is the case with most gambling, including every kind of online gambling, it is not legal to play slot games online in Texas. Will Texas regulate online gambling in the future? Probably not. The truth of the matter is that any expansion of gambling in Texas online or otherwise is going to come as a surprise to those who have lived there for a decent amount of time. Even online gambling and sports betting expand across the nation, including neighboring Louisiana, Arkansas, Mexico, but there's just too high of a legislative hurdle to move past in Texas. Extremely rich in resources. In the cases, the strength of opposition isn't clear. So, this is what this is the important designation here. The important distinction is legal online gambling versus offshore sites. What these guys are, what all of these other websites are offshore sites. That's what Stake is. Stake is an offshore site. Which is why they are not regulated. So they're technically not subject to the laws of either Texas or the U.S. If you encounter an issue, you may have no options to resolve it. Second, there's no guarantee that a reliable consumer watchdog group like the BBB is available to keep tabs on the company's practices or legitimacy. Finally, the offshore site may fall short from a technical standpoint, especially when it comes to account security. You're submitting your personal and financial information to the gambling site. The reality is that outside of the aforementioned sweepstakes sites, there really isn't anything to do in Texas. But wait, it's always possible that one of these attempts to legalize casinos will pan out. It's not every day where they would turn around and what do you call it, and fucking like, you know, target a person, an individual, for playing online. There's a lot of red tape. It killed online poker in the US because they taped off each state into his own player pool. How is gambling not legal in Texas of all places? Why does Aiden and Rice go to Mexico to gamble? This is part of the reason why they do that. To skirt off additional legal scrutiny from doing something that is an illegal act. That's why they do it out of Mexico when they fly out to Mexico and gamble in Mexico. But yes, offshore gambling is still technically in a legal gray area, which is what they are doing. They're not doing straight slots on the internet. Okay? That's why I said they're not regulated, and therefore they're not subject to the laws of either Texas or the U.S. Unless the sweepstakes sites like the one was listed above, the casino sites accepting Texas players are based offshore, While the legality of playing at an online gambling site in Texas is debatable, which doesn't mean it's like 100% illegal like playing in a sweepstakes site, the real worries have nothing to do with the chance of a fine or police knocking down your door. Offshore sites carry risks that make playing on them less than ideal. Okay? But even outside of like the personal legal scrutiny that streamers are engaging in, I worry more about the streamers themselves developing significant gambling addictions and fucking themselves over. The second thing I worry about, but more so than the streamers fucking themselves over by developing gambling addictions, is obviously the promotion of gambling to people that will then go and literally sign up on a shady fucking website and, lose their parents' money or whatever. I don't think it's hard not to accept the sponsorship. Trying to deflect onto Twitch is weak, in my opinion. G Fuel's lead-laced dust is one thing, but I mean, come on. Are we going to be throwing babies out of the window if Twitch allowed it? Admittedly, I don't know who would sponsor baby throwing. Perhaps Ludwig. True. Do you get random boxes on Mario Kart? Really promoting gambling, Clint? I know that Nessa is like probably memeing here, but I feel like people are unironically making that argument, and it's a little different, I think. Then why aren't you criticizing XQC and Train? You've just been defending them so far. I think some of you guys have literal fucking zero head brains and don't recognize that I have been a massive fucking critic from day one of online gambling. Literally, before anyone else was talking about it to this degree, I have straight up been talking about it non-fucking stop. Like literally since day one. Talking about how dangerous it is, talking about how devastating it is, talking about it from multiple points of view for the past like fucking 4 months or whenever the fuck it started. Offshore gambling is a legal gray area in the same way that bank robberies. If the player's physical location governs whether they can gamble, the player's physical location governs whether they can gamble, which is why you can't bet in sports books in Vegas outside of Nevada. I've literally like, I don't know how many times I've actually said that this is horrifying and bad and that people shouldn't do it. Since the fucking beginning. What is this? Receipts for the haters? Hasan's take on gambling. April 25, 2021. He literally lost 100K. If that entices you to gamble, you deserve to lose your money. Dude, come on, bro. There's like fucking... No. I'm telling you, no. Like, there is no... Motherfuckers see that. They tune in. They see him winning like $5,000 in one fucking pull or whatever, however that works. And then they think like, oh shit, I'll do it too. Like, I could fucking get that. You know what I mean? He can lose that kind of money. You can't. And even then, he probably can't fucking lose that kind of money either, especially if it gets out of control. Do not do it. Do not do it. Do not do it. It's not a fucking joke, dude. You will literally never know how to fucking stop. The thing is, here's the thing, okay? Didn't Train say XQ lost 300K off stream? It fucking doesn't matter, dude. It does not matter. Even 300K, he's fucking... This dude stole your take and your fit? Yeah, I know. I've been saying this since fucking April, dude. When the gambling shit first started popping off, that it's not good. And it's terrifying overall for all the fucking little kids that are like doing it. And I don't know how many times I've said it. I don't know what else to say. Soda Forson's take on executing train moving to countries to do gambling streams.
Your peers, right? You look at your friends, and I realize, like, they do this for 1 month, and they would make more than me streaming for years and years and years, several years. And I'm sitting here like a fucking idiot, like, saying, but I have morals. Dude, fuck morals. I'd have to stream Dota Solo Queue for fucking 5 years straight, dude. Or some shit. Like, a couple years straight. Like, even to be close. Like, imagine how tempting it is just saying, oh, I'll do it for a fucking month. I don't care about people getting addicted to gambling. I don't care that kids are getting addicted. It's so hard, dude. I'm telling you guys. That's why all these fucking streamers...
He's not wrong. The payouts are fucking insane, dude. And also, it's literally like, streaming is not permanent. It's not like a forever job. There's no security in this. This site could go down tomorrow. So, like, a lot of people want to fucking make the bag.
Even XQC that was opposed to gambling, he does it because it's a ridiculous amount of money. Ridiculous. It's
this
borderline.
Said 35K hour. He's wrong. It's not 35K per hour. He's literally like, maybe fucking, he is saying 1/10 of what the prices probably are.
Illegal, so they have to move around.
35K per hour.
To do it, right? And it's ridiculous. Hey, I might crack one day. I'm telling you guys. I'm being real with you guys. I might crack one day and do it myself. I'm just trying to offer you guys how hard it is being like on the same level as people, your peers, right?
That was what he was offered a month ago or a couple months ago? That's crazy. That's actually really low, surprisingly. Especially for his numbers. Northern Lions, thoughts on gambling on Twitch?
So here's the deal. I may answer your question, thoughts on gambling. But before I answer your question, thoughts on gambling, that you've typed in chat, I don't know, maybe 17 times in the last...
By the way, I don't feel the same way about like poker and shit, because at least that's like a little bit more skill based, and even then it's like it should be 18 plus regardless, right? But at least it's like there is a level of skill involved in even fucking blackjack. You know what I mean? Whereas like slots is just straight gambling, nothing else. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like
2 minutes. I need to know why you're so interested in my thoughts on gambling, and if it's because of the fact that Asmongold tweeted something about how gambling streams shouldn't be enabled on Twitch, and thus is part of the ongoing circle of Twitch drama, where people don't actually watch streams for entertainment, but exclusively watch to hear what like other people are saying about other people, then I neglect to answer your question and encourage you to get...
Poker and blackjack are PvP, that's why. Hasan, have you ever gambled? Fuck yeah, I've gambled. Lost a fuckload of money in Vegas back in the day. Dude, I've done all devices, okay? I have all devices. And I have an incredibly addictive personality. So that's precisely why I don't fuck around with that shit. And that's precisely why I tell you all the goddamn time, as I have time and time and time again. Don't fucking do it. Don't fuck with it. You will never win, okay? You will never, ever, ever win. Why do you suppose Twitch hasn't cracked down hard on stream gambling? Aren't they just one news story from getting absolutely blasted in the mainstream? They are. I don't know why. Maybe they don't think it's bad. I don't know. I mean, they might have like legal gambling. Maybe they have like legal gambling sponsors, so they feel like it would be controversial or something. I really don't know.
A real hobby.
But yeah.
So here's the...
Fed learns that spreading your ex's nudes is not good.
There was a story here where like
yeah,
there was this guy had a girlfriend, right? And,
yeah,
you know, the girlfriend sent him nudes.
Okay.
And you know,
what happened?
They broke up, and so like out of anger,
the guy sent the nudes to like his buddy, and the buddy sent it to the other buddy, and it just like the whole school had her nudes.
Wow,
right?
That's cray.
I just want to say, like, that in and of itself is another example of like violating consent. Like, even though, you know, for
I don't think this is an issue that Twitch can reasonably regulate, considering that gambling laws vary so much by where streamers are located. And it's hard to say that predatory shit like gacha games, FIFA, and NBA 2K loot boxes and Pokemon card unboxings are also gambling. It's something that is going to take regulatory crackdown. I agree. That's probably a big reason. Yes, MOJD, our resident legal nerd.
for so long we were trained to
It's
be like,
correct.
oh, consent has to do with like, you know, sex and stuff like that. But like, no, it's they're sensitive.
Did you guys know that
you know,
if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
consent. And I just want to say, like, you can see.
I mean, yeah, it is. Streaming's not forever takes fucking dumb. It's not a defense. I'm saying that that's part of the reason why so many people fucking cave and do it. Most of you make more than the average person makes in their life, have popular YouTube channels and social media, or connections are endless. It's fucking ridiculous for you to say streaming's not stable when it's probably the most stable job during the pandemic. It was the most stable job during the pandemic. But it's not permanent. It's significantly more volatile than fucking other lines of profession. Even other lines of profession that like include giving you residuals, like in Hollywood. Shit that have more unions and whatnot. I'm just letting you know. It's not permanent, but you make so much in a few years that you're set for life. Yeah, you guys literally look to a streamer that has consistently had been one of the top 5 most subscribed to channels on the platform and assume that it's the same for so many other motherfuckers. Like, you have no concept, no way to comprehend it. You're literally just looking at me and assuming that every streamer is like me. Not every streamer is like me. Even out of big streamers, they're not like me. Get my main source of revenue from my subscriptions, okay? From you guys. I don't do that many like ad deals or whatnot. I turn down brands quite regularly. I don't seek to, and it's not because I'm like good or anything like that. I'm not even saying that. I just don't care about it. Okay? I mean, viewers look at other people, right? Yeah, but people literally fucking, even with me, people make it seem like I've literally made this much money. It's only because you set sub goals. I don't have sub. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Never mind. Even if you hit it big as a streamer, even that is not permanent. You understand? Even that is not fucking permanent. Okay? Didn't Cash App fly you all out to the Mayweather fight? No, motherfucker, I pay for that shit out of pocket, dude. The fuck do you mean? No, bitch. Will paid for the hotel room. Anyway. You don't think we noticed your product placements, Mr. Grateful Dead? Yeah. Actual L, really? Yeah, no, they only supplied the fight ticket. That's it. Ultimately, I think Clint's take is correct. There's a reason why I wouldn't take shit like that. And that reason is because I think it's very dangerous. I do. Today marks the 1 year since Dr. Disrespect was banned on Twitch. This chat is so stupid sometimes. Accuse you of getting deals, or they get mad at you for not taking advantages of companies and corps giving you deals. Like, Buddha and Anthony Z are great examples of this, right? Of streamers that when NoPixel is like popping off, they have like a 1-year period where they blow the fuck up. And this time around, it has stayed consistent for a lot longer than it actually has. But those guys, like, I've had conversations with them, and those guys have like literally told me it's not the same when NoPixel is not hitting, when it's no longer in fashion, when the wave goes away for RP. They don't have fucking 30,000 people in their chat or 10,000 or 15,000 subs or whatever the fuck. It doesn't work that way. So they have like a very limited window of time. Why do you choose not to work with brands that you would actually want to endorse? I mean, there aren't that many brands that I would want to endorse. I work with brands if I like, you know, consume their products naturally, or if or if it's like a video game or something that I would play. But beyond that, it's not. It's crazy to compare one-hit wonders to you who gets 60K viewers consistently every day, except when he's gaming. When he gets 2K, this is really funny, dude. Buddha had 500 viewers last year when he got banned off NoPixel. Exactly. So, Miz was offered 300K a month for 10 streams. It's understandable that people doing it daily are addicted to the paycheck. Yeah, it's just that's like low, dude. That's a low amount. That's a low ass amount. Destiny's thoughts.
I wonder if it's possible. I feel like if you burn XQC once, you're like permanently on his bad side. So at the risk of that, I thought it was really funny that XQC was like, "You guys are so mature, you don't know what's going on." It's like, no, I think everybody kind of knows what's going on.
That's not even true. I fucking yelled at XQC a bunch during NoPixel, and you know that's not. It wasn't like a permanent bridge burning at all.
I think it's pretty obvious to see. It's really funny when he's like, "You guys are reading too much into the messages." Like, no, I think people can see like pretty much exactly like what's going on with the messages. I don't think anybody's like falsely reading in anything. But
no, we like straight
wonder
up.
If it's possible.
We straight up were not on good terms, and that's not the case anymore. If you let XG kill you and Anthony Z and NoPixel that one day, he'd have no Gamba addiction. Way to go! Yeah, it's my fault. Bedmeister is currently digging himself in a hole on stream.
Place, so I wanted to be around her to make sure she was okay.
Bro, he's so jacked.
Someone that meant the world to me, so her happiness was important to me. As I'm hanging out with her so much, like there was this like sense of like intimacy that like started to grow, and it started to grow with like when you hang out with someone so much, you know, and
his face is jacked, dude. He's a jacked ass face.
There was a time when I was in a room and I asked like, "Hey, can I give you a foot rub?" And she was like, "Okay."
What the fuck?
And she said yes, but we were tipsy, and in the moment it felt real and honest for me to say like, I kind of like you. But when I woke up the next morning, it was like, oh shit, like I did not mean that. And looking back now, it was a complete violation. Very dark.
What the fuck is going on, dude? Ludwig responds to Clint and then gambles.
Chips. Does he not fucking get that people's careers on Twitch last literally like years and then it goes away? Like a few fucking years. And like G Fuel is like a sick product, and like the baby throwing is obviously a joke, but I don't know. I don't take fucking stupid sponsorships like that. All right, we have a quick gambling stream right now. Let's just get to this.
Oh, Jesus.
This is brought to you by Pokemon. But that's not what we got to worry about. We got to worry about getting Pikachu.
Such a fucking idiot, dude. Hey, he's doing mogul moves, dude. He's doing mogul moves, baby. That's what he's doing. Misgive leagues, the offer you got from online gambling services.
Companies.
I'm kind of bummed. Like, not a single online gambling service hit me up. Not that I would do it, but still.
Because it's not just.
Oh, fuck, dude. How come I'm not getting looks for online gambling? What is that?
I know a lot of you guys just know.
What am I, a fucking brand risk, dude?
Like Rubrit. What is it? Is that it? Rubit. I don't really know the names. Stake. Everyone knows Stake. Stake's the most popular one, and that's because Train does it and XTC does it, right? They started to reach out to me because they're like, "Oh, okay, you're down to do this."
To be fair, I know why I didn't get fucking. I know why I didn't get fucking online gambling ads offers, because I've literally been shitting on them nonstop.
And this is when I
only some of the fucking dumbass chatters knew that. But no. Hasan, you're only saying this now because it's fashionable.
I was averaging like 20,000 viewers, right? I've grown. These companies were coming to me with, they're like, hey, we want you to stream on our website, gamble, and we are willing to pay you $35,000 an hour. And it's very weird. Like, I wasn't getting ever. That was double any sponsorship I ever got in my entire life. But listen, it's what they wanted. So they are offering me companies. Because
you couldn't save us from promoting a horrible game like Dark Alliance? Dude, low-key, Dark Alliance was the most fun I've had during a hashtag ad gaming session. In the very limited amount of hashtag ad games that I've played. Like, but mostly because I was playing with other streamers like Lyric and Misgiff and Moxie. And again, I've only done like 3, I think, so.
it's not.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, these guys are, most of the chatters who are saying I'd sell out for 35K an hour are right. Like, yeah, most people would, and most people do. And it's not just 35K an hour, it's a lot more.
I promoted it on stream too much, and we went way too far with this. And it's all my fault, because I'm a terrible person, dude. But then I bought a dog and went to the gym. And now we're good, boys. Now we're back. Boys, what up, what up?
Why is there Twitch in light mode? It's not. Misgive on Greek losing money and why he turned away the gambling deal.
Greek did gamble. Greek lost a shit ton of fucking money. And then Greek, next thing I know, I see him on stream. He has X base point stake, and he's doing media share on top of it. You know? But Greek's lucky because he's able to do that so he can make back his money. You guys aren't. My viewers are not lucky where they have a platform where they can just put on, instantly get free money and grow and recoup. You guys are mostly.
The difference is the streamer who gets offered those deals are earning way more than the average viewer. It's not the same. No, I understand. That's why I said it's not 35K. It's what 35K to you is the amount of money that streamers are getting offered for them. That's what I'm trying to say. And also,
making probably like $30,000 to $50,000 a year. You don't have that kind of luxury, you know? You don't have that kind of luxury to try to make that back. And I think it's sometimes very hard for streamers to really see that in you guys or see that you guys are people. But it actually took me to literally see them. Like, I saw Greek, some of my mods, and I'm like, man, I can't do this anymore. I can't. It's not worth the money. It would double and a half my income.
Why
if
people
I
like the acting? The amount of money absolves them of any accountability. I don't think anyone thinks it absolves them of accountability. I'm just giving you why people would do it.
took these
and
deals,
did
it
do
would double and a half my income.
And are doing it.
It's crazy to turn away, right? And I think a lot of Greek.
Yeah, Mischief is above gambling, but not above housing, befriending, and making content with a racist. You fucking got him, dude. Yeah, you fucking got him, dude. Fucking owned, dude. Yeah, fuck you, Mischief. Hell yeah, dude. You got him. Called out.
That Hasan Piker was upset that I was playing Dark Alliance with other people. Is that true? Is that true statement?
This is true. I told him too. I told him this.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I don't know why you think you can just ignore me, leave me at home, and think that you're gonna be able to just hang on to all this, man, okay? Seriously. You didn't invite me nowhere, all right? You didn't invite me to play no video games, all right? I'm sorry, all right?
He's not wrong. It's true. It's my fault.
I'm sorry I'm so much fun, okay? If you want to hang on to me, you better treat me better, all right? Okay?
I fucking love when my fellow gay pop off on you, LMAO. He's not even gay, dude.
No, listen, I would have played with Hank. I just did not know he was going to play that game.
He said, my fellow gay, dude. I'm sorry, chatter. I'm sorry to hurt your fifis, but he's not a fellow gay. Damn, he's gay baiting, bro. No, I'm just kidding. XC accidentally goes live after watching an old Amaranth VOD.
XQCL.
Is that a finals mouse?
Oh no. Oh no.
Was Hank your white person name in college or basketball camp? No, only Will calls me Hank. Well, Will's aunt calls me Hank. Oh. He's using a t-shirt. Soda gets a hole in one.
So let's go like right here.
Nice shot.
That's crazy.
Wow. Hole in one.
Crazy.
So let's go like
Baby games. Testing reacts if Fez returns. Okay, I don't care. Car raises more than 900K for St. Jude. A good part was donated by a lottery winner who's part of the community. That's fucking sick. Sugar orders halal food.
I'll have it anyway. Yeah, I'll have buffalo wings, and I'll have a. This is halal, by the way, chat. I'll have a cheeseburger.
Our meat is not halal, I'm afraid.
Oh no, I was just saying it for stream. Don't worry. Okay, pretend we pretend.
Yes, our meat is definitely halal.
Yeah. And I'll have a cheeseburger, yeah, with the gluten-free bread.
No problem at all. Just bear with me a moment, just so I get this allergy put through correctly. So it's the buffalo wings and a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
And that comes with...
I'll have it anyway.
The halal. Guess isn't the Fed Meister's body transformation was natural?
Every day.
Yeah, I don't either. Let's be real.
2-3 hours minimum. Oh, sorry. 2 hours minimum, 3 hours max. Ate like a fucking horse every day.
Okay, now I think he roided. 3 hours a day from little to no training to 3 hours a day, 2 to 3 hours a day. I don't think a normal human body can do that. I don't think you need time to recover. No way.
Yeah, I go to the gym every day, 2-3 hours, and I have a trainer.
All right, never mind. He's on the sauce, boys.
He knows all the.
He has sauced.
That's not hard. I mean, dude, he was. I mean, that's. I don't know why anyone would ever work for 3 hours a day. It's like wild. It's a wild amount of work.
All I know is his hair is greasy and he's 4'2", this fucking gnome. Okay, what do you want from me? I know what the fuck.
Okay, you cannot. First of all, I shower every other day. It's really hard to do personal digs on my hygiene when people watch you eat the skin off the bottom of your toes on stream. Okay, that is not an insult that you can make. Okay. Secondly, just to be clear, my references were to Train's messages. I don't know people like guessing about XQC's problems and shit. I just saw Train messaging saying he's going to Canada and shit. It looked like he's doing it because he's got whatever. That's what it looked like to me. I don't know anything about speculating on XQC shit. I should have made that clear.
No shit.
Maybe he's accounting for cardio and stretching. Dude, 3 hours of nonstop working out is crazy. It's not happening. Expand in denial? Oh my god.
This is not me.
Oh my god.
Not S-Fan lore. Guys.
He's a dragon man, dude. S-Fan before streaming. Excuse he denies he's promoting gambling.
People say, yeah, but dude, yeah, but you promoted it. Okay.
For the record, I don't know what XQC's involvement is. I don't even know what Train's involvement is with the website. Personally, I have no idea what the contracts are for these people or if they got hashtag ads, sponsored deals. I have zero fucking knowledge of whatever the fuck was going on there. I still think that, like, regardless, it's still bad to just, like, fucking, you know, drop slots.
Listen, you fuck, okay? Listen. The site that we played on, okay? Crypto shit. You literally have to have a crypto wallet bullshit that's actually hard to create, load the juice in it somehow, dump it on the other thing, then use it there. Some of the things that these guys promoted, okay, had PayPal links and credit card links that anybody just plug their shit in. Literal links to PayPal directly. Holy shit. You want to talk about accessibility?
This guy goes, "You're being criminal on stream."
Oh my god. This guy says it criminal. Okay, listen. Go read a book. People say, yeah.
Stake has a credit card option where you pay premium for the crypto. Is he talking about stake? Because it's literally not that hard to deposit. I don't know. I've fucking never been on this website, so I don't even know. We read the same comment. Yeah. You can buy a card on stake. XQC Lion. So because it takes more steps, it's not as bad as he's stupid. I don't know. I don't know how easy or difficult it is to fucking join the site. It doesn't matter. It's still, like, I mean, look, obviously it was profitable. Otherwise, these dudes won't be like, I mean, we saw the fucking payout that like Aiden Ross was getting. It was like fucking 2 million or some shit, right? Yeah, it was 6 people, and it was like it was more than 2 million, but it was for 6 different people over the course of like a month with multiple streams. But it's still, that's so much fucking money per month. But like, these guys aren't stupid. They fucking know. They know that like they're gonna get a return on that investment. You see what I'm saying? So like, obviously, you know, enough people do it, no matter how hard it is. Promoting is promoting. It's that simple. If XQC plays the game and blows up, look at the game. Alt F4. That's a different deal. Stake pays Train and XQC a decent percentage of the total amount wagered of everyone who uses their referral code. Train is around 15 to 20K a day. I feel like you're saying that. I don't know if you're right or not. I don't know if that's how the sponsorship deals work for them and not. My point is they're still getting like paid a fuckload, right? So obviously it's working. This is the clip you guys sent me earlier today, and then I didn't look at it until LSF, so let's take a look at it now.
I can't with the people saying Hasan.
No, I'm changing the
for
Hasan. Waiting for Hasan. He's gonna go watch some videos and just do a lot of commentary on the stream. It's all a meme. So now, what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live?
Oh my god.
Waiting for Hasan.
Aw. That's dope, dude. Dude, she's so talented. Holy shit. Someone made a cute video using that already? Ostonox.
Waiting for Hasan. He's gonna go watch some videos.
What the
and
fuck?
just do a lot of commentary on the stream. It's all a meme. So now, what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live? Waiting for Hasan. And all of the stars will realign.
Damn, it's like I fucking reacted to it already. He even put my laughter in it. What the fuck, dude? He pre-watched. He pre-watched the future, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's crazy.
And the constellation that I'm looking for, I'm searching for Hasan. He's gonna go watch some videos and just do a lot of commentary on the stream. It's all a meme. So now, what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live?
Dude, that is so... That's so cute, dude. What the fuck? It's like an anime outro, dude. What the fuck? That's so sick. Gave me goosebumps, man. The poster is a time variant. Yeah. Ostonox. Nah, he's just vegan, dude. That's how vegans are. They got precognition. Me, every time he pauses the video and talks about it for 30 minutes, gonna spam waiting for Hasan now every time he pauses. I've edited it into a song with all the pauses and made a video for it. I haven't watched a Twitch VOD anything less than 1.5x for a long time. I just look at stuff on my other monitor until the stun lock wears off. Honestly, stun locks are a lot more fun when you're actually in chat. I tried watching him. I gave up after a couple tries. Worst part about the pause is that they're always before the video is about to explain what he paused, explain, or complain about the video, won't go into detail about the whys. Okay, dude. Pre-watching Piker. That was pretty good improv. Slightly modifying her existing lyrics. I'm just looking for like a bad comment. You know what I mean? I'm literally currently looking for a bad comment so I can announce the top of the hour ad break coming in right now. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you'd like to no longer see the ads on that ad break, you can subscribe. You can use a VPN and ad blocker. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Yeah, every segue has been fired today. Let's be real, you know this. Remember when people used to make fun of Greek for watching videos all day? I remember. As an Azuni frog, I honestly don't know the context of this. That being said, I like the crossword between Azuni and Lily. Maybe some good wholesome content. Azuni, if you're reading this, I do like your gaming content. Don't stop gaming on stream. Both of them complaining about Destiny's driving as they are out for Korean food with Andy Saj. Oh, here's the outbreak now, by the way, before I forget. What is this? Dude. Rant start. What I'm simply stating is, what I'm trying to describe here is, God damn it, stop pogoing me. Top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break. Yes. Yes. You are learning my tactics. Very good. Okay, I don't want you guys to think that every time I say what I'm stating is. I don't want you to think that it's always a fucking ad break, you know? That's not good. We have segue trauma. You have post-traumatic segue disorder. PTSD. That was very cute. It officially announces OTV rejects.
And I like to officially announce offline TV rejects. Yo, Chris Chan, Albert, get on the phone, baby. Yo, we're getting a house. Bit by bit.
Yikes, dude. Okay, I don't think he realizes this. Like, is he leaning into it or something? Like, what's he doing? It's kind of weird, dude. I think it's the top of the hour at least 4 times every hour. It all starts with great segues, but eventually it will balloon into a stream that's nothing but ad segues. Like, how do you suggest that happens? I would have to be like running a fuckload more ads, for the record, if that was the case. And I literally only do one 60-second ad break at the top of the hour. So, like, it's such a fucking stupid take, dude. You just, like, literally did not even think about it. You were just like, I'm just going to say it because it sounds good. Some dude on a YouTube comment said Hasan is mad the real Chad Fed is back. Motherfuckers are such losers. What? Yeah, dude, I'm... Definitely, that's true. I'm not even mad. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, kind of weird. Put long ass ads just to watch them explode. No, I'm not gonna do that. It's one of your favorite parts of streaming. Look, running fucking ads is not great. It's not. Because it just makes me do something that I don't want to do. And I've done my very best to not have it like hinder the stream. So I'm making it more fun for myself. And also for the community. Okay? That's it. Like, that's the reason why I do it the way I do it. Also, it's time. Did Twitch give you an ultimatum for that ad deal? It's okay. Why am I pausing this music? Let's do it.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. Liar, dude. Liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude.
I'm an incel myself, so do you know what an incel is? Involuntary celibate. It's like a community of people on the internet who can't get laid, and some of them go out and like kill people, like Elliot Rodger. I'm not saying I'm cringing right now. I'll explain it later. The virgin is the incel. Involuntarily celibate, who never gets laid. He's like unable to get laid. He's very nerdy. He has terrible posture, and that would be someone that would be considered a cab.
Holy shit, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a liar, dude. Liar, dude. Liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. What a fucking liar, dude. What a liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to OKBUDDY Son, the #1 subreddit in the world, sponsored by Shook's Grill. We're at 50,000 basketballs. Fuck you, shitty subreddit. 50K. That's very good. Chill vibes to study and wait for HasanAbi to go live. We already watched that. It was really good. Tipo stops for the 821 incident. I'm going back in time to distract Hasan to stop him from creating 821. America deserved Hasan. Hi. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Good one. Coomers unite. Kamala Harris cannot stop us all. DMCA free song.
Do not come.
Oh God, what is this?
Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm gonna come. I'm a coomer. How did this person not add I'm gonna come into this? Be like, do not come. I'm gonna come. That's crazy. That's a misstep. It's an opportunity squandered, dude. I'm a coomer. I'm a coomer. Pretty good. Top of the hour ad. Top of the hour ad. I am inevitable. It's true. It is. Do not come.
Do not come.
That afraid of just like
do not
debating
come.
you? Like
I'm
it's
gonna
not in person.
come.
It's not like you're some type of assassin. I said even if
I'm gonna come.
And this is where, and if you
I'm
can do
gonna
that, I
come.
think we can have a relationship.
Way that he says, I'm gonna come. That like it's just permanent saying, do not come. Do not come. And then Donald Trump going, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. Okay. I'm gonna come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. That's how COVID-20 happened. We are coming. Do not come. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come.
Thank you.
They didn't let her come. I'm gonna come. Okay, I really like it. I really like it. I'm sorry. I don't know why. What is this video? She said, do not come. And then Kamala said, I'm gonna come. Bonus clip? There's like half.
If you don't care about all those things I mentioned, you don't
Oh,
actually.
she's Canadian. She's about. You don't care about all those things? That's Canada right there. Not as Canada as this ad break that's coming in right now because it's top of the fucking hour. Oh! Oh, it's top of the hour. Every hour it's time for a 6-second ad break right now. That wasn't even a segue. What am I doing? Where am I right now? What am I doing? That's not even a fucking segue. I literally just said not as Canada as this ad break, which is funny because you weren't expecting it, which is why it was a good ad break and not a bad one. Anyway, I feel like I should just stop streaming after 5 hours because that's like a classic, like at the end of my stream type beat right anyway, you can be a W streamer if you added animated emotes, Horpa Spin, Toragoro, Do Not Come, Griffin, Madge, or Gladge. Sorry for the leftist formatting. Linked below. Yeah, we'll do animated emotes soon. HasanAbi dialogue tree. Okay, dude, you guys spoiled half of OKBUDDY today. Austin's truck broke down. Sir, we need your car. Don't worry, we'll be gentle. Addressing Hasan's anti-instrument takes. Mumford & Sons banjoist Winston Marshall quits after Andy NGO. I don't want to read this. I don't want to give like more credibility to banjoist. Like, I don't care. True.
Hey, Hasan. I just wanted to let you know that I don't appreciate your comments on the banjo. The banjo is a wonderful instrument with a rich and fascinating history and a wonderful sound. If you expect me to continue my 12-month subscription and send you custom woodcrafts, then you better revise your problematic stance. Since your time is limited, I'll play you a short snippet of banjo sound that you might like. Hear that? The instrument's so sacred even Allah himself plays it. I hope your mind will change. Sincerely, Quasar Sound and the Banjo Frogs.
Bro, this is like when John McAfee made up grievances that did not exist, or like acted like the government was prosecuting him when they didn't. Like, I never said anything about banjos, and you had to edit it so that you could act like I was anti-banjo. Sag. The one banjo frog, dude. Mumford & Sons turned Hasan's Dark Souls character into an Ottoman swordsman. I couldn't watch Nameless King live because it was too late in the morning for me, but I drew this art inspired by watching it. Since you were looking for a game to play, I recommend Bayonetta 1 or 2. Both are on the Switch. You'll definitely like the main character. I'd also recommend Death Stranding, but you might want to wait for the director's cut. I got way too much shit since it was released, and it was underrated. I played it on stream. I never finished it, though. This is sick. I like this. Donnie and the boys?
Hey, you know Tommy down by the docks? Yeah, the one with the face. Yeah, he says to me, he says this, get this. I don't believe in systemic racism. Oh, hey! I know, I was baffled by the ignorance. So what'd you do to him? Well, let's just say hypothetically he's, sleeping with the fishes, if you know what I mean. Hey, there we go, huh? Yeah, I don't tolerate any bigotry on my watch. Hey, yo, besties! Hey, look who it is. It's Fat Tony. Whoa.
Oh, excuse me.
Hey, you body shaming him?
You body shaming me?
I'm not body shaming nobody. He's got body image issues.
I got body image issues.
He's going to therapy. You see how...
Bro, this is literally like, I ripped this off Cumtown, and SNL did a bit on it too, but like, now everyone's doing it, dude.
This guy is... You know, I'm not gonna lie.
Stolen from SNL and then from Cumtown? No, Cumtown did it first before SNL did it. SNL stole from Cumtown, which I also stole from Cumtown.
That's the bravest fucking guy I've ever seen in my life. You know, Rocco, I don't mean no disrespect, but, you know, I think you owe a certain somebody an apology. You know, fellas, I appreciate you educating me and allowing this to become a teachable moment. I hold myself accountable, and I apologize.
The guy in the hat dated a minor, by the way. What? How do you guys know this shit? Like, what the fuck? Really? Unironically working a daycare. What is this? Unironically working on a daycare worker portrait. Here's some progress. Not sure when I'll finish. Thanks for doing what you're doing. What? I'm not a daycare worker, dude. Why are you making your fans believe that I'm a daycare worker, dude? What the fuck? It's wonderful though. It's a beautiful painting. How did I fall? Oh my god. Nope. Not doing that. Immediately recognize the background sound as a Durham op video. Nope. POV, you are debating Hasan. Fuck around and find out, brother. How different ideologies live. Choose wisely. Anarcho-primitivist house. Socialist house. Dude, this house is crazy. What the fuck? Yo, let me see this house. Does anyone have a link? Also, my house is fine. Fuck you guys, dude. Literally, fuck you, okay? I have a very good deal. On living in West Hollywood in a 2-bedroom, okay? What the fuck? You trying to dogs? Wait, why are you guys saying what the fuck you trying to do? Is that a train meme? I do not have popcorn ceilings. I looked up. Don't dox train, bro. No, I just want to see the fucking house. Did he do a house tour or some shit or no? It's his actual house. Why would there be a link? No, like, I don't know what's emptier, the room or the streamer in it. He's now the richest man in Canada. I do not have a popcorn ceiling. Fuck you, dude. Another one for the HasanAbi. I'm in M60 with fucking Fortunate Son playing in the background as I fucking fly in. Hell yeah, brother. Yeet, yeet. Get a goddamn bazooka for these fucking hogs, brother. It ain't me. It ain't me. I'm no senator, so yeah. Okay. Why did you do this? It ain't me. What the fuck? What? Oh, that's so dumb, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Dude, we got to run this again. Yeah, brother. Yeet, yeet. Get a goddamn bazooka for these fucking hogs, brother. It ain't me. It ain't me. I'm no senator, so yeah. Okay. I'm in. Stupid. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ostonox is like single-handedly carrying OKBUDDY. The fucking... What the... That's so fucked up. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God. I gotta run it again. It ain't me. It ain't me. It's just like with the subtle like movements of my head, it just, oh my God, it's so fucked up. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's so stupid. That's so stupid, dude. I got out of bed to get the link from Discord for his VOD showing it the first time.
Lisa's what my mom. I probably should go late with Yeezy. I need me some G.
Wait, I can't. Isn't this music DMCA? Dude, this is a crazy fucking apartment. Holy shit.
Got a lot of M's on my mind and my friends. Yeah, I keep my friends on my mind.
Motherfucker went from literally living in a goddamn crate.
I'm in love with 2 girls at one time and they tens. That's why I got 10 on my mind. I got M's. Got a lot of M's on my mind and my friends. Yeah, I keep my friends on my mind. Should repent. I need me some G.
He went from living in a storage container to... Does he not know the camera's on? What's he doing?
I can't respond, we just go at your people. If I left some rats on the bed, you can keep it. This shit getting deeper and deeper. I dig it. My shovel won't be, and I was broke, had to fix it. A shark in the water, you swim with a little fish. I hit the day by tomorrow, she miss it. I grab a net, she look up, then I kiss it. I'm not a goat, but I fit the description. I like the post, so I get the prescription. We walk around with them bands, and I breach it. This gun ain't gon' jam, and I blow.
That's gotta be a green screen. It's way too flat. Average train intro? Wait. This motherfucker waits for 30 minutes on his intro and then he still ends up stalling? He hasn't started talking yet?
PTSD like I can't.
What is this? Browse. Desktop. We're in the same fucking place. What the fuck? What if I went here? I went to here.
He played with the lights for like 20 minutes. Self podcasts don't start till like 1 a.m. That's crazy. We're 42 minutes in. He started talking. It's not a green screen. He will mess with the window lights later on. I swear he has his live view on his monitor in front of him at all times. Bro, you don't act like you haven't been on Scuffed. You know how it is? Yeah, but I don't come on until like, you know, shit's popping off. Looks good. House looks sick. This would boost the gaming view counts. Ratchet and Jank. Yeah, right, dude. Crowder Copium.
All right. Okay, you guys are gonna call him and sound check him? Yeah. I bet this guy's gonna do anything he can to avoid actually debating. Yeah.
Look at his hands.
The most curious detail you've probably come to notice is this. It's known as a self-pacifying gesture. A person who does this is most often uncomfortable and sometimes fearful of what lies ahead. It's a coping mechanism to dissipate stress and afford self-assurance.
All right.
JCS memes, dude. Popping off. Stephen Cower and Hasna Popper debate leaked. Haha, you cannot run away from me anymore. Debate me on why you should VIP Gymnona. I have one trip up my sleeve. Summons Muslim Ben Sharpio. Sad Pepe. Allah would not approve of this gym person being VIP. It is not a human right to be VIP. Bussy. But the Ben B stands for Ben. Wide people sad. Wide pepper sad. Shook. I'm scared to debate HasanAbi. Change my mind. I don't think Steven Crowder is going to debate me, boys. Let's be real. Cower with Crowder.
Что ж, ты готов сыграть?
Да.
Подожди. Миш, у меня для тебя одно важное признание. В отличие от тебя 3-летнего, я 40-летний лоб. Играть в шахматы не умею. Поэтому мы тебе нашли достойного противника. Я приглашаю в эту студию 12-го чемпиона мира по шахматам, международного гроссмейстера, заслуженного мастера спорта СССР Анатолия Карпова.
The baby crying, you should have kept that in, to be honest, because it's so funny when he starts
Do
crying.
not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Very good. Oh no! Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Steven Crowder interrogation after debate.
To avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
That's right. It's all sinking in right now.
So clever. I had no idea that you were taking your show off early last time, coming in today with your pig pen peanuts on.
That's horrible, Steven.
For the velvet. How about you get
Steven,
to
show yourself, you coward.
This is literally the greatest interrogation we've watched. Steven! Can you do this, Steven?
Steven, show yourself.
Steven!
Don't show your phone.
Are you scared? No. Liar. You're lying. That's why you're having this massive meltdown right now.
You have to bring on a
show
Best thing I've ever heard. So you have a guy with less viewers to
interrupting, Sam.
the show.
Okay, you bombarded my show under a false pretense.
What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this? I mean, why are you shutting down? You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media.
This is just hearsay and gossip. I've never met more of a woman.
What's up with the pair of underwear that was in your apartment?
The thing we do is out in the open. H3.
Steven, you're wearing a holster.
We agreed.
Steven!
So what? Hold on a second, yeah? So?
When was the last time you shot those guns? I haven't. You've never shot a gun? No. Have you ever shot any gun in your whole life? No. Never.
All right, Sam, you got it. You got it. I hope you have a wonderful highlight reel.
Hold on.
Steven! Why? What happened, Steven? I don't know.
Okay, now that I'm rewatching this, low key, like it's even worse. It's even worse, like the 15th time that I'm watching this video. Like, they were so remarkably bad, dude.
I don't know how else to say it, Steven. Let me tell you what I think. You've been picked on. Girls didn't show you the respect that you deserve, and that's why you're all freaked out right now. Do you wear the same pair of underwear more than one day? Yes. Why? Steven! What happened, Steven? Steven, this is hard, buddy. I know this is hard. Steven! You're fucked.
The chair giving out. Pepe hands. Oh, what is this?
It's me, the real-life comrade Lamb. Time to see what Zon thought of the latest installment of the OKBUDDY cinematic universe.
I don't know where you're going with this, comrade, but Comrade Lamb, but let me tell you something. There was no Shug outro on that one, so I'm a little bummed. Fucking got him, dude. How dare you? How dare you come here with no fucking Shug, OKBUDDY Shug outro? Yeah, get fucked. Guts! True. Bro, are you serious? This entire fucking video is just... It's Keanu Reeves, isn't it? It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. It can't be your face. It has to be the guy. When the ad break transition is flawless, you bitch. Fuck you. True. Toss buff frog after a night of clubbing. What? Really funny, Hasan. Bro, it's so funny watching like Hillary Clinton and like other rich political royalty try to act like normal humans, because they just like, everything is so weird to them. Like nothing is, like everything that they interact with just seems so out of place. How does this work? Fuck you, dude. Yeah, fuck yourself, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I've never used a carpenter's ruler. Like,
my name is Hasan Piker. I am a political commentator on Twitch. I guess you could say I'm a political influencer.
I'm gonna come.
If you
I'm
can
gonna
do that,
come.
I think
I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. I should have never said this, I guess. Everyone's making fun of me now. Hasan versus Rice Gun Basketball 1v1 trailer.
That we're socially not... Bro, I made this shit so I can...
We already watched this.
Bro.
You uploaded this, but we already watched this. You're too late, my friend. But here, upvote anyway. Dave Rubin is peak intellectualism. Mr. Pinky in chat.
Thanos basically was Bernie. Thanos was a socialist.
Once again, asking for your financial support.
So stupid. Hippo hi. POV, you are unne. True. This is what she sees. Gay straight marriage propaganda. Wow, this is wonderful, dude. Good shit. Okay, look at this. Little heterosexual gay marriage action, you know what I'm saying? Little hetero gay marriage action. Okay. Comrade D. Ajan Pekusi addressed the autonomous region of Hoscord.
My fellow comrades. Today, we celebrate the successful nuking of Hoscord. At some point, every successful leader has to resort to Stalinist measures. Unfortunately, this was caused by Comrade Austin sharing suggestive images of Thanos and his large and veiny fellas. I am sorry for the loss of white names, but it was ultimately in the name of the greater good. Today, I stand before you to assure you that the people of the autonomous region of Hoscord are now free from the reign of purple terror. While our glorious military is working around the clock to ensure the safety of those wealthy enough to purchase a subscription to our glorious land, I would like to remind you you can connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get a free subscription. Remember that all people are welcome here. So long as you are not a cousin fucking, gun-carrying, terrorist. In other words, a Republican. Glory to the Tutsi.
Glory to the Cussy. Pretty much what happened.
Oh boy, it's almost top of the hour every hour. I'm ready.
I'm sorry, little one. Your services are no longer required.
Wow. This is true. This is so true. You guys fucking murdered Dankies, dude. You literally did. You tomato time Dankies. You were throwing tomatoes at me, but this entire time you were throwing tomatoes at yourself. At your past self. A much happier past self that you once had. Mr. HasanAbi. This is sick. Wow. Messed up, dude. Pepela. Cold feet. What? Finger point foot ice? And that is how you cultivate a community of believers.
OMG, maybe this game isn't that hard. Maybe I can finally beat it actually. I am gonna play offline a bit.
What?
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
Pretty sure the quote was, somebody got cold feet.
Oh no. Oh no. Arjan? Did you get cold feet, Arjan? Midawin Pogo.
e mi scioglie li pacchini lune e mi scioglie io rombo ragione e mi scioglie li pacchini lune e mi scioglie io rombo ragione e mi scioglie li pacchini lune e mi scioglie io rombo ragione.
My man was like, yo, is DMCA free? So we might as well put the whole song up there. I'm a noob at animating, but I made it anyways. Also revamped Hustle. Hasan, check your Discord DM from Hearthstone, Nana, Tipo, Pago. This is fucking sick. Wait, how did you animate? Did you animate Hustle or you just revamped it? Wait, what's different about this than the previous one? I'm confused. Okay, I'll put animated emotes up. This is my first submission here, so I thought I'd make it interesting. Here's a piece of work I did inspired by the debate or lack there between Ethan, Sam, Steven. Not the best, but it's whatevs. I'm still working on another piece for you, Haas. Alpha Brain. Discovered, thank you, Haas, for being you. Discovered YouTube channel, the peak of the Black Lives Matter protest, and fell in love ever since. I'm 16, female, senior high school, but I live in Ohio. So I'm receiving incredible in-depth info about news and is difficult. I've become more vocal about social justice matters and more knowledgeable thanks to you. But still feels though I'm not doing enough. I don't really know how to get rid of that feeling. I wanted to participate in the protests occurring in Columbus last year, but my parents wouldn't let me know. I know they have my best interests at heart, but it made me feel guilty because there are teens out there taking it to the streets. And it's something I wanted to do as well, but I wanted to pursue a career in marine science since I was 7. Now because of your channel, I'm considering double majoring in political science and marine biology. I've also been dealing with family issues. Good content helps us get through that. Once again, I'm very grateful for you reminding me that I'm human and still bringing me back to a better headspace. Also, hi, chat. Have a great day. Aw. Thank you, that yoinky sploinky. Don't worry about it. Hasan conservative arc. Kamala Harris being a Trojan horse for socialism in this country. Doesn't this completely showcase that and demonstrate that that was a lie? That, like, she is just as conservative as people like myself. True. Yeah, I'm conservative as fuck. I touch grass, Pago. What next, Pago?
Go touch grass. Okay.
Proud of you grass touchers in the chat. Jason Born. Oh, it's another... Oh, nope. Not watching this. Durham operations. No way, no how. Made some propaganda. Join now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. This is sick. Okay. I think it's... We've done enough, okay, buddy, for today. I'm not going to watch the Durham operations video. I'm going to hit instead the last ad break of the day before I end it. The 3-minute one. And then I'm going to go and hang out with my family a little bit. Okay? Because I'm tired. And I'm going to be working out early tomorrow. Early in the morning with a trainer. Again. So, got to make sure that shit is ready to go. Also, Sunday I'm really excited by. Because on Sunday... Boys, on Sunday, we got big fucking, big time stream shit. You know what I'm saying? We got big time streams. Not on this stream specifically. I still haven't figured out what to do when all these other streamers are going to be in LA, but I need to figure out how to do like IRL stream stuff. I haven't done anything on it. I got upcoming content. I got Rice Gum Basketball 1v1. I got like a bunch of potential IRL streams that we're going to do in LA with all the people that are here. So, and also on Sunday, we got like the studio shit, like the regular Universal Studios, whatever the fuck, the G4 launch. So lots of excitement, lots of exciting things happening. You know, across the board, boys. We're looking for Hot Boy Summer. It's going to be very exciting. I'm going to raid the man, the myth, the legend, Willard Eber Savage Neff right now. And I will see you tomorrow. The podcast, the new episode is up, by the way. Go check it out. Fear and Malding. Podcast me and Will do together. And I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.